start streaming. I think we're live, but we have to make sure.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta wait for it to do that thing where it says you're live.
Oh my
and then we
goodness.
check the audio to make sure the audio is working
Of course.
every time. Always.
Testing.
And then we say hello to the VOD viewers. Hello, VOD viewers, because nobody's in the live chat yet. But we know that there might be 1,000 of you. There might be 2,000 of you. We might go dumb ham, and there might be like 1 billion of you. I don't know.
Yeah, no pressure or anything.
You're only performing at a video game in public.
Oh,
Don't worry, we're both gonna perform at a video game. We're gonna switch off.
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm like the best at video games ever.
That's true. You're a lot better than I am, so hopefully your gameplay won't make people as upset as mine tends to.
I'm also going to be playing with an Xbox One controller, which is, you know,
a little odd.
it's pussy shit,
little
but
strange.
I'll get used to it.
Actually, before you start, let me fix our framing just a little bit. I'm realizing that like bottom black space is part of the game's aesthetic and not just like a blank space.
I see.
So there we go. That looks better. And all right, we're ready to go. New game. Hell yeah. Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime. Hello, bird. Hello, bird. Oh my god, I'm so fucking hype. I love this game.
This
I love
game
this
is
game.
so
I love
fucking
this
good.
game. It's one of my favorite video games.
I am a biggest fan of the Metroid franchise. I mostly play the 2D ones. I haven't played this as many times as the others, but well, I don't know. Actually, that's a lie. I have played this one a lot. It's the other Prime games that I haven't played very much.
I found out about Samus from Super Smash Brothers, and I was just like, "Who is this?" I had no clue because I never had a Super Nintendo. I started on the N64, and they never made a Metroid on the N64. I was quite lost about it. Hello, bird. Thank you for the donation of Bud Light Platinums.
They're your viewers, so.
Ooh.
Hello, Kamuki.
Koma's here. Hi there, Bird. Also, hi, Trixie and Krona. I wanted to say that all of us in the We Watch Trixie channel were saying we agree with you about how ridiculous that situation you were forced into was. You had to do moderation in the Golden Butterflies Discord today.
The thing is, I wasn't necessarily forced into it. I just saw a guy saying an opinion I thought was cringe, and I like kind of gave him some pushback, and then he like doubled down and was really annoying and wrong.
Hello, Amy.
So it was actually pretty cathartic because it was like
banning people feels great.
Well, yeah. Well, it started.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's really. There is like a sexual thrill to it when you think about it.
A sexual thrill.
Yeah, because you know when
Okay.
because you know how
women who kill for real.
there's the build up to where it's like, okay, now like my brain is waking up because I have to formulate my thoughts into words of why I can explain to this guy that he's stupid and wrong without being rude or shitty about it. And then it escalates when he starts being rude and shitty, and then I can unlock the barriers, and I'm like, okay, so I can actually push back against this guy harder because he's being a dick, and then remembering I have mod powers and that I can just kill him on the spot, and then that's like it's the build up, the edging, and then the big release. You get that big release, so you ban him.
I know
like
exactly what you're
my
talking
heart rate
about.
elevating with anger, and then quickly turning into cathartic release when he is dead permanently.
Komu said, "I'm gonna be on Women Who Kill." By the way,
Hell yeah!
You should explain what that is.
Women Who Kill is a podcast that I am producing with my friend Nisa and several of our other friends in the Discord, Komugi included, and
me, I'm gonna be on it too.
Hell yeah! It hasn't come out yet, but we are planning to record it very soon. Nisa's been doing the artwork for it, like the thumbnails and stuff. We've been talking about doing it for a while. I'm very excited about it because Nisa and I are good friends, and we have really good, deep conversations about shit.
I love Nisa and I love you, so I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna be on it.
More?
Yeah,
More
up
things?
there. Yeah,
You.
this is trying to teach you about the the ability to look around.
Okay.
And Komu also said, like, that person who was debating you and getting mad at you just because you said some people find Dragon Ball sexist is just silly, lol. It's like a meme. You are not oppressed just for liking SAO. I love that meme, lol. I think this was Krona's first blood. Actually, this was your second, right?
This is my second.
Because you did Hermit Coon also, right?
Yeah, I banned the guy who was talking about incel culture and saying, because we were talking about how Like,
he was defending, or he said that he said that Elliot Rodger is not a true cell, and that was when you were like, I can't anymore.
Yeah, he called Elliot Rodger a fake cell, and I was like, what the fuck? And because we it started just passively saying, yeah, incels are stupid, lol, and then he's like, well, I mean, like, not most incels aren't like the really extreme ones, you know. Like, I only agree with like maybe like 15% of what what the red pill guys say. I'm like, you shouldn't agree with any of it because it's all fucking bad.
It was very.
What do you mean?
It was exceedingly clear that guy sees himself as involuntarily celibate, which is not real. You can pay for sex. It's not real. There's no such thing as involuntary celibacy. You're just picky. And if you're picky, it's probably because you're sensitive and actually way more emotional about sex than most people. Whereas, like, the average person will just, like, literally fucking forget. Like, they don't care, you know? Like, if you're at the level where, like, you are dramatizing sex to the point that you're not just, like, having it with a person because they're, like, in your vicinity and attractive, then you are, like, probably an egg and you need to examine it.
Sorry, I'm getting a lot of distraction right now. Haley, if you're
It's okay, I'm going hard.
Haley, if you're watching the stream right now, stop fucking calling me. Type in the text chat like a normal person. It's my friend trying to fuck with me.
You should not pay for sex. You just be participating in a system that ruins women's lives. I agree with you. I'm just saying that involuntary celibacy is not real. I'm not, like, encouraging you to pay for sex. It's just, like, I'm encouraging you to transition and, like, realize that you are sensitive and that, like, you are not, you know, like...
Sorry, I'm just turning this off. It's almost dead anyway.
Like... It's not hard to find somebody who wants to have sex with you because there are lots of desperate people out there. If you don't want to be with somebody out of desperation, then it means you're looking for something more than sex. And, like, that's the part you need to be thinking about and not the fact that you can't get laid. Like, the fact that you can't get laid is, like, very secondary to the fact that you're struggling to get the intimacy you want out of life, you know? Like, so... That's why I think, like, having the mindset of, oh, I'm involuntarily celibate, it's like, you're already wrong. You're already incorrect, and as soon as you stop saying that, you'll be more correct. Like, it's like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, basically.
Field. I'm going to kill myself.
Oh, that's hilarious. I was wondering what the hell you were doing there, but I just kind of was enjoying watching it.
I really thought I was good at video games, but I'm already doing an Aaron Hansen like 10 seconds into the game.
I could tell you are, like, not remembering probably. Well, because also
I got stun locked so hard by my friend trying to be annoying and fucking with me.
It's also a little confusing because this game starts you off with a bunch of powers that it immediately takes away from you, and so it's easy to forget, like, what you are allowed to do at this point and not.
Exactly.
Komu says, I'm the one who bans people on site for transphobia, like that one transphobic Ben Saint stan in the chat. Meanwhile, Crota is the one who helps with the people who talk about sexist and incel stuff. I haven't done bans yet on those type of people, mainly because I don't know what they're even talking about. Like, I don't know those words, Lamau. Spiraled Out says, bitch, let me bully you. Oh, this is your friend, right? Krona, you smell like old cheese. This game sucks. I give you a shout out. I'm cool. Shout out, Spiraled Out. Oh, Trixie coming back to her favorite game. Imagine that, says Landon. Or rather, whichever personality Chikabong Buttfuck Weeb is. I realize nobody else could probably even see that chat because the name gets blocked.
Yeah. Can't put buttfuck in your name.
I'm Tyler. Okay, Tyler.
Of course. Yeah, I got to read the lore.
I shouldn't be disrespectful as a person with multiple personalities. I should just assume that Tyler really is Landon's cousin who happens to live in the same head as him.
That's like
for real though, I'm glad you guys are having a good time, she said. Me too.
Awesome.
I'm glad you're glad we're having a good time. What a nice friend. That's a very friendly thing to say.
Bitch.
Die! Got him.
Dead. Okay, I'm starting to get into a groove now. I'm not being called every 10 seconds.
Yeah, we have been having a good time. Krona is like my proper apprentice, I feel like. Especially because you immediately latched onto that, which a lot of people are like, don't want to. Some people are like, no, please don't.
I used to literally fantasize about like the famous anime YouTuber Digibro taking me under their wing, and I was extremely pissed when like you publicly declared Econ as like being basically just like me or something like that, and Econ was such a fucking chode, and I did not like him at all.
I still want to know what I meant, like what was the context or what I meant by that, because I'm thinking
I don't know, that was like years ago.
I'm wondering if I meant it complimentary or if I meant it as an insult, but it wasn't like clear, you know, because I've always thought Econ was a total pain in the ass, but like but I appreciate, like, I think what I was celebrating about him is that he is the guy who will go and like actually do the research that I'm just simply not willing to do.
Yeah.
So like, I used to have a lot more insecurity about like being wrong about anime in general, like not knowing facts, and then at some point I realized that like a lot of even the facts we do have are simply not correct or like such a small part of the bigger picture that it's like. Anime fans tend to fetishize the details that they have without considering how like those are such a small part of, you know, what is actually there. So, which is mostly secretive. Like most artists don't talk about their process because it's embarrassing, you know. And like, I think kind of what sets our group apart is a bit of a willingness to try to like make it less so, because I think that embarrassment aspect is what prevents lots of like novice artists from doing it, even though it's literally mentally good for you. Like. Yeah. Making art is just good practice for your mental health, and everybody should do it. You don't have to be good. You don't have to make money. You don't even have to share it with anybody, or like only share it with your friends or people you think will understand it. One of the biggest influences on me as an artist, period, is actually Omar Rodriguez Lopez, who is the guitarist and songwriter of the Mars Volta. He doesn't write the lyrics, but he writes all the music, and like literally would compose each person's part and have them play it not hearing anyone else's part. Only he knew like the full picture of what it would sound like when it was all together, which is kind of crazy from like a music direction standpoint. But like early on into knowing about Omar, I would try to find all his solo releases, and I found out that he has lots of stuff that he would just make for specific people. Like he never released it. He would just like make stuff for his friends and like give them a physical tape, and that's the only one that exists, you know. And like it's just not everything is for everyone. And like it was powerful to know that somebody who has like a major label record deal and who is like, you know, famous and can do whatever he wants still like takes time to just like make a little video for his friends, you know, that's literally not for anybody to see. And I do that stuff too because I was inspired by him, you know.
I zoned out pretty hard there, but the good thing is I can listen back to this on my way home tomorrow.
And I'll even say that, like, to me, and I was saying this to you earlier, I think of even as much as, like, sending a Discord message as art. Like, to me, every time you put consideration into, like, into saying anything, then that there is an artistry to that. And when people say like, oh, it's not that deep, it's like, well, you want it to not be that deep because you don't want to put effort into the art of speaking, but like that is going to, like, in the long run, that will damage you. Like all amount of being casual, like it's fine to be comfortable, but that doesn't mean you have to be like casual about the way that you are comfortable, you know. Like if the way that you make yourself comfortable makes other people uncomfortable, it's worth interrogating that, you know.
Making friends is an art form.
That's true. Maintaining friendships is an art form also.
The way that I communicate in Discord, like the persona that I have, is very like, I had to work to be like that way to get people to like me and want to talk to me.
Mm-hmm. And you doing that has helped me. Like I've learned from watching you more than you would probably think, given that you've learned a lot from watching me. But like the stuff that, I guess because there's so much similarity, the differences also stand out a little bit more, where like the aspects of how you are kind of, I would just say you're more personable than I am, like in general.
Yeah.
And I do think part of it is like you saw where I fucked up and went like, oh, I'm not gonna do that, you know, like yes. I'm not gonna make those mistakes. And so in that way,
pretty much, yeah. You inspired me in many ways Dixie, nice one.
But because of that, like me getting to see you do like a version of what I was doing that isn't fucked up in the ways that the way I did it was fucked up, and so that's inspiring to me to be like, oh, okay, this is how I could have, this is how I could have communicated with people in my own Discord server, like and made, like, I literally am better friends with most of the people who are in there because you made them open up more than they would have opened up to me, just because they look at me
cool.
like they look at me as like a celebrity or somebody who's hard to talk to, and you came in and were just like, I want to be friends with everyone in here, you know.
Well, because I've joined like YouTuber Discords before, and usually the YouTuber is the one who interacts the least because they're busy with YouTube. They don't have fucking time.
Yeah.
That shit. So I went in fully expecting you to barely interact like everyone else. So when I joined, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna like. I'm going to try really hard to not be weird or intrusive. I'm just going to make friends with everybody else. And then you really fucking liked me. So it's like, all right, we're best friends now. Fuck it. I'm best friends with everybody.
Shout out Z-Cypher. Also, I just noticed you were in chat. I've been sharing my art to certain people for ages, and I barely had some people follow me back recently. I know it's super weird to me how cagey people are about, like, that aspect of artistic friendship, of like, if you're artists and you like one another at all, you should be like whole ass promoting one another. Like, there should be no question about it. Like, if you don't think your audience is going to take to it, like, you should really be questioning your audience's quality. Like, do you have a worthwhile audience if they won't listen to you when you tell them like that you care about something?
I do plan on paying Z-Cypher to make, like, art for my channel when I have the money.
Same.
Because I genuinely fucking love Z-Cypher's art and want to promote it more. Cause when Z, like, complains about how, or not complains, just, like, vents about how he doesn't get, like, doesn't make a ton of money, it's like, okay, to me that's fucked up. Like, I want to help with that because I see that as a huge problem because his art is fucking great.
I want to go even beyond saying that Z-Cypher is a great illustrator, great character designer. That's what I want from him the most, is that I know he can create original designs that will, like, that are IP, that are like our intellectual property. Which is incredibly valuable. Like, it's so easy to undersell the value of good design sense, but like, if you have like, Z's personal character is, like, super recognizable,
and adorable.
Like, if that character had any kind of merchandise around it, people would start asking, like, what's the story of this character, like, because they want an excuse to buy the t-shirt. You have to turn around and scan the thing behind you.
Fucking kidding me.
Yeah, that you passed it. That guy right there. Nope, you saw him. Nope. Yeah, that, but on the other side of it. This fucking threw me for such a loop as a kid. I've run down the timer not finding that when I was like 12.
The room is depressurizing. Okay, I guess I'll wait.
It's
Thought I was supposed to wait, not find a button.
It was my least favorite part of that whole sequence.
The entire video game.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Possibly,
First 5 minutes.
Possibly the worst part of the video game is that moment right there.
This is the GameCube version. Also, hi Digit.
Let me read back a little bit of chat because Komu's been going on.
Also, Haley, I don't know if you're still watching, but if I answered the phone, what would you have said? What did you want to say to me so bad?
Probably
what the fuck?
Komu said, favorite game? This doesn't look like Alpha Waves unless this is the remake made 17 years later. I want you to make some, like, streams and videos about that game because that game is super interesting. Sunlight Vector said, Trixie, I like this thought about being an incel isn't real. Could you speak to how you see it when people are separated from intimacy due to dissociation or executive dysfunction such as agoraphobes? That's definitely, like, I mean, that's real stuff, but again, it's like, it's not that you're involuntarily celibate per se, as that you're, like, involuntarily lacking all intimacy whatsoever. Like, there's so much focus on the sexual aspect is what bothers me about the incels. It's like, that's not, like, getting a nut isn't going to change you as a person. It's just not, like, you have to become the person you're trying to be. It's not about the sex, Landon says, I do actually have a cousin named Tyler, was groomsman at his wedding last year, Lamau. Just admitting full ass that he's not Tyler.
Hi, Amelia.
Komu Komu said, this must be the remake of Alpha Waves. Interesting direction for them to add aliens and guns, but I suppose a lot changes in 17 years. I would love to be your apprentice. I've shown my mom clips before of you and your friends on podcasts. We watch anime. All right, Komu, then you're also my apprentice.
Hell yeah.
I think you are. I mean,
I feel
if you're the closest thing I have to an apprentice, Komu is the second closest. We just haven't met in person yet.
Yeah, that's the only barrier, really. You just gotta come over and let Trixie bestow her fucking elder wisdom upon you. I don't mean elder as an elderly. I mean you are literally older than me. Both.
Yeah, fair. Well, Komu is also like only 21 or so, so she's quite younger.
Younger than both of us by quite a bit.
But
that makes you okay. So now, getting back to my comparison, like comparing real life relationships to anime characters autistically, that makes you Biscuit Kruger, and then Komugi is Gon, and I am Killua.
Okay, yeah. That works. And I love to be Biscuit Kruger. She's one of my favorite anime characters.
Biscuit Kruger.
I always forget about her because it's not my favorite arc except for her existence, really. But
agreed.
Oh yeah, you were about to try to sequence break pretty hard here, but
no missiles.
Got missile docked.
No missiles.
But that's a worthwhile place to go back to once you have missiles that you don't have to go back to. I basically totally admire the relationship you have with Caribou-kun and with Krona. I totally want to be someone who you are happy to be around like you are with Caribou and Krona. I gotta keep working to be even more impressive, even more successful so I can be a success like Caribou-kun too. It's interesting that I've never met Caribou-kun, so I don't know if we have that type of relationship that I would say that you and I have, but like...
well, you and I are like... I don't know how much I'm allowed to say.
We're like autistic.
Yeah.
Well, no, so's Caribou. That's not the right word. We're just trans girls. We've got a certain aura about us.
We're cuddle buddies. Like
yeah, sapphics.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know that I don't think that Caribou-kun has sapphic energy. But like Caribou-kun also calling him like a big success is interesting because on YouTube he's not like a tremendously successful YouTuber, but he is like somebody who actually works in the anime industry. And if you want to make those type of inroads, like honestly start just offering to do work. Like if Caribou could find you there's got to be something you can contribute to that, especially if you learn Japanese. It makes it kind of easy to get those types of jobs because not a ton of people are like angling to be like a back of the box prompt writer or whatever for like random anime. But the fact that you like anime just for the fact that it exists is like a huge boon, because a lot of people only really want to interact with the anime they like, and as soon as they realize that working in the industry means that you're like subtitling some fucking like dog shit nonsense like YouTube animation that like that came in the package deal. Because like when Crunchyroll buys a show, for instance, they don't buy a show, they have to buy like 10 shows in a package. And it's like one good one and 9 just dog shit things that they're trying to force to exist and be a thing. You can't morph ball yet.
Forgetting that. Well, it's also confusing because I'm not used to this controller, so I'll forget like which button does what, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's that button. I don't have that ability. Yeah, I know I said a few times before that being a voice actor is like one of my dream jobs, but after the other night when we streamed and we got we were requested to react to an episode of Cow and Chicken, and I remembered that like most TV is like that, where the voice acting I would be doing would be for repulsive, repugnant, like slap content that makes me want to die. Yeah.
Being independent, you get to make your own choices, but it also means that you're not going to take that much work, like you gotta be willing to be like, okay, this might not be like a well-off living, but at least I get to do what I want to do, I
mean, there's also the fact that like I would love to do voice acting for anybody who is a friend of mine, regardless of what it is I'm doing the voice acting for. I trust Komugi to make wonderful art because I love her.
We contributed voices to that because we want it to exist, not because we wanted to get paid for it.
Yeah. It's to the point like even if Komugi was like making something like Cow and Chicken, I would still do the voice for it because I love Komugi so much.
That's probably why those voice actors did that. Actually, the main guy from that show, he did it because he's obviously a fucking freak and fucking played half the cast.
Oh, Cow and Chicken, me.
Spiraled Out said, I still think this whole thing is crazy. I used to watch your videos way back, and you were like one of the only anime YouTubers I actually liked. For real, I'm not just hugboxing, and now you've kidnapped one of my closest friends. Whack as fuck.
Who said that?
Your buddy.
Oh, Haley.
Haley, yeah.
Is that Haley? Yeah, that's her.
I think so, yeah.
It's her fucking profile picture is Willem Dafoe
Can
from
you
the
guys
Lighthouse.
play Modern Warfare 2 2009 next time? That game's fine.
Fucking hate those games. But she knows I don't like those games.
The fun thing about Modern Warfare 2 is you can get the big machine gun and it shoots through walls, so you can just stand on one side of the level and like just slowly pan across the level and almost guaranteed get a kill because you're shooting through like all of the level.
Yeah, the real reason why Haley thinks you're like one of the best Annie-tubers is actually because you used to say slurs on, so that's what.
Okay, real quick, I need to talk to Komu.
Huge fan of slurs.
Komu says, right now I just have to make something really impressive, like as good as House on the Outland, so that Trixie's impressed by my skill. It's sort of like one of my goals, kind of like how I had a goal to make art good enough that it wouldn't get deleted off of E621 for not meeting quality standard, which I did achieve. My other goal is for people to just inherently talk to me in the server rather than me having to start the conversation. Interesting. I do like to call on you when I know that it's something that you'll definitely be interested in. I wish more people did. Like, I pretty much send you every time I find a mascot. I'm like, all right, this is for Komu. You know, I'm putting it in the Summoning Queer Furries chat.
I hate this thing so much.
But I think you really underestimate how much I like you. I don't know.
We were just talking earlier.
I don't think you have to
like
do that much to impress me.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess the thing is, Kamugi, you put out so much energy. The like comparative to how much you put out in the chat, it might not seem like people respond to you that much, but like, you put out so much positive energy like all the time that it's kind of insane. Like, you are an anomaly to me. I've never met someone like you. Well, so like even if you're not getting response, like, we are very aware of you and love you. So
a big part of my mentality that's changed to who I am as a person is realizing that like being nice is literally free. It's not like exhausting. It doesn't take extra energy as compared to being mean.
Nothing.
Yeah, and people act like they can only give as much positivity as they get from others, and I understand that it's draining when other people like hit you with something and you're like, oof. And I really try to stay away from people that are going to drain me, you know.
Yeah.
But like, if somebody isn't like, you know, constantly draining me, then I don't feel much need to ever like try to press them on anything, you know. It's like, if I like you, I want to express that I like you so that you feel comfortable to keep doing the likable thing you're doing, you know. I'm gonna die. And so like, and what I'm sort of bringing this up in regards to Komugi is that Komugi is kind of just ceaselessly kind, you know. And like, I know it's not because you are just innately thinking nice thoughts 24/7. Like, you're doing it on purpose. You're trying to be nice, you know. Like, you're not like you're not just like not noticing that other people are being mean, you know. You're choosing not to do that. You're like, well, I don't want to be like those people, you know. I'm gonna be a nice person, and I respect that. Because I know obviously it's got to be difficult sometimes when you're just like, wow, why is no one else doing this? Like, why am I the only one being nice all the time? You know, like, that can be a bit of an exhausting feeling, but Komu said, I completely agree about Cow and Chicken. Also, show is aggressively homophobic. One episode, there's women who show up and act barbaric, and they're named carpet munchers.
What we got paid to react
we got paid
to
to watch that the other night.
Exactly.
Cow and Chicken is aggressively hateful against many groups. It feels like it hates furries as well, such as queer stereotypes. Also, the creator of the show just made a movie called Hit Pig, Utter Trash. If you want to see the utter garbage that the Cow and Chicken creator is doing nowadays, look up Hit Pig. Good for a laugh. Was a box office bomb.
I can tell you now, the reason why we're playing Metroid Prime right now and not doing requests at the moment is because I so badly do not want to be requested to watch more Cow and Chicken at this time.
A familiar face is in the chat. It's Hermit-kun. He says, I'm not naturally a nice person, so it's hard to be nice and for it not to feel fake. Fake it till you make it. It doesn't have to feel real for you to feel real to the other person, you know?
It's true.
And maybe I understand that more as a content creator, where like whatever I tell the audience, they're going to like, there's no reason to doubt it unless I give you a reason to doubt it. But like, the truth is innately always incomplete. I'm not even capable of telling the whole truth. Like, I don't know the whole truth.
Same.
It, like, with a capital T.
I don't think anyone does.
No, it cannot be spoken for, much like God.
You're not
I'm
a
like,
computer. You're a human being. And humans are just human.
I'm directly quoting a philosopher right now, actually, but
I'm quoting philosophy too.
What's his name? Fucking Rory. Rory something, the guy who is like the neo-pragmatist like spokesman dude. He has a great quote about how truth with a capital T can't be spoken for, much like God. There's nothing you can say about it. Like, there must be a truth, but like, how could you ever conceive of it,
Exactly.
So like, the best you can do is just like be whatever makes you happy or comfortable. And like, I think when you project negativity towards other people, some people legitimately love being the villain and love having heat, and like, I respect that way more than people who like are, why doesn't anybody love me, but then they act like an asshole all the time. And it's like, well, why the fuck do you think, dude? Like, you project don't love me energy. Like, you have to either want heat or warmth,
Yeah. I mean, really, it just comes down to practice makes perfect. I was not always as nice as I am now. It just took a lot of effort to get people to like me. Also, I wanted to highlight something my friend Digit said in the chat there, which was that they said I'm nice until someone's being a bigot, and then I'm mean. Yeah. Exactly what I did today in your Discord.
Yep.
Someone was I was being nice even though I disagreed with what he was saying. Then he started like, I had to ask him. He's like, what? Why do you need to talk about it when things are problematic? I'm like, well,
yeah.
It's like, I don't.
Why
like
do you fucking think? Dude?
I don't
because it's problematic. It's in the word. It's a problem. Like,
I said, I don't like sexism, and I don't think there should be art made for people who are sexist. And he said, why? And I was like, yeah, okay, fuck you.
Well, it was funny the way this played out. I did not read any of this conversation because I was making cheeseburgers for me and Krona, and so Krona's like sitting in the kitchen on her phone, and then at one point goes, what do you know, or it was like, how do you feel about Lelane in your chat, or like, what do you know about him? And I was like, I don't know him that well, he's been around for a while, kind of a boy, or something like that. I said, yeah, you can't just walk through those guys forever. They do hurt you. You saved, I think, at some point. I think you saved.
I got a map data. I don't think I saved in a while.
You're in the Chozo Ruins, so at least you're not back on the ship.
I'm gonna have to fight the bugs again.
Which bugs? The ones. Do you want me to do it?
Yes.
I could take over for a bit.
I'm mad.
Okay. Oh right, yeah. There's no right stick. Good old GameCube, let's go! Yeah. Oh, this is so awkward. After having played the Switch version, it feels so different.
And you can't even strafe because, like I told you, with the analog triggers, this.
I know I was literally like earlier in a conversation with you defending that the game is designed around the control scheme, but having like played the update now, I'm like, what am I talking about?
Don't even have missiles.
Oh. Okay.
It's diarrhea. Okay. I'm gonna read through the chat now that I can
You'd
actually
rather
do
have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear.
Chicabong Buttfuck Weeb says, being mean feels good. I'm so mean. It only feels good when the person really earned it for me. Like, there is a catharsis in being mean because, like, I just don't do it. It's so rare for me. And when I finally get an opportunity to be mean, it's like, all right, here we go. To my whole chest, go fuck yourself.
Oh yeah, what I was saying, like the way it came up, you were like, do you know this guy, kind of? And I was like, yeah, I don't really like care about him, type of thing. And you were like,
okay, here we go.
Kind of like explained the situation, and I was just like, well, if he's pissing you and the other mods off, then it sounds like he's got to go, And then, like I want to say a minute later, he said whatever offended you enough to pull the trigger, but. Yeah, it's not like you just like got heated and deleted that guy. You like even made sure I wasn't like this isn't secretly one of your friends who's fucking with me, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm careful about that shit. Like I don't just ban people like without thought, Like I typically try to be patient and get to understand the person first because I have to make sure like I'm like, are you really this stupid, or like what is going on? Like maybe I didn't understand what you meant.
AC Zydeas with a $5 super says, request for you to talk about some anime cons. Going to ASEN for the first time, and I want to hear good general advice you have.
I've never been to an anime con either.
Oh shit! I clicked off of the game.
Die again.
I think I can do this bit. I might have to not. I might take me a second to talk about the anime cons because this is kind of a nerve-wracking fight.
Ooh, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, just make sure you don't click. I'm glad that it lets you scroll without clicking.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. Kamugi says, I'm so happy that you appreciate me that much, Trixie and Krona. I didn't know you all appreciated my messages that much. Well, it's not your messages, it's you. Like, we just fucking love you.
Well, and, you know, you as represented through your messages is fair to say. But
your messages are, I just meant her messages represent her.
I would describe you as a pillar of the community and an integral part of the mod staff.
Yeah.
One of the
very prolific
culture
creator.
One of the definers of the culture of the Golden Butterflies community. Also, you've organized like the biggest group watches I've ever fucking seen. So you are definitely a community leader.
Yeah, like there's so much I could say about Kamugi and why you are cool. So you really do just have like.
It's time for a Kamugi analysis video.
Yeah.
The key to that fight, by the way, is to not look at the bugs and just look at your radar at the top and look at them as the little orange dots.
Okay.
Because you'll see the dots stop, and that's when you like, oh, okay, and then you can turn and find where it stopped.
I think you know this game better than I do.
I know. I think I learned that tech from somewhere, or I don't know. I have played this like many times over the last 20 years, but it took me a really long time to actually beat it because I would get stuck at Fozon Mines, and the key to this game is learning. I can't do charge shots yet, but like once you have the charge shot, if you always have a charge shot, you'll just like breeze through a lot of stuff that is otherwise way harder. I have to pee, so I'm gonna hand this to you, and then when I get back, I'll talk about anime cons as per that request.
Yes, totally. Mod staff, Lamau, Krona, Discord mod. The funny thing about that, I was heavily resistant when she first asked me to be a mod. I was like, no, last time I was a Discord mod, it was fucking horrible. I was really adamantly against that because, I mean, just like being a Discord mod is infuriating for a number of reasons, but I've been in servers before where being a mod was cool at first, and then it got worse because the people like who had more power over the server than me, like admins, some of them were cocksuckers and absolute douchebags, and I hated them. And I just kind of thought about it. Like I thought, okay, what was it that went wrong last time I was a Discord mod? And then thought about where I stand in Trixie's server and was like, what happened last time could not happen again because Trixie is not that guy. She is not the like neck beard, like stereotypical fedora tip Redditor who ran the last server I was in that let me moderate. So also admins of that server were ableist cocks. I think it was, I know one of my friends left that server after seeing the mods talking shit about someone who had dissociative identity disorder, and they were saying like weird fucking shit like, hey, that's not even a real disorder. It's like Trixie literally has that disorder, so like those guys can get fucked. Is this the save station? I'm saving. Hell yeah.
Okay, so
I'm a genius.
I've been to a number of anime cons, so I don't want to tell stories so much as like go straight for the advice. Plan your days out. And if you really care about something, get in line for it like an hour early. Just be ready to sit in. You're going to a pretty big con, so there's going to be lines, and like if it's, say, like a studio trigger panel or something, I don't know if that's actually a thing, but if it's something big like that, like, get in line for it way beforehand. Count on missing some things you want to see, because they deliberately book the most popular stuff against each other to divide the crowds, because they just can't have that big of a crowd at any one event. So, like, you know, again, pick the things you really care about and make sure you make it to that stuff, you know? when it comes to the dealer's hall, you told me you already plan to spend more time in the artist alley and like on bespoke stuff, which is really cool. Do not hang out at any artist's booths, but if like someone seems like they're really cool with you, maybe get their like contact info, or like usually they'll have all their like socials and shit on their listed on their stuff, but like they're doing work, but at the same time, if you see somebody who has something that's like your favorite thing and they don't seem busy, strike up a conversation about it, because that's how you're going to make a friend, I always felt the most at home wherever the Toho fans are, because like Toho fans are all either like trans or eggs. Yay. So yeah, like you'll definitely be like, oh, okay, you're all this type of, like, the type of person that is there like right away. You feel like you're meeting like. You
heard it here first, folks. All Toho fans are new types.
It's true. It is absolutely true. So yeah,
strafe would be so good right now.
Finding like Toho fans, finding obviously Umineko. If you find somebody who, knowing Zydeas, if you find somebody who's got like Umineko stuff on, like seriously talk to them, because obviously Umineko fans are like all insanely passionate about Umineko. So like that will probably literally become a lifelong friend of yours. Like count on the idea that like even though you're only going to see these people at this con for this weekend, like they still exist and they're going to go to other cons, so like you are probably going to see them again, like if you're really running in the same circles, there's a good shot you're going to run into people who you know from the internet who you did not know were going to be at the convention, or people who've like heard of you and like micro celebritized you in their mind despite the fact that you think you're nobody. Like I was getting recognized at cons as an anime blogger, like I only had 100 readers, but like all of those readers go to anime conventions. So, inevitably, even as like a super small time artist, you will find people who know who you are if you have any internet presence in any communities,
I can't wait.
Yeah. The golden butterflies are going to start linking up.
Yeah. We'll lift each other up.
I'm really glad I found like a group identity that makes sense, because it's good to have like a name for your thing, but also for it to be like the least like shitty that it could, it can't be like, oh, I don't want to be called that.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to be like, I can't be a golden butterfly. I know there are some people with butterfly phobias, so maybe those people will be not all right with it, but I feel like actually there's somebody in the server who said they had a phobia of butterfly. No, I think it was somebody I met in real life. Never mind. Yeah. It was a real life person who's not online.
I forget constantly where I've heard the things that have been said to me, because I made so many new friends in such a short span of time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, listening to you talk so fucking much, both in Discord and through live streams, I can't tell what was an actual conversation we had and what wasn't.
Yeah, it gets confusing. All right, let's look back through some chat. There's a lot going on. But yeah, like basically the better you plan your trip and the more open you are to like talking to people who have, like whoever has the deepest similar interest to you, that's who you should talk to. Like if you see someone wearing like a reference that you're like, I can't believe someone gets that or like would make that reference, then like that's the guy you gotta talk to, or girl or whatever, Okay, I'm going way back. Z-Cypher says, I can't be gassed up, I can't handle it. Get gassed. It's okay. I feel like I feel like you're the type of person that like will handle it better if I like deliberately gave you some kind of like responsibility that made you like subtly despise me, where like we had the kind of relationship where you're like, oh yeah, Trixie's really great, except that I have to like manage this and she's a pain in the ass about it. I don't know why I feel that way. Tell me if that makes any sense, Z, if I'm like saying insane things. Como says, my messages were really emotionally needy for the past few messages because I've been having a hard day, so feel free to just read them as not serious, like I'm not actually asking attention. I was just venting a bit because of a rough day. Everybody's got a rough day sometimes,
I'm always wanting to give you attention, Komugi. I love you.
Gotta keep getting ready for dinner with mom and family. Have fun, said Digit. That was a while ago, but shout out.
Hell yeah.
I like being gone. Also, there's a cute dinosaur from 80s manga in Tekken slash in Tekken called Gone 2, so I'll be both Gons. Hell yeah. Gone, the little baby T-Rex, is fucking adorable.
Epic.
Bowdot says, guys, you know sapphic means, like, sexual, right? Lol. Does it have to, or is it just, like... Hold on,
I did not interpret it that way.
I've always thought it meant, like, just being, like... Well, it does say, relating to sexual attraction or activity between women, relating to the ancient Greek poet Sappho, her poetry, or verse in a meter associated with her.
Okay, so you
verse in a meter associated with Sappho. Okay, maybe that's not the word I want. What is the word for being just, like, extremely emotionally affectionate? I don't know.
Gay?
It's cool how when you shoot a lot, you can see the heat waves out of the gun. Yes.
Guys,
yes.
Is it gay to cuddle with your favorite YouTuber and watch anime?
Shout out Jacob Wagner. Amelia said, I forgot to pay my taxes and the IRS came for me and now I've been reincarnated as a taxi cab in a magical world would be peak anime TBH. I highly agree. I actually think there is an anime, like an isekai about like a tax dodger like going into another world. And it's not just Log Horizon. I think that red guy from Cow and Chicken is why I like big booty now, says Digit.
Oh, God. Digit, stop.
No, thank you, said, yo, what up? If you're still there, what up? No, thank you. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. Amelia said, my resting bitch face is the stuff of legend, so people are often surprised when I'm actually a really chill person.
Yeah, I could see
that. It happens, yeah, for sure. Internet Tenshi says, I struggle with being nice more because I'm like autistically dissociated, so sometimes I project more negativity or like I'm not paying attention even when I really like someone. Like that's a tough thing for me. I have a hard time with like association and attention, so sometimes people think that I'm being like, you know, being rude and it's not intended at all. Yeah. And that I understand. But like I've learned a lot from my husband Bird because he is a naturally very nice and talkative person, and what he tends to do is if you notice something about someone that they did themselves, chances are that they put a lot of thought into that. Like if they're wearing like a notable pair of shoes or like a cool nails, Bird will always compliment a girl's nails. You know, if you have any kind of stylized nails, he's always going to be like, oh, I love your nails. Because it's something you obviously put thought and effort into, and you are wearing it proudly in public, you know? Awesome. So, like, if you see something like that about a person, like, you don't even have to act, like, don't think about whether you even like the nails. Just the fact that they put thought and effort into it is the part that you're complimenting, you know, like, oh, you did something cool, you know, you're not just like a boring, you know. And then if they want to, that person then can explain to you what the nails might mean if there is some depth to it, you know, or if they're comfortable to share that depth with a stranger. But like you're basically putting the ball in their court to be like, you know, oh yes, I did it, oh thank you for noticing, you know, and then, you know, it's like an in towards what could be a longer interaction if they're interested in you. And
the cool thing too is that if you really don't like someone, you can then notice things like that and say, "Hey, I did notice your nails, and they suck.
Yeah."
I hate them.
Spiraled Out says, I would make art for sexists. I can't say it. What would it be, though? Or account would be terminated. Dakota, you should show everyone my contact pic for you. It's the corn edit.
I think every like trans like sex worker is making art for sexists because like
interesting.
That is the biggest market is straight men who like are like, you know, repressed and fearful.
Maybe that's why I've never like done sex work, is that I know who the audience would have to inevitably be, and I don't want to court them at all.
That is I've thought about it, and that's exactly why I haven't done it.
That makes total sense. Kumu says Landon is a fan of Yes Precure 5 as well. He said he watched several episodes after I told him. I'm slowly building a fan base for Yes 5 on social media in the server, rapidly approaching 100. Fuck yes.
You referred to Kumu as Krona, and I was really fucking confused.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
Like, Krona loves Precure. Wait.
As for why I endlessly adore Yes 5 so much, it's because it's basically a show with the characters of Ojamaja Doremi, but the fights of Dragon Ball, seeing a clumsy protag like Doremi mess up bad guys. Cholozap says, yes, I'm up to date now, witnessing the liveness. Chicabong Buttfuck Weeb says, it is really good, I need to catch up. Spiraled Out says, mod staff, Lamau Krona Discord mod, indeed.
Yes.
Iris of Rosebloom says, I feel like the trans world order is on the verge of paradigm shifting reality itself. Keep farming that power and insight, girlies. Actually, yes, I wanted to talk to you about aura farming on this live stream.
Of course.
Because I feel like maybe this is something that I sense from our interactions that both of us are somewhat insecure about how much aura farming is required from us before we're like willing to do something. But when we're hanging out together, it's like the aura farming is on such a peak level that it's like because we went and we recorded a vlog yesterday.
Yes.
It was one that you had been planning, I guess, for some time,
Yeah.
and I filmed you performing it with some interjections on my part. I'm very curious to see the edit because we had a ridiculous amount of fun making it.
Yeah.
But we did spend like probably 2 hours just like raw ass aura farming in the park, like
for what is probably going to be like a
like a
bit
half
less,
hour,
maybe
like...
less than a half hour. Yeah. It's in the mouth. God damn it.
But it really, like, if you want to send like the
I got
right
that one.
message, you have to be in the right mindset, and I think it's like that's one of the hardest things to explain to people who don't make content, but that anybody who does make content will understand. And I kind of feel like the mainstream industry, the reason it exists is to protect that aspect of the arts. Like the part that you don't want to have to explain to people is like the part that is taken for granted inside of the industry, which is where the value in it lies. But then there's also just lots of, you know, shittiness that is protected by the structure of the industry that makes it like... Okay, so you got the one on the floor, you got the one there. Did you get the one that's on the tree itself?
The tree?
Like in the middle of this room, I think there was... Or no, I'm thinking of the wrong room. Never mind. There's another room that has a tree that you have to do a puzzle like this in. You got that one. Got the one down there.
Yeah.
And then the last one is under a box, I think. Maybe in the front of the room.
Fuck, dude.
Like on one of the floor platforms. I think there's a... I think you have to like break a box and there's one under it. Unless that was the one you already got.
There were mushrooms on top of one of them.
That might be what I'm thinking of. Did you go into that little nook there? Oh no, that's not a nook at all. Damn it. Oh, I remember this fucking room. It's either on the side of one of the platforms itself, or it's on like one of the walls. I think it might be on one of the platforms, like on the side of it
If it was
somewhere.
underneath, that would make sense. Something on the sides?
Yeah, but that might be in the other room that has this puzzle.
Fuck. You're supposed to be the Metroid master.
Let me take over for a sec.
Yeah, you do.
See if I can figure it out. You can catch up on Le Chat.
Are you drinking another Land and Cola? Oh no, even better. Since we were doing gaming content, I thought it'd be cute to be the Digibros remake, so I got a Victor Coke this time. I'm channeling my inner Victor. Very clean.
Very clean.
You skidoo. Very clean.
You skidoo.
You skidoo. Trying to think of other Victorisms, but it's been so fucking long since I watched those videos.
Does he say you skidoo a
That's
lot?
what he calls Yusuke Urameshi.
Oh,
Yuskidoo.
okay.
Yeah. Doesn't say a lot, but I remember it because it's hilarious.
This is pretty adorable. Okay, where the flying fuck is the fourth symbol in this goddamn room? I've had it with these motherfucking symbols on this motherfucking floor. Now I'm dying in acid. Wait, what was that? It's just a root.
Trying to get caught up on the chat here.
Wait.
Mod is away, post
Oh,
ponies.
I think I found it.
Always post ponies. You fool.
God damn you. Okay, whatever. It's right here.
Gonna die. Oh my god. Yeah, don't jump in the acid.
Mission
anymore.
fucking accomplished. I've gotten used to, like, when you get into the really late game and you have, like, a ton of health bars, you just kind of start running through the lava and the acid because you're like, what the fuck ever. I don't want to have to, like, platform.
I'm good at platformers, though. So
Oh,
this part
mother...
is not... No.
Fucker.
Please give me the controller.
Here you
I
go.
am so fucking nervous watching you do this.
I swear I've beat this game before, guys.
Yeah, I'm just so good at this game. I normally walk through all the acid and die in the lava 6 times. That's...
Z Cypher said, I wish I was going to Ascend. May's going to be boring for me. Me too. Except that May's not boring because I'm having a good time. Spiral Dot says, I don't know any of you, but hi anyways. Komu says, mod is away post pony. Spiral Dot says, Corona has yapped a little about some of you to me, I think.
A little bit.
Turlo Zap said, mods more like gods. Am I right? Hell yeah. Komu said, hi there, thank you. You seem like a nice person. I have a feeling for that because you're friends with Corona. Also, want to see a cool trick? Watch this. Butterfly heart music notes. I don't know how I'm supposed to read that. B heart tune. I don't know. Turlo Zap says, I hate it when people dismiss other people's disorders. Komu says, I have become... oh, okay. Komu was casting a spell to turn into the moderator form. That's what was happening here, I think. I think Komu turned into like a spattering of golden butterflies and reformed as a different version.
She had like a whole magical girl transformation
sequence
we didn't even notice. I'm sure it was beautiful.
Lena says, yes, Preaker 5 needs more watch from me. That's true. Hermit Coon says, anime cons in the early 2000s seem to have more soul compared to cons today. Not at all. Why do you think that? You were like a child. Why would you think so? They're like the same.
But do they shower more or less now than they did in the 2000s?
Probably more. I feel like the showers are like more widely available than they were
Showers
before.
are a conspiracy.
Showers are a conspiracy.
Speaking of which, I just took a shower.
Hey,
Hello, Bird.
It's the Burger
Hello.
Man.
How's it going? What is this?
It's Metroid Prime
Metroid Prime.
Damn.
for the
I
GameCube.
thought this was Halo.
You know, they came out around the same time, and they were the two like benchmark graphics games of their era.
Why I haven't played Metroid Prime 3 is because that was the one where they infamously started copying the aesthetic of Halo, and it felt fake and gay and not like Metroid anymore.
That's
like a worse Halo.
That's like the worst thing that you could do with Metroid at that point in time is like dilute its identity to compete with a way more popular franchise. Like that makes no fucking sense.
Quick complete aside. I was just in a game. We won. Woohoo.
Very clean.
But
very clean.
You know, beginning of round 2, I'm like, I'm about to slam a Bud Light Platinum. Who's gonna drink one with me? And one guy goes, I'm 18, and I say, and then he goes, I'm also not a degenerate. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
So then
drinking
you're a
alcohol?
I'm American. Aggressively American.
Yeah. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah.
Degenerate.
Marvel Rivals fun. See you later.
Iron Man is an
Oh,
alcoholic.
you have a good
Iron
Marvel.
Man is an alcoholic, and he's also one of the most cracked characters in the game right now.
Exactly.
Mm.
I'm glad that.
I like crack.
I'm glad that saving my progress refills my health bar.
Amelia with con advice says, my tip is to find the quiet and rest areas early and know where you are in relation to them, because if you're anything like me, you want to get away from the noise for a bit randomly and very suddenly. Highly agree with that. A lot of people will go all the way back to their hotel, and if your hotel is not that far from the con, that's great. Like, but probably, I don't know how prepared you were for this one, but you have to get usually in pretty early to get like one of the real close hotels. But yeah, be ready to rest, because it is going to be like an overwhelming amount of movement. And I know those ideas. I know you're not like a hypermobile person, so you will be exhausted. Like, I'm telling you that. I know, I know guys of your size going to cons like this, and you're gonna have to take some breaks, because it's a lot of walking. But it's also a lot of sitting. It's like a lot of walk across. Like walk a mile across a convention to then sit for an hour and a half and like watch a guy talk, or sit for an hour in line to then watch an hour of a guy talking, so
well, if I ever go to a convention, I'm going with you, because you clearly know your shit.
Yeah, well, and also like I am over analytical about everything. So like I'm like hyper aware of everything happening at the con when I'm there. And I've also been on like the staff side of like I haven't been staff, but I have been behind the scenes of conventions plenty, you know, so like I know how they operate and like what's on everyone's minds and stuff. Like if you're a convention staffer, you're in a panic streak pretty much the whole weekend, you know.
But why would you be so analytical of everything? It's not that deep.
It's not that deep.
It's not that deep.
I was confused about whether Trixie having DID was a metaphor or literal. I have not been like diagnosed by a therapist, but I am almost 100% certain that I have at least OSDD1A, if not dissociative identity disorder.
And honestly, even if you're wrong, like if it helps you to use that framework, I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah. Spiraled Out says, Krona and I have been friends for many years. I probably wouldn't still be here if it weren't for her. I'm glad y'all appreciate her. She's quite a character.
Love you so much.
She's great.
I try my best.
Z-Cypher said, yeah, do not chat at artists for hours, especially when other people are trying to buy. Artists are kind of captive audience because we got to sit at our tables the entire time, basically. Yeah, and a lot of, like, autistic guys do not get that and will just, like, orbit because, like, if you're too nice to literally tell them to get the fuck out of the way, they will sit there sometimes all day. If I had more energy or drive, I would order an Umineko shirt or something. You'll probably find people carrying around the little Fumos, like the plushies of Beatrice and stuff like that.
Wait, there are plushies of you?
Yes. There's actually people on Blue Sky whose like whole account is just like taking pictures of Beatrice plushie in different places.
That's amazing.
It's not literally me, but you know.
Yeah. OMG, literally me.
Goddamn, Krona is in the zone and playing the hell out of Metroid, said Turlo Zap.
I'm trying. Yeah. I'm trying so fucking hard. I kind of hyped myself up as being really good at like talking while playing games at the same time, but like honestly, I don't know this game as well as the other Metroids. If we were doing Super Metroid right now, I would be tearing ass through that game. But Trixie knows this one better, and I wanted to pick a game that we could both kind of play.
Bambi lesbians? I have not heard that term before.
What?
That's one of the terms for like not especially sexual lesbianity, I guess, is a Bambi lesbian.
Josh is in the chat.
Giga doesn't allow me Burger King when she's around. Shout out, Josh.
Burger King is evil. Bad Joshy.
Burger King.
But
Peter, I don't work at Burger King.
Peter, I don't even work at Burger King.
Como says, I have been becoming closer with my mom. I have showed her videos of Trixie and Bird and Krona. She says if Krona or Trixie or Bird want to stay in our house when they're in New Hampshire, they are welcome. Well, we are definitely going to hang out in New Hampshire at some point. We'll meet your mom because she sounds nice and cool.
So fucking nibbly. So, okay, I got the charge beam. Should I go up the elevator or go down the elevator and explore other places, or is there more I can do?
Amelia says, wrong, the Whopper is the best fast food burger that isn't a smash burger. Spiraled Out says, nah, best fast food burgers are Shake Shack. Shake Shack is the best for its price because they're cheap as fuck for those burgers. No, not Shake Shack. I'm thinking of Steak and Shake. No, fuck Shake Shack, actually. Forget about them. Aura farming, yeah, I've watched Solo Leveling. Well, I haven't, Amy, so I don't know what you're talking about. I'm literally too cool for that. Sorry.
Last night we
This is bullying. Last night we watched
Freerun.
In the Digimon movie.
Yeah, we watched 6 episodes of Freerun, and I showed Trixie the Americanized Digimon movie, which he had never seen before.
Which is unfucking believable.
Incredible cinema.
It's
peak cinema.
It's like a very weird, chopped up version of the... Oh, no, first it's fucking... What is it? Not Amelia Bedelia, the other one. Amanda Anaconda or something? What the fuck is her name?
Angela Anaconda.
Angela Anaconda. There's like this almost fucking 10-minute like Angela Anaconda short about them going to see the Digimon movie, and then you see like a weird narrated over, butchered, cut up version of the short film that came out before the show, followed by a fucked up version of the movie that came out after the show, followed by the movie, like the filler movie of the second anime that has nothing the fuck to do with the original anime at all edited to be one continuous narrative that makes zero fucking sense. It is a wild edit.
I love it.
Edit. And supremely hilarious. Particularly the music cues are unbelievable. Like, the dub voice acting is actually not that terrible for the most part. It gets a lot worse in the, like, last segment. Because, like, the O2 actors fucking suck. But,
I would be remiss to not mention how fucking good the soundtrack is and how many of those, like, 2000s dad rock songs shaped my music taste today.
When you, like, just the way they drop in is always, like, the most shocking thing, like... Particularly the Smash Mouth at the very end was unbelievable. The use of All-Star in that movie is the craziest use of All-Star I have seen in a film to date, including compared to Rat Race and just anything. Shrek, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No more legendary usage of All-Star. Their nugs are fuego. Josh Unseasoned is perfect for your pasty white ass, says Spiraled Out. Jacob Wagner says, what are your thoughts about Sean leaving the Dick Show? I'm not sure if you already talked about it. It definitely is a new show now. And I haven't really caught up on it because I want to approach it like I'm watching a new show. And, you know, being that I am very much in, like, the liberal side of the internet now, it's hard for me to, like, even, like... It's hard for me to even, like, pretend to have patience for a lot of, like... Like, I understand that Dick Masterson is a character and that the reason that he's playing that character is because he wants to talk to the weirdest people with the craziest takes, and I respect that, but I am no longer, like, as interested in the weirdest people with the craziest takes. I'm like, whatever. Like, I've heard them all, you know, like, nobody's got, like, a new mind-blowing... Unless it's fucking, what's his name? Wonder Bread Man. Fuck. What's his name? Shit, why is his name slipping my mind? You never heard of this guy? There's this dude. He's
I know about the Wonder Bread guy. I don't know his name. I only know of him because I had a friend who like took art commissions, and he commissioned her to draw Pacifica Northwest from Gravity Falls.
That's incredible.
With her mom.
He's commissioned truly every artist on the fucking internet and spent all the money he's ever encountered in his life on it. Like, he is one of the most neurodivergent people out there. Like, a very interesting character.
That's I don't know. I don't think that's neurodivergent. That's, like, pretty normal if you ask
Wonder
me.
Bread guy?
Yeah, I think that, like, I mean, I've done weirder shit than that, sure.
He had to be multiple times purchased pants by the Dick Show community because he does not comprehend how to buy pants. And he had holes in the crotch of all his pants.
Can he buy anything?
He just doesn't understand.
Specifically pants.
He's very good at talking and no good at any other aspect of life. It's very fascinating. Like, he's very coherent in the way that he speaks, but when you ask him questions that he doesn't know the answer to, he just changes topic and doesn't answer you. And so it's like, it's mind-boggling to talk to him. Which I've talked to him directly through the Dick Show, and it's always a trip.
So this is a troll. This is a troll that you're talking about.
No, he's not a troll. He's not at all a troll.
With a lot of money.
No, he has no money. No. This is a guy who, like, lives in a, like, assisted living. Like, he can't live. Like, he can't live life. He's like legitimately so far gone neurodivergent that he, like,
beyond the pale.
Yeah, like, way more autistic than you could ever imagine. Like, fuck. Why can't I remember his name? Wonder Bread Man, you all know. Merlogic, thank you, Jacob.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I had to catch up to chat just because I knew somebody was saying it. Merlogic should have been co-host of Biggest Problem. He still could be one day. I talked to him on PCP. That's right, I did bring him on PCP. But he just seemed like he really didn't have a good time. Like, he was really uncomfortable with, like, the jokes I was making. So I think he just didn't want to be in it. But, like, yeah, Merlogic's a fascinating character. So, like, when Dick talks to someone like him, I'm always, like, ready to listen because I want, like, whatever he says is going to be something no one else ever possibly would have said, you know? Like, he's not, like, reiterating some, like, Nazi talking points or whatever. Like, he's a totally unique entity with his own worldview that you'll never get elsewhere. I like that. But, you know, when Dick flirts with all the, like, you know, right-wing griftosphere guys, like, I'm just like, I don't fucking want to hear these dudes at all. Like, I don't want to hear what they have to say. I don't care.
It's the main reason why I never had any interest in the Dick Show, despite you talking about it a shit ton and literally making friends with Dick. I tried fucking Biggest Problem in the Universe many years ago because you were so obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
It's tough because it's like, it's... a type of content I don't think I would get into like now. You know, like it's stuff that I understand the impact of it then, but I don't think it necessarily holds up. And by that I don't mean that it's like less quality than it used to be, just that the effects that it had on the internet have already been had. Yeah. It's kind of like Haruhi, where it's like I literally tell people like don't even bother watching Haruhi because you're not going to get this like some people will, some people watch it in today and they just love it, and like you're probably going to know if you're that type of person right away. But like if you feel like some kind of guilt or like, oh, I don't get it, it's like, don't worry, you won't, you know. Like it's not going to make more sense if you think about it more. It was just a time and place thing, and the world has changed since then. Like to me, like the most important thing about a show like Haruhi is that it paved the way for a show like K-On! To exist, and then K-On! To me is like more like actually shaped what anime was going to be going forward. Like so, you know, Haruhi was like a door opener, but I don't think it defined what is good about anime going forward from Haruhi. It was more like it closed the book on anime before itself, you know. It opened up the meta era of like being self-aware about like what you're doing when you make these shows, you know. But yeah, in the same way with Dick and Biggest Problem is like it created a genre that is now commonplace, so it doesn't feel special anymore. It's like there's so many imitators and plenty of them are decent, you know. And the original show is such a time and place thing that hearing it today, you'd just be like, well, who even cares? And a lot of it was current events topics. Like it was newsworthy items that like are not news anymore, you know. The world's a different place. You think of Haruhi like a Rick and Morty or Star Trek. That is an interesting compare. Rick and Morty in particular does have that feel of like this was super like new for its time, but everything good about it has been like just done better by other shows now, you know. So it's like you don't really need it anymore.
It was so fucking smart and ahead of its time when it came out, and then just a few short years later, I rewatched the episodes I used to love so much, and I'm like, this is.
It's not that special anymore.
It's not like there's.
It's just that Dan Harmon like was the first TV writer to give a fuck, you know. Like,
hey gang, sorry to interrupt you.
Howdy.
Did you know that Doom: The Dark Ages releases literally in 4 days?
No, I did not.
Shit.
May 15th.
Your computer can run that probably.
It's gonna be a day one buy
that
for
one?
me.
Well, either one.
Either one can run anything.
Okay.
That computer I built specifically to be future-proofed, which is to say it can run most games for the next 10 years.
Ooh. Well, then, yeah, I'll be playing the new Doom when it comes out.
Absolutely. Where the fuck am I supposed to?
New Doom.
Trixie, I have a serious question for you. Is it too late to switch games?
This
is Marvel Rivals? No.
I'm sorry for just like letting you sit there and squirm and not figure it out instead of like in my brain I'm like, well, surely she'll just figure out where to go.
It's most frustrating.
This is what you did for me when I played the first Legend of Zelda game. You're just like, oh, I'll figure it out.
Well, I think it's a problem of I have infinite patience for watching people play video games. Like I don't expect them to do it well or be good.
But then it just got to a point of like, I fucking hate this game. Please help me.
My real problem isn't that I'm getting lost in the game. It's that this game in particular is taking so much more of my focus that I can't join the conversation, to just be talking, and I really want to.
I feel that. Yeah, well, what's a game that you think would take so little concentration?
Super Metroid, or
okay, yeah, we can definitely do Super Metroid. But I do want to now I want to clear this boss on principle real quick. So
you have to get to a good stopping
in a boss
point.
Fight?
No, we're about to be
there.
though.
Get to it, yeah.
Sorry, again, what game is this?
Metroid Prime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not the remake?
No, that's on the Switch, and I don't have a capture card.
Yeah. This bitch has this. Not you, the game. The game is a bitch. This bitch has GoldenEye controls.
It does have GoldenEye controls.
It does not control like a normal video game made for humans. It's made for animals in cages.
It's made for a C-stick controller by
Tony
a company
Stark
that really didn't predict.
This in a cave with a box of scraps. Sorry, I don't know why that came to me because you said cage, but one letter off.
Nintendo did not do a good job of predicting what gamers were going to value about 3D environmental movement.
Fun.
So
fun is what people actually. This is kind of based. This whole like turning into a ball is like
that's the best part for
sure.
That's the only reason this game got made is because they like showed what's his name at Nintendo what they could do, and they showed the morph ball physics, and they were like, yes. Video game.
When did Reggie become a thing?
2004 or 5. He took over as president of. Well, originally.
He's Nintendo America.
When was he
right?
born?
No. Reggie's been around.
So-
I've actually looked into Reggie a couple times.
So Reggie, he first became like a known figure
Follow
because
him on
he basically saved.
Just read his Wikipedia page.
Basically, he saved VH1, the TV channel, by
Okay.
creating the I Love the 70s series, which was like the only thing anybody cared about on VH1 in the 2000s. And then, so Nintendo hired him as their marketing director, and he was so beloved that he ended up becoming the president of Nintendo of America.
Yes.
Now he's retired.
Yeah, I do know that as well.
And the new guy is called
him?
Bowser. Yeah, it's a guy whose last name is literally Bowser. Like, pure coincidence, but knowing the Japanese,
Is his
I
name
think that's
Doug
probably
Bowser?
helped. Yeah,
Yeah.
Doug Bowser.
They had that corny ass commercial where like Bowser appears and he's like, "What? Not you. They're talking about me, Doug Bowser."
Is he as fun as Reggie?
He
No.
seems alright, but, Reggie was like...
Reggie was a
Reggie
legend.
literally introduced himself by saying, "I'm about kicking ass and taking names, and we're about making games."
Oh,
and it was like he was a legend from that day
Sorry, I
forward.
actually immediately hate Doug Bowser. He previously worked for Procter & Gamble, which, whatever. But more importantly, Electronic Arts.
Oh, yeah, not a great company.
I've been hurt by EA a lot.
Yikes.
as a person.
Everyone has, actually. They're like the
Yeah.
most hated company
Star Wars The Old Republic
besides
is
Verizon.
a really fun game. EA fucked it over and over and over again
Yeah.
by releasing really good DLC that continued the game and the story and charging an exorbitant amount for it with subscription fees. I love MMOs, genuinely and truly. Stop with the monthly subscription fee bullshit. Like,
Yeah, that shit
genuinely.
sucks.
It is going to be the death of that video game form. I'm
Yeah.
not fucking kidding. It has never made sense to me why the fuck you would pay $15 a month to play a fucking game. It just charge someone an amount of money that gets you past the point. And besides the fact, Star Wars The Old Republic, and even WoW, for Christ's sake, you can just buy shit in the store, and if you're playing either of those games seriously, you're probably going to spend money. And so making someone spend money up front before they know if they like the game is silly. And from a business perspective, whatever, there's the sunk cost fallacy of they're not going to know if they like the game, so they're just going to pay for it, and then they're just going to keep playing it. That sucks. That is, to me, bad business. It might be good business in a term of like, oh, well, we're making money off of it. But in terms of satisfied customers, which I think is the goal, period, it doesn't make sense. It has never made sense to me. Anyway, that's my little rant.
Yeah, I had to cut a promo on EA real quick.
Fuck EA!
Kill them all.
I mean,
They always lost there's like a
Bird.
like an internet like a like what is it, consumeradvocacy.com or something, that every year does like a worst company in America award, and like EA almost always wins. And somebody said, why is Verizon hated? I think it's Verizon, but like all of the ISPs are hated because they all try to monopolize districts, and like they make it really hard to leave their service, and just generally just lots of bad business practice.
Yes. I saw someone in the chat earlier say that it's hard to go back to old 2D Metroid after playing Dread. And
I disagree.
I disagree so strongly. I mean, I am also...
I've never been able to get into those the newer Metroids because of the parry mechanic. Like I haven't mastered that yet.
Yeah.
So I'd only played like a tiny bit of Dread and
Well,
Samus Returns remake.
Yeah. Well, when Samus Returns, it just is kind of mid, I think, because the parry mechanic in that, you have to stop moving every time you use it.
Yeah,
You
I think
like
that's what bothered me so
much. The game
much.
is designed so that every enemy in the game, when you get close enough, they will like begin their attack animation. They'll do a little sparkle, fly at you, and then you have to parry
I don't
them.
actually know if I've played Dread, actually, now that I'm thinking
Yeah.
about it. I remember playing Samus Returns, but just being like, well, this is nothing like the Game Boy game, so it's
Yeah.
not like a replacement or anything.
Yeah, if you want a good replacement for that, you play AM2R, which is free, and you can download in like 5 minutes.
I also just like actually enjoy Metroid 2 and think it's a good game.
It is good. The
I feel
only
like a lot
reason
of
not
people
to,
like
you know,
shit on it.
well, it's because
It's frustrating in certain ways, but like it's still
every,
very
like,
good.
the environments all look kind of samey, and the like
Yeah.
The controls
fighting
are
some of
very
the
floaty and it's
fighting the
slower.
Metroids later in the game is a huge fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah.
That is the worst part. Is like
That's true of every version of Metroid 2, though. It's like
yeah.
it's not even just the original that does that. They're every single one.
That's
But yeah, Samus Returns, the parry mechanic sucks ass because you are forced to use it and it's not fun because it just stops your forward momentum.
Yeah.
Metroid Dread did it way better because first of all you can do it while running, and secondly like you do not have to parry the enemies to kill them. Like you can just blow them up the moment you see them. It's not like Samus Returns where the enemies are like, you know, in a buffed state until you parry them. So I think Dread is like kind of a perfect game, but as perfect as it is, I don't think the old ones are harder to go back to. Metroid 1 is hard to go back to.
Yeah.
That one's just like, because design
particularly the fact that you have to
back
get the
then-
long shot, like it sucks having to play with like the little short shooter, and like a lot of the game is just go up big tunnel, go back down big
Yeah.
tunnel, go back up big tunnel.
It's like the design sensibilities at the time were just different. Like people back
Yeah.
then didn't expect to have all the information available to them on the internet at any time. You were supposed to draw your own map.
Yeah.
And like there's this incredible YouTube channel called The Geek Critique. He played all the Metroids back in like 2017 and did like little reviews of each of them, but then he redid it a couple years ago, and he said this time when he played Metroid 1 he got really into it, tried to play it as if he was in like 1986, you know, playing at the time with no internet access, drew his own map, and he said it was a much better experience than what he thought was like kind of a shit, like mediocre, like outdated game. Was actually incredibly fucking fun when he played it on its own terms. So yeah, like that that guy is awesome, by
That's
the way.
my favorite type of YouTube video is like, I figured out you can enjoy things more.
Yeah, like that's what I'm all about, because
Yeah.
YouTube, early YouTube was in that era of just hating on everything, going, doesn't everything suck? Everyone who made this is an idiot, and I'm not. And like that,
Yeah.
I'm so over that era of YouTube. Like people still doing that just piss me off now, because they just feel like bullies, especially now that I have the perspective of someone who creates stuff. It makes me even more angry, because I'm just imagining like what the artist feels like if they were to hear that stuff. But getting back to the Geek Critique real quick though, I really want to plug him. Like everyone who likes listening to people talk about video games, you should investigate Geek Critique, because what I love about him, he doesn't just do like dry game analysis. Like he's not just a like, the mechanics of this game are really good. I don't know why I'm doing Matthew Matosis. I don't wanna...
We all love Matthew Matosis. Don't worry. It's not a call out post.
Not trying to shit on Matthew Matosis in particular. Just that's my go-to voice for game analysis. But, this video game is really good because of the mechanics being and whatever. No, Geek Critique is not just about mechanics. He mostly is about writing a narrative around a game.
Matthew Matosis is so good.
Like last night when I was doing like
your Waller is fucking incredible too.
We were like reacting to the Digimon movie, and I started reacting to it as Matthew Matosis, then responded to myself as H Bomber Guy, and responded to myself a third time in a Mahler impression. And that was during Free Ren, I think, because I was saying Free Ren was woke because the girl has purple hair.
Perfect reasoning.
Japanese animes. I can't even do it right now. I have to like get into the right headspace for it.
I can't believe that they would call this quality.
You made it so much more evil, but that's kind of fitting. He really is the YouTube villain right now. But yeah, Geek Critique does this thing that I really love, because when he talks about games, he doesn't just like dryly explain the mechanics or what makes it good or what makes it bad. You know, it's not just a critique. It's more like a story. Like he'll get you sucked in with the aesthetics. He'll have like old videos of him as a kid like playing these games, and he'll be like,
nice.
What makes the Sega Dreamcast such a magical experience? I'm going to take you back to 1997. When little 12-year-old Jake was just playing Sonic Adventure 2, and it was the most wonderful thing. And, like, just gets you really sucked, like, emotionally invested, and it's got this beautiful, nostalgic quality to it.
We can
and
quit
he's so,
time now.
he's so genuine. I love him.
I have to pee.
Okie dokie.
You should catch up on chat real quick.
Absolutely.
See what they're on about.
But yeah, Geek Critique is a cool dude. I've never actually spoken to him, but I love his videos. Okay, there's a lot of chats that we just completely ignored. I'm sorry, everybody. God damn, I don't even know where we left off. Mirror Logic. This sucks too, because it's like so far gone that I don't even know what half of these are in response to. Like, being trans makes it hard to pretend to be accepting of that. I can say from experience. Accepting of what? Shit. Fucked up. To be fair, buying pants is a pain. Okay, yeah, that's from like half an hour ago. Kyoto Animation is cool since all their shows have a strong female influence, like K-On!, despite stereotypes, is by a largely female team. I think Kyoto's works just got better and better as more and more women for directorial control. I also love Kyoto's more obscure shows, part of it due to them having furries and mascots, and also because they are gender equal. Guys get made fun of a lot. Yeah, that really is one of the best aspects of K-On! In particular, is that it's an all-girls school. It's all girls all the time. Fan service is kept to a minimum. I don't even think there's any fan service in season 2. I don't know if I have a favorite anime since it's been so long since I was like really entrenched in the anime culture and like watching it all the time, but K-On! Is my default answer because it still makes me really fucking happy when I watch it. Reminds me of what my life is like lately. A bunch of girls making music, making art together, and goofing around. That's basically that's what I do every day. Which is why I don't need to watch it anymore, because I just live it. Oh, there's one. Okay, Hermit Kun was one who said it's harder to go back to old 2D Metroids. Well, I also feel like it's harder if you're a new Metroid fan, too, because I think a lot of people who get into Metroid for the first time, they start with the remakes. They don't go back to the original Metroid, because, like, you know, everyone's most people in general have a kind of, like, icky, ew, like, default reaction to every, like, retro game. If games have unconventional controls, you know, as they tended to do, you know, like, control schemes didn't really become, what would you say, like, standardized until after the PS2 really caught on. You know, nowadays, like, every game has kind of the same control scheme, but back then it was all different. People were still figuring out how to make things feel good and responsive. So Metroid 1 and 2 are very, very floaty, and so is Super Metroid. They have very, like, low gravity kind of feel to them because they're set in space. But then if you play the remakes first, if you start with Zero Mission, which uses the same physics as Fusion, which is the 4th game, you're playing with a more, like, a much faster, more responsive, like, kind of, it's just a completely different control scheme. So you play Zero Mission, maybe you played Samus Returns or AM2R. Both of those are pretty fast-paced as well. They make Samus feel very heavy and weighty and quick. Going from those back to Super Metroid, which does not have a modernized version, no remake to speak of, I think people get a lot of, like, whiplash from that and underestimate the value of those physics. I kind of view Super Metroid as a similar thing to, like, Mario 64, where because it's so different from anything we have now, your first response to it's going to be like, fuck, why does it feel like this? This sucks. But, like, once you get used to it, like, if you adapt to the way those physics are, you'll slowly realize that you can get good at it and gain so much more control over it, that the physics allow you to do so much more than you can do in those other games that have, like, controls that are, like, easier and quicker to, like, get the hang of, but they have such a low skill ceiling. Like, you can't really do much with them beyond wall jumping. Super Metroid has all sorts of cool ass sequence breaks. And
hey Corona, what is the best Sailor Moon attack name, and why is it Star Gentle Uterus? I wasn't ready for that. Well, it's obviously that.
So, that's a really good way to convince me to watch more Sailor Moon, because I've only seen a handful of episodes, and I was watching the dick dub because I
got far enough for Star Gentle Uterus.
Well, I doubt that was in the dick dub. So, I mean, they censored the gayness, but did they censor the uterus?
I don't know. Well, yes, surely, right?
So Cypher says, I took a mental nap because you guys were so far behind in chat. That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm trying to get caught up.
Yeah, we got to get ourselves back up to date.
Josh says, Krona, guess what I had for dinner? Josh, if you had Burger King, I'm going to spank you. When I get home, I'm going to bend you over my knee, and I'm going to spank your butt cheeks.
Felix said Trixie is off the Zans. I've never actually had a Zan before. As I understand, they, like, knock you the fuck out, though, right? Alright, we're gonna switch over to Super Metroid. Because Metroid Prime is not too hard, but too like involved.
Josh, you are not locking the front door. I have a key, and if you bolt the door, I will kick it in.
The question is, do I already have Super Metroid? I don't think so.
Philistine.
It could be on it actually could be on my external drive, but we're just gonna download it again because it's a Super Nintendo game. It's literally on Internet Archive.
But yeah,
wait, is this just the image of like the cover? Never mind.
Just a JPEG.
It's literally a JPEG. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. I spelled it wrong.
You spelled it wrong again. Like myriad. Myriad Colors Phantom World. There you go.
Hey. Oh, it's like a whole direct.
Whole ass directory. Yeah.
I spelled it wrong. There we go. Metroid World?
It's Super Metroid. It starts with S. Search that. There it is.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's the Switch one?
What? Oh, Virtual Console Classic Mini Switch on. How do I emulate? Wait, what would I run that in?
Fuck?
Can I just run it on a Super Nintendo? Oh, I guess this one says Japan and USA,
wait, what?
So that's fine.
Which page? Which directory is this?
I think it's just the every video game they have or something. I don't know. Do I have a SNES emulator?
Do you not have BSNES?
I have SNES 9X, I guess.
Okay.
Or I don't. Never mind. Okay. Let's
BSNES. BSNES.
I haven't been using this laptop for a very long time, so I haven't filled it with all my crap.
Is there a way you can bring up the chat in another window so I can react to it while you're respond to people while you're doing that? I don't want the people getting bored again.
Yes, remind them they exist.
Yeah, 2D Metroid games is the main series. That is true. That's why they're all numbered. I mean, the number doesn't show up on the box, but the title screens will say Metroid 3, Metroid 4, and so on.
True.
Trixie, I know I will be in physical pain going to this con, but this is more an attempt to self-actualize and force me into motion than anything else. Hell yeah.
Landon texted me, "Fuck you, Corona. Burger King is fucking awesome. S tier," and then a photo of himself holding a Burger King bag.
Landon, this is why I'm not drinking your Coke anymore. That's why I'm drinking the Victor Coke today.
That's fucking
As soon as I drank the Landon Coke, I felt the Landon essence entering my body, and I started craving Burger King. That made me want to die, so I stopped drinking it. Josh says you're not that strong. I'm probably strong enough to kick in a door that has a little chain on it. I feel like that doesn't take much effort. If you just turn around and kick behind you, that's usually strong enough to kick a door in. Cops do it all the time, and cops are usually fat fucks, so I don't... No shade to fat people, by the way.
You play a team video game.
Just cops.
You lose the first team fight and you disconnect based off of it. Fuck you.
Agreed. Agreed.
What kind of music do windmills like? They're big metal fans.
That's a good one.
No, you have done good work.
Diarrhea. Is Juice Shaffo banned?
Shaffo band? What does that mean?
I'll Shaffo band everybody.
Shadow band, right?
Yeah. Is the trans New Word Order a serious concept or half meme? I think
Half
everything
meme.
that comes out of our mouths is a half meme. I think we're both deeply unserious people.
I'm as serious as I'm allowed to be without getting shot. As soon as it's like, do you really think that? No.
Yeah. I have a similar mindset.
Oh, right. I have to turn down turn down the volume on the emulator.
Says, I love Bird coming in like a super tag team attack intermittently. Yeah, Bird is my summon.
He's your stand.
Made me want to sing one of the JoJo's openings so bad, but I can't remember how any of them go. I don't know the lyrics.
Fighting gold! That's all I remember.
That actually pisses me off. I used to know the words to the first opening.
We're probably going to have to set up the controller and everything, right?
Yeah. I'm actually going to get my controller because I don't like this D-pad at all.
Okie dokie. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I'm glad. You know you think you understand, but you're so fucking arrogant. Do you even think you understand? It's an invasion. Y'all should check out, there's this artist called Iniko, Iniko. They're a non-binary singer who's like really, really amazing at singing. And they put out their debut album this year, and it's quite good. It's called The Awakening or something like, or maybe just Awakening. I'm not sure. But I've been listening to that quite a bit.
I have a very good controller because I'm smart.
Okay, this little whiteboard is bothering me, so I'm just gonna...
Xbox controllers just don't do it for me. I use my trusty DualShock 4 because it's tiny and I have tiny hands. I do not like the light on the back though. Gigantic light on the back of the controller. Huge waste of battery life.
Just get rid of this stupid ass meme. Nobody cares. Super Metroid.
Creepy time. iCarly. Why did you say those two things next to each other? Miranda Cosgrove. Were you talking about iCarly while I was
No,
talking?
not one bit. I have no idea what they're talking about.
I recommend a no thank you stream that he and Kickflips do a trio stream with you.
That'd be interesting. I don't know that No Thank You and Kickflips know one another, but if they do and they are interested in that, then that would be cool.
I would love to collab with Shitty Kickflips at any given time, even though she's probably not aware of my existence because I'm not that big yet. I was telling Trixie this. On the topic of autistically comparing real-world
Does it
relationships.
have to be this?
This type of cable.
I can't have. Wait, no, I can make this work. We're gonna lose audio for just a second.
Oh fuck!
But it's fine. It'll be literally 1 second. 1 second. I mean, like literally 5 or 6 seconds. But whatever. We're back. We should have audio again.
Yeah, can y'all hear us real quick?
And then Discord can now come out, and now you can hear that.
Okay. Audio's back, yes, good. Okay, so as I was saying, talking about autistically comparing real-life relationships to anime characters, Trixie and I came to the conclusion that she is Frieren and I am Fern,
Yes.
and I also came to the conclusion that Shitty Kickflips is my Sasuke.
Yes. So that was what started it. Was
Yeah.
you comparing that, and then I was like, oh, now I got to think about every relationship I have through anime terms.
Yeah, so Kickflips, if you're seeing this, I'm gonna catch up to you. I'm working on it.
All right.
I'm starting from the bottom, and I will catch up to you, and our battle
Button
will be
mapping.
legendary. Up. Up, up. Is it not working? What's the sign? Does it not? You might have to restart the emulator if it doesn't know.
Yeah, let's try
Yeah.
that. Oops. Didn't mean to click that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Close on.
Kickflips, GigaDonk, no thank you, Trixie the Golden Witch, Ben Saint maybe? No, not Ben Saint.
Why? Wait, that's such a left turn.
Ben Saint gets involved. I'm just going to be screaming into the microphone, and Trixie will be as well.
Awesome person,
Just gonna
awesome
be-
person, awesome person. Let's throw in a piece of shit
Yeah,
just for the hell of it.
What if we sprinkled like a quick dash of cancer in there?
Yeah, let me get that poop smear on there. Just a little smear poop on my sandwich.
You gotta show me that later.
That
'Cause
guy
I
is
still haven't seen
Fucking
it.
funny.
Because Ben Saint is the wild card. That's not a wild card. That's a villain.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wild. He's pretty predictable. He's gonna say something shitty that you hate, and then you're gonna go, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" It's so funny
He's
that
also
like
ugly as shit. Like he just he looks like the kind of person that would like do a hate crime on me. And he probably would, considering he led a harassment campaign against a trans woman for like a fucking while.
For like 2 years.
Fuck that guy. Never met him, never spoken to him, but I know who he is and I fucking hate him. Same with the EFAP crew. I always said if I ever got into like YouTube drama, which I'm not really looking for, but if it were ever to happen, I would want it to be with
the EFAP crew, which I'm very happy you feel that way, because I told you this, but like Riley's been encouraging me to start drama with those guys for a long time, because he sees them as like my fault. He's like, you did this, you introduced this to culture, and I'm like, I didn't do this, I didn't fucking do shit, I didn't do anything.
You definitely popularized looking at media in a more like deep analytical way instead of just reviewing it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the EFAP guys do, except their thing is like the opposite of you, where you like your big one of your big pillars was like
being
objectively
homosexual, and they're all like
well, it's that, but like
objectivity doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah. There's no such thing as objectively good media, and then this motherfucker comes in like, I can prove with science that objectively good movies exist. And then he just repeats himself and flounders for 16 hours, and his fans lap it up because they're all dipshit 14-year-olds. I'm sorry, I don't want to be I should not be cutting a promo.
Jacob said, I always wondered, was there a build-up of Trixie and Ben fighting before the big drama? No. Nope. That's what made it so shocking to me, is that, like, it literally is because I didn't release the Brony lecture. And, like, Ben, was, sincerely, deeply, deeply upset about it. And it's like, it's my fucking video, you know? Like, I think he looked at it as though his participation had been like, oh, I'm like, this thing I spent hours doing is now not going to have meant anything, is the way he was looking at it. And I'm like, it's my content, you know? Like, considering how much bullying I've had to do of Ben to get him to release shit in the past, it's quite a thing for him to be mad at me about. But, like, there was, for a very long time, we had been joking about doing a PCP episode called The Trial of Ben Saint, because we all, like, knew he was just a terrible person. But, like, the reason we never did it is we didn't think he could handle it. Yeah. Like, he kept saying he wanted it to happen, but he was afraid, and we were like, you should be way more afraid than you are, because, like, we're actually going to make you hate yourself as a person if we do this.
Ben is just a garbage person. That is correct. Someone asked, was Ben on the episode you called into? I'm assuming that's me, since I called into 2 episodes. Ben was in both of them. The first one I was like calling to kind of jokingly ask for dating advice, because I thought it would be funny since y'all were such weirdos. And then I called in the next week, and Trixie, you were not there, but I had a hunch that Ben would be on, because he was in like every fucking episode. So I mentioned him in my second voicemail, where I said, the girl broke up with me anyway, so I will now seek sexual fulfillment by kissing each of you podcast members full on the lips. And I said, Ben Saint, you're up first. Come here. And I made a kissing noise and said, I have AIDS. And that was the end of the voicemail. That I kissed Ben Saint on the mouth and instantly felt AIDS shocking through my body.
GigaDonk buttfuck we with $2 says only good anime is Love Live and Japan Burger King. Don't know what you mean by that.
Back as a teen, I did almost sit through an EFAP podcast, since one of the hosts, Rags, is an open gay furry with a real cute sauna, but then I realized they were spending like 1 hour saying nothing, and shortly after that time I realized there was YMS, another gay furry who's actually able to say things with me. Sadly, YMS was a guest on EFAP though, but at least he dislikes him now. That's why I kind of stopped following YMS's content, is because he had both Destiny and Mauler on his stream in like the same stream, and I was like,
this is too much.
Why are you friends with these fucking people? You know, like the EFAP podcast too is not only is it unlistenable, but also they're just bullies. Like they are just fucking assholes. Like above all, like they're the type to be like, well, anything you post on the internet is open to criticism. It's like,
you don't have to criticize it though. Yeah, like, that's a choice you're making.
You are choosing to go out of your way to do this. You are open to criticism, you fucking cocksucker. Bunch of bigoted assholes.
Well, we should be ready. Oh right, we have to
controller mapping.
Controller. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
EFAP is what morons think good media criticism is. That is correct, Brody. That's yeah. I mean, they really are anti-art for the most part. I don't know if any of them have made anything good in their entire fucking lives. Okay, that's working. Yeah, I don't trust anyone who criticizes art without making art themselves.
Or when they make like really shit art, like the Critical Drinker. Oops, I didn't mean to like that.
Or just like if you do make art and you're still really disrespectful towards other artists, I feel like that makes you an even worse person. This is good. The turbo's unnecessary.
Go press that again. I didn't realize what that button would do. I guess it saves automatically.
I guess.
It work?
I don't know because the game already started and I don't know. Can you reset? Because I gotta remap the like in-game control. I just set it to where the buttons actually are on a SNES controller, and I was like, wait a second, this isn't even how I play Super Metroid. The default controls suck. I think a lot of the best shows are the ones that make you think for a long time and pick apart after. That's how I rate things. I've seen many horrible shows which greatly affected me as a person. Sure. I mean, that happens sometimes. Sometimes I can analyze a show while watching it, and then other times I'll watch it and then later think about it more and realize that it was kind of ass. Why is the up not working?
Uh-oh.
The fuck?
It looks like it got reassigned.
Wait, what?
That should be correct now, right? Yeah.
Okay. We got Y, B, touches that one. Select is that one. Item cancel select. Angle up, angle down.
Beautiful.
Excellent. $10 donation on behalf of Ben Saint. Buy yourself a nice copy of Infinite Jest.
I think I still have Ben's copy of Infinite Jest, actually, in fucking Corbin, Kentucky.
It's in Kentucky. I was going to ask if I could, like, either borrow or buy it from you. That's really funny.
I would absolutely give it to you if I had it on me, but I think it's still... Unless it's... I don't think we brought it over. I have a bucket that's still in the garage I haven't looked through yet that Shade mentioned to me last night, but...
Brody says, well, I criticize art, but I also realize art is subjective. That's the way to do it. I mean, you can also... There's different ways to criticize, too. Because when I think of, like, real, like, critique, that's when you're, like...
I did not realize that was Brody in chat, also different name. Yeah. Caesar in chat says,
well. It's because I recognized her cat. But, yeah, like... If you're like in a so I took a year of college, did creative writing classes. We did self critiques. We critiqued each other's work, and it was all like, you know, friendly, respectful, like learning how to give like dignified input and take criticism well, and then incorporate that into your art, because you can't just make good art in a vacuum. You need to be influenced by other creatives and like really fully understand what you're going for. Because if you just wing it without any experience or like input, you're gonna not do great. But then there's like the kind of criticism that people do on the internet is just like it's become too normalized to just decide that you know better.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you have like zero, like people think I just watch lots of movies so I can criticize movies all I want, and that's not necessarily true. Like you can, but acting entitled about it and like you're some kind of like intellectual genius about it is so fucking embarrassing, and you haven't actually made a movie. It's like the Red Letter Media guys know this. They tried making a movie and it sucked ass, so they're very humble about it now.
VVV71 said, I will buy that copy. That is a literal Ben Saint relic. Silent auction, Dutch auction, Japanese auction, English auction. I will win every time. I need it. Yeah, I mean, I'll sell it to you. I'll fucking... Anything you want me to do to it, I'll do to it. But, I don't know. My asking price is $50 only because you set yourself up for being charged an exorbitant amount for a copy of Infinite Jest by wanting it so badly, but I have no use for it, so other than to sell it to someone.
It's too late. I already got dibs.
Oh shit! Too late. Krona's gonna have it for free.
Hell yeah. Hurricane says
$100. That is a lot of money for a volume of Infinite Jest.
And she says, I just meant how a piece of media lives in your... Oh, wait. You scroll up a bit. I can't see the
What
chat.
the fuck is Infinite Jest? Says Chicabog Buttfuck Weeb.
I wanted to read that. I just mean that how a piece of media lives in your soul is more valuable than its technical skill to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, and like... I think so. The biggest thing that bothers me about modern media criticism is the assumption that things are the way that they are because the author like didn't think about making it a different way, as opposed to they literally couldn't, you know? And like it's fine if you want to criticize the fact that they could not, you know, like if you think that what they were trying to do was too ambitious and they failed at living up to that ambition, that's one thing. But like if you're trying to say like, oh, I can't believe they didn't think about like making it good, it's like they probably did, you know, like they probably realize like that. I don't think they have monumentally bad taste. There's just like a lot that goes into making something.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like these people who don't make art try to do art criticism, and they talk about it with so much authority. And it's like, if you've made art, you know, know you have no idea what the fucking thing is gonna look like when it's done. You're in the creative process. You're just doing what feels right and hoping. Like you can't just become a master and then make perfect shit all the time. Like it's not like leveling up in a video game. You don't just get perfect at art. It's not how it works.
Well, and I was telling you about this, but I used to think that people were doing things a lot more deliberately than they really are most of the time. Where like I think like there's a level of thought you put into like how am I going to do this, but usually the core like voice of the thing is like more innate than that. Like it's not something that you necessarily tried to do. It just is the way it is because like that's how your hand moves or that's how your voice sounds, or like, you know,
some of it is deliberate and some like more of it than most people think is thought of. Like it is intentional, but it's much also of it like is just you. I think a lot of that things you naturally do and don't even think about because why would you?
And a lot of that intent is built around that starting awareness where it's like if your idea of like how drawing works, for instance, like if the first time you ever draw a picture is like through your finger on a touchpad, then that's just gonna feel natural to you. And so it's not like I wouldn't describe it as like a active decision being made.
The cursor is still there.
Oh yeah. Like it's not as though you are consciously going like, oh, I'm going to draw with my finger on a mouse pad because I like the way that looks, so much as just like that's how you learned to draw, so that's what it is, and then you get good at that, you know. And like sometimes there are people making like, you know, you see a specific aesthetic and so you go, oh, I'm gonna try to learn how to do that aesthetic, but it's gonna come out different because it's you doing it and not the person who was doing it before. And like, you know, again, your hand doesn't move the same way. Your voice doesn't sound the same. You know, you and I are both pretty good at vocal chameleon, like mimicking other people's voices, but it's never going to be one-to-one. Like, an autistic enough listener will definitely know.
Except my Mahler impression, which is perfect. But
your Mahler impression's fucking amazing.
I keep doing it slightly wrong now we're on stream, and I'm like too nervous to get it right. When we're just like cuddling in bed watching Fear, and I can get it perfect every time.
That's how I feel about singing. It's like when you're not in the pressure to perform.
I sing amazingly in the car, and then when I'm in front of other people, my voice goes, yeah!
Literally, all the time, I'll catch myself singing beautifully, and then I'll turn on a camera to try to capture it. And just like as soon as the camera comes on, like that little extra bit of force gets put in, you know, that like totally ruins it. And to my own ear, it's like, oh, there goes all the beauty that I was enjoying from myself, you know, like because I tried to commodify it. Interrupt, you know, everybody want to kill the moment for the. Everybody want to kill a movement for the moment. That's a clipping lyric.
Chica Bong butt fuck weeb wants to know what Infinite Jest is.
It is a really long, difficult to read book that is famous in literary circles, and chapter 2 of his comic is about like the main guy like carrying around a copy of Infinite Jest to try to look impressive, basically.
Like Wanamabe shit.
But funnily enough, he did legitimately own a copy of Infinite Jest, obviously for that reason, which is now in my possession, I think.
Incredible.
I think it's in Kentucky. It could be here. I'm not sure. But
someone was also asking what happened to Tom Oliver and Give and Take. I know what happened to Give and Take.
I think Tom works for Saberspark now. Like, just flat
that's
out.
That's incredible. Hell yeah.
I know he works with him. But I think because they were, you know,
Spark is someone I hear get made fun of a lot, despite the fact that he doesn't seem to do anything controversial.
It's that he bitches about Western cartoons a lot, and he's like, not like the Mauler of it, because he's like very
Yeah.
woke by comparison, but he like just whines about like dumb shit. Vic really hates Saberspark. Like Vic is always talking shit about Saberspark because he shits on cartoons that Victor likes. And
Drinking more of my Victor Coke since we're shitting on Saberspark now.
Vic and Hope are very like positive on a lot of Western cartoons that Saber will just complain about like the most random aspects of, basically. But yeah, Tom was like the first reason that anybody like really heard of him is because Saberspark and Paleo had brought him on to a show they were doing, and so he's always gotten along with them, and I think he ended up working like on the back end of their thing, of Saber's thing. I mean, because he kind of became famous.
As for Give and Take / Hypocrite, she is like hugely influential on me. I loved her Hypocrite stuff back in the day, but after she like transitioned, kind of disappeared off YouTube, I kind of
I think she makes games is like the main thing she does, and
she was
like
doing,
they
like,
all
a
look
Homestuck
cool
style thing for a while. Yeah, that was cool. I was more distrustful after, because she was like the only one still doing the podcast with Ben. Yeah. After he started being a cunt to you, and I was like, what?
Yeah. Well, and
why is she okay with that?
I very
so strange.
I made enemies with her kind of because I made fun of her and Ben on Who Are These Podcasts, because I was quite upset that she was taking his side, and she was very hurt by me making fun of her, and I was kind of like, you know what, it was mean and I shouldn't have done that, but like I was legit really upset that like I was like, I can't believe you still talk to this guy, you know, like consider, like, all things considered, I can't believe you are still putting up with this dude, you know, like
it's kind of how I feel like if someone's like a cunt to me and then like one of my friends is still friends with them, I'm just like, do you not feel angry when like someone hurts your friends or your loved ones? Like that's always bizarre to me. Like if someone, I don't know, if someone's being shitty to you, I kind of just don't like them by default, you know. That's why I hate Ben Saint so much, is because, like, I remember when the controversy was going on, obviously, like, you and I weren't friends yet, but, like, I was just watching the streams and stuff, trying to piece together. I'm like, what did I miss? What the fuck is going on? What is this drama? Like, just investigating, trying to figure out who was the bad guy in the situation. I'm like, did you fuck up? Did he fuck up? I watched his streams and stuff, saw him, like, kind of passively trying to tell people in the chat to stop being transphobic, but then he would just proceed to keep shitting on you aggressively, and I'm like, okay, well, this is fucking idiotic. And then, I don't know, like, I just got to see his perspective and came to the conclusion that he is a fucking piece of shit because his perspective is dumb. It's like, he is way too angry about something that he cannot understand because he's not trans. So fuck him.
Maybe he's not trans. We can't say for sure.
I can't say about anybody, but until someone openly declares, like, hi, I'm trans, I tend to not
to
except
assume.
Egoraptor.
Yeah. It's Egoraptor's made it difficult. You can only say I want to be a girl publicly so many times before we're like, we know, like,
I feel like that kind of counts.
Do something about it.
Yeah. That's like close enough to an admission. I feel Egoraptor could not get mad at us for saying that. Not that Egoraptor would ever care.
No, well, you
doesn't know who we are.
I love that man more than he could possibly understand. So
that man,
it's all for
cancel Facebook,
it's all for her.
Instagram,
do it for her. How funny would it be if you could get canceled for like calling an egg like by their preferred pronouns?
Well, it's like when I came the first day I came here, I was talking about Egoraptor to you, and I felt this pregnant pause after I said he.
Where I was like,
why do I feel like when I'm talking to you, I feel like I'm misgendering Egoraptor?
Oh no, this is messed up what I'm doing by doing this to Egoraptor, but it does make me legitimately sad to hear somebody like say those kinds of things like publicly all the time.
She's just trying to get that bag. You can't get that bag if you're trans.
That's true. Yeah, but okay, that's not the part. The getting the bag part doesn't bother me. It's the like participating in Creator Clash and like trying to be like a boxer, and I'm like, this isn't what you've been saying you wanted out of your life, you know? Like, you're talking about how you want to be a hot girl, and now you're, like, trying to, like, be a boxing guy. Like, don't stop. You're gonna break your face. Like, you can't be, like, this is not hot girl behavior, you know?
I love Egoraptor too, another creator who gets too much shit but I have nothing but positive feelings for. Every time Egoraptor gets into a controversy, I investigate it, and usually the people like mad at them are like fucking horrible, like 4chan like fucking like bigoted freaks most of the time. I got like an hour deep into this whole analysis video about every controversy Egoraptor's ever been in. Like more than half of it was just reading Reddit comments from misogynist pricks who were mad at Susie for selling cheap jewelry on fucking Etsy or something. It's like,
yeah,
well, that's not a controversy.
Well, and like their complaint is like, well, technically it only costs like $10 to produce this, and she's charging like $70. It's like, yeah, that's how jewelry works. Like, and that's how like all profit margins on all products are. Like, if you don't have that kind of margin, you're not they're not thinking about overhead cost or anything. Like, I don't know. It's just a lot of
upset about like the
pocket watching, you know.
Yeah,
pocket watching over things you're not buying, so who gives a fuck?
I just get so mad at the obvious like denial of what's clearly going on when they're like, it's not misogyny, we just don't like her doing these morally incorrect things. And I check any YouTube comment section on a Game Grumps video with Susie in it, and they're all saying, ew, Susie, you're fat, ew, and that's like a top comment. Like, shut the fuck up. It's not misogyny.
Yeah, she got treated like shit.
It was horrible. And that was the whole controversy with Egoraptor, is that he stood up for her. That he said, hey, I don't appreciate you guys bullying my wife. And he was like really chill about it. So controversial. Yeah, I clicked off that video. I left a dislike, especially because there was like a weird transphobic joke like an hour and a half in. And I was like, oh, I get it now. This is a pick-me girl. Because it was a girl doing the video. Like, she's a fucking pick-me girl. She's like, I'm not woke.
I don't know
like
what Lucario was saying that retracted like 8 messages, but I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. She just does that sometimes. Just like it's like a little like
said something she didn't want to have said, maybe.
Yeah.
Beating up people is hot girl behavior. It can be. I'm just thinking like, well, okay, so Egoraptor's version of a hot girl, yes, because I know that This is the thing that drives me insane about like trans eggs, though, is that they'll talk about things that are very like, well, this is like your projection compared to like what is normal. Like when he says, doesn't everybody want to be a hot girl? Like, no, literally no. Like, most guys do not want that and would be like creeped out to even consider it, you know, like it would make them feel weird to even think about, you know.
Everyone who is trans and wants to be a girl, but like they're like, yeah, but I'm not trans. They're like, nobody wants to be trans.
No, yeah.
Nobody wants to be. That doesn't, just because you don't want to be trans doesn't mean you're not.
I didn't fucking do this. I didn't choose this. Like, why would I make life harder for myself?
Exactly.
It just doesn't make sense. But
if I could be happy being a dude, I just would. Yeah, that's not how that works.
Literally just makes more sense. But why, you know,
my
whatever.
Life was,
it's not like that.
My life would be easier. Objectively. Oops.
But like I also see in Egoraptor a lot of the same like standoffish like dissociation created being an asshole. Like I think he's gotten a lot nicer over time, but the reason he is Grump is because he was legitimately like a hard person to be around by everyone's description, you know, like just kind of an asshole and like really, really prickly, you know.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about where I'm like, I want shitty kickflips to be like my Sasuke. So maybe I should be the Sasuke, because I think I'm comparing that live stream you did with her where you're talking about like, okay, so I have a theory that Egoraptor might be trans. I can feel her like panicking, like, oh no, I'm gonna be like in a controversy for having this on my stream, and I'm over here with you like, yeah, I think you're right. I think we should transvestigate
I did kind of
Egoraptor.
convince her, because she was like, well, if he says it that many times, I guess it's kind of like, you know, it's not that big of a
Who gets to be Itachi then? Trixie? Trixie is a
Kakashi.
Yeah, you'd be Kakashi.
I'd be Kakashi in this case, I think. I don't know anything about Itachi, really.
Itachi is a dumbass. He's too stupid to be you. Gonna rip my eyeballs out.
Yeah, so many eggs overperform their assigned gender to try to handle dysphoria. Most of my MTF friends went from buff to kawaii, neko, uwu. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what I'm saying, is like, that's what I saw in the boxing thing, was just like, oh, ego, like, you don't need to prove your masculinity. Like, we all think you're soft, you know? Like, why are you fighting? And I get that part of it was like wanting to do something physical, and like iDubbbz is promoting this thing, so it's like, oh, I'm a creator, I could be in creator clash, but it's like, you don't need to be throwing hands. Like, that's just not your lifestyle, and like, you're gonna hurt yourself, and we're all gonna be worried about you. You know. Creator Clash is dumb. It is a dumb idea, and like if you are a creator and you want to box, go just be a boxer. Don't like do it as a part-time like gaff that you fucking once a year have a boxing match. Like that's dumb. Just go be a boxer.
I remember when Trixie had her era where she liked mowing lawns and met that Alex Jones dude that sold her a lawnmower.
I don't think I liked mowing lawns. It was that like I accepted that I would have to mow the lawn.
You described the feeling that every otaku gets the first time they accomplish manual labor and feels satisfaction from it, because you're coping yourself into being like, okay, well, like that sucked ass, but like I can take pride in a job well done, so I don't feel like a fucking pack mule.
I've maybe mowed, like whenever I mowed the lawn and did that podcast about it, I maybe did it 3 more times in my life since then. Like
make it sound like there was a podcast where the entire topic was mowing lawns.
There was kind of, it was a Whirling Dervish episode 1 was about like how I had become a boomer because I had mowed the lawn at my house.
Well, I've heard you talk about that on other shit before. That's why I'm confused. Whirling Dervish.
But yeah, like I can't stand like watching all the like little grasshoppers run away from you while you're mowing the lawn. So and also our lawnmower fucking sucked, so it was like a total pain. I just like muscle girls. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting to. Is like I know Ego Raptor's idea of what is a hot girl is like cutie honey, like someone who can like transform and beat everyone in the room's ass, and like, you know, so like when he says hot girl, he's thinking like hot action girl, you know. So that in that way I could see why he would want to become a boxer, because I don't think that is like antithetical to his conception of being a hot girl, but at the same time I just don't think Ego Raptor needs to be throwing hands. I just don't think that's a place that he needs to be in life ever.
YouTubers talking about fighting each other is a similar feeling I get when I'm like, oh, this seems like a cute little video. I say I'll watch this to pass the time, and then the video starts like, this video is sponsored by Manscaped. Manly macho shaving kit to shave your man balls.
Which, by the way,
get your man
sucks
hairs
ass.
off your man balls. Like I just assume out of pocket that any YouTube sponsored like product is going to be for this on Trixie's channel. Any sponsors listening to this is not what Trixie is advocating for. This is entirely me, GigaDonk, saying this.
Yeah.
I fucking hate sponsors,
agree.
and I just assume that anything being sponsored by a YouTuber is a garbage product, because why the fuck would they be so desperate that they have to get a YouTuber to advertise for them?
That is true.
Do not like.
I do use Harry's razors because they are good for the price. They are like cheap, shitty razors, but they're good for cheap, shitty razors. You know what I mean? Like,
now that's how you market.
But that's the only like YouTuber product I think or thing I first heard of through YouTube that I do sincerely still use. But like, again, not because it's good, just because it's good for the price. Kind of like In-N-Out, you know, like people go to California and get In-N-Out and then they're disappointed, and it's like the point is not that you like get it as a special thing. The point is that it's like consistently good and really cheap. Or a farming.
I am low on health. Alright, that's good enough.
I have to pee again.
I have to pee soon as well.
But I do remember there was a guy who looked just like Alex Jones that sold me a lawnmower off of like Craigslist, and that's what Turlo's app was representing to.
GigaDonk install sponsor block. Sponsor block is ad block for YouTube shell sponsor segments. That's incredible. I didn't know that was a real thing. I mean, usually I listen to most of my YouTube in the car, so like I'm subjected to ads fucking constantly either way. If there's like a sponsor, I usually just try to skip like 120 seconds ahead, because most sponsors are like exactly that length. Just gotta I memorize the exact number of taps I have to do to my phone screen to skip sponsors, so I can just reach one hand over while I'm driving, go tap 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 tap, and I'm a genius. Fucking God. Die. I'm using the missiles now. Okay. Do you like Mr. Girl GigaDonk? I don't know who Mr. Girl is. Never heard of him. Is that like a trans person, or should I be scared? Sponsor block is incredible. It's all user submitted and makes YouTube 100 times more watchable. That's incredible. Yeah, YouTube is completely unusable if you're like on your TV or your phone. On the TV is actually the worst because they like, the fucking ads are turned like dialed up to 11. It's horrible. Josh says, I watched an episode of Family Guy yesterday that made fun of BetterHelp. That's incredible. BetterHelp really needs to get shat on more. I mean, like, I feel like most people who would look at YouTube sponsorships probably know by now that BetterHelp is ass, but never can spread that news too much. Don't trust people who fuck with your mental health like that.
I forgot about this fucking boss.
Yeah, this is the most forgettable part of the game for me. It's super boring.
Super boring.
Yeah.
More like.
Yeah. Bitch.
How do you do that? I'm so taken by surprise.
Chrono, what game would you play to impress us with your speedrunning skills? I don't normally do speedrunning, but I guess this would be it. Like, but if I was gonna like actually speedrun this game, I wouldn't be talking over it. I would be like locked in doing like a stream that was marketed to be like speedrun stream. Watch me, and like I would practice a lot beforehand. I don't normally speedrun games.
This is one of the most like legendary games for speedrunning because of the shine sparking ability, which is basically like a tech that lets you skip over like a deliberate like it's one of the few games that has skips built into it. Like they made it on purpose that you could sequence break and do that kind of stuff.
Speedrunning is too stressful for my brain. Yeah, that's why I don't do it. It seems like a lot more effort than it's worth. And like I play video games because I don't know. That's not
decompress.
Well, sometimes I mean, I like intense games, but like I have to be in the right mindset for them, and I don't like them to be so intense that it feels like work. That's the biggest thing. I don't want it to feel like work. I can put the work in if it's a Souls game, but other games, if they feel like work.
Hello, Gary. Mary Kiwi said, "Yeah, I prefer slow running."
Slow running, yeah. I don't know, because if a game's too boring, then I'm not going to get into that either. Like, I couldn't get deep into Animal Crossing. It's just too mellow. I need like a constant feedback loop of. I need some kind of catharsis, some kinetic fucking response.
Turlo said, I am baby mode. I like save states and easy mode. They make me feel safe and loved. I totally get that though. There's no way I would have played to the end of Super Mario Brothers without save states. It simply would not have happened. That game is too fucking hard.
First Super Mario? That's
yeah.
That game's just not fun enough to justify finishing it.
Agreed.
Mario 3 and Mario World are right there, and now Mario Wonder too. Haven't played that. You should play that game. That's
I'm
a great
so bad at Mario in general.
Oh, I am too, but they fun.
I did get to the standard ending of Odyssey, and I had a pretty good time. But I just every time I'm playing Mario, I feel like, oh, this would be so much more fun if I was good at it, but I don't want to commit to that, Yeah. Same with Sonic. Like that's both of those franchises. To me, it's like if you don't get into this as a kid and like the mechanics become second nature to you, it's hard to like decide you want to get into it,
I would say if you wanted to get into like classic Sonic, just get the Origins collection because it's easy peasy. They got rid of the live system, infinite checkpoints. That's the way it should be played, because getting a game over and going back to the start of a game always has sucked.
Yeah. Any
fucking millennial ass boomer fuck who wants to tell you like, well, video games used to be harder and you would just get good at them and stop being a little pussy bitch baby, that like, no, it just sucked. I had that game when I was a kid. It sucked and I did not like it, and I did not finish it because it was not worth my time. I wonder if Chrono watches Scott the Woz. Scott the Woz is okay, so I have watched some of his stuff. Like he's like he's not my favorite YouTuber or anything, but Scott the Woz is the YouTuber I would be if I started YouTube at age 17 when I wanted to. The thing is, when I tried making YouTube videos back then, like I just wasn't satisfied with any of my scripts. Like they weren't funny like I wanted them to be. They weren't very good. But like the idea I had for doing it was basically like I want to be like the younger equivalent to like AVGN, like the inverse of that, where instead of going, oh, old video games I grew up with, they're so ass, they're all diarrhea, I want it to be like the more kind of mellow, like kind of silly, more positive energy version of that, and that's exactly what Scott the Woz is.
Like happy video game nerd who later became Stop Skeletons from Fighting. Yeah,
but like Gen Z, so instead of NES games, it's like Wii games and GameCube games and stuff, and DS stuff. But of course, nowadays, I don't really watch a lot of Scott the Woz. I mostly use him as a joke. He's a bit of a meme on the internet now, and like So I realized how chronically online I am. I was talking about Scott the Woz and how I was saying, like, yeah, it kind of sucks. Like Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man used to be portrayed as this really cool, handsome guy back in the 70s, and now he's always portrayed as a Scott the Woz type, like kind of meek and dorky guy. And my friends are like, I have no idea who the fuck Scott the Woz is. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like,
that's funny.
I'm so fucking chronically online. I had to explain. Scott the Woz is just the primordial white guy. Like, he embodies all of whiteness.
Scott the Woz is interesting because I didn't like introduce myself, but I've been around him in real life like his crew, because they were at Too Many Games one year, and Bird ran his line, like he ran his autograph line or whatever at the con. And that year, Scott was, like, the person being asked about the most. Like, everybody wanted to know, where is Scott the Woz? Like,
where is Scott the Woz?
Yeah, like, because Bird would be, the years he's been at Too Many Games, they always put him at the front door of the convention. So he's, like, the first person you see when you walk in is Bird. And so, like, people would constantly come up to me, like, do you know where we can find Scott the Woz? You know, like, and then he'd have to direct them somewhere. But Scott himself, while he does look like a pasty, dorky white dude, he is constantly surrounded by, like, a posse of all his friends. You know, it's like he's got, like, 8 or 9 dudes
like a cool
around
dude.
him.
Like,
his girlfriend's always there.
He doesn't seem like he's not as, like, meek or
definitely
like
a nerd
shy
Chad. Yeah,
like as he would look.
But
you know, I just mostly use him as my benchmark for, like, what whiteness is. Like, he just is the white guy. Like, my friends are asking me, like,
so he's very pasty.
So, like, he's a generic white guy. I'm like, no, he's
the
white guy. He is whiteness.
I'm that white guy. Sorry, there's this fucking dude called What's the Dirt who kind of got bullied out of the hip hop community for being a little too white, and he literally at one point was quoted saying, "I'm that white guy."
No, you're not.
People keep playing that. People keep playing that soundbite. Yeah. I'm that white guy.
But last thing I want to say before moving on from Scott the Woz, so we can read these super chats. One more thing. Anyone who hasn't seen it, Google Scott the Woz Black Lives Matter in Google image search. There's a beautiful picture of him wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt, doing a little, like, dorky pose. It perfectly embodies who he is. It is my favorite picture. But yeah.
You want to read VVV71 super chat with 10
both of these
pounds.
are addressed to me. GigaDonk, try calling into the Mr. Girl hotline. Just, like, think of a subject you want to be.
MK Ultradon, and he will do it for free.
Do you know
Mr. Girl at all?
No idea.
You would not like him. Okay. I would not do that.
I'm
Gary with $2 says, Crota, thoughts on Game Grumos, also your range crazy. You do have a crazy range.
Yeah.
Your vocal range is... Because you can go full bass all the way up to, like, a near falsetto.
And I can do it quickly, too. I think that's what really, like, is impressive about it, is that I can do it on the fly. But yeah,
I love hearing that.
I can talk however you want me to, baby.
It's like there's this bit in my song.
Stop doing that before I awaken.
By the way, I will say more about Mr. Girl in a second, just because that guy gave that money. But
still have to respond to Gary. But yeah, go on.
In my song Hunted K, there's this part where I'm like delve into my lore like it's Elden Ring, bore into my brain with a drill bit ring. If you liked it, then you should have thought about it before you put a ring on it. No fling, bingy no bingy bongy upon the. It's like keeps getting higher and higher. Which shout out to Sarah Louise, who not only made the beat but mixed that shit. And I was like, I don't know how you're gonna handle this part where I'm like changing like the whole pitch every fucking sentence. And she was like, I love a challenge. And that's why Sarah is the GOAT.
Hell yeah.
Blind Skywatcher, goated producer. If you're not working with Blind Skywatcher, you're just not working with the best, I'm afraid.
Yeah. But my thoughts on Game Grumps, though.
Game Grumos, you
Game
mean?
Grumos. I used to be...
Grummos, we'll say, because Grumos sounds a little...
Never... Yeah. Okay, so my favorite thing about the Game Grumos... The Game Grumos taught me how to speak in a way, because I was talking about this earlier with you. Mm-hmm. Growing up, being very autistic, I was not good at communicating my feelings and thoughts to other people, putting them into words in a way that was interesting to listen to. If you think I'm entertaining now, fuck you, because that is a skill I had to earn. No one is naturally charismatic. That's a fucking lie. Mm-hmm. I started by just copying the cadence with how, like, the Game Grumps talked, trying to be as, like, upbeat and goofy as they are all the time. And
turns out we're both just children of Egoraptor.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm so obsessed with helping Egoraptor with the egg thing, because I'm just like, you're like the all-mother of like so many trans internet creators, and like you don't even realize it.
Okay, wait, I need to think for a second. So what upgrade did I just get? I'm in Norfair right now. I feel like I don't need to be in Norfair.
On the subject of Mr. Girl is generally like Mr. Girl's shtick is kind of like being the most uncomfortable person, and so like talking to him is really, really intense, and like you always get the sense that he's like not at all interested in making an interaction easy for you. You know, like he is almost deliberately trying to be as challenging as possible. That's and right. Like that's cool from a content creator's perspective. Like, you know, for me as somebody looking at like, oh yeah, he's a real artist, what he is doing is really art. Is it really art I'm personally interested in? No, because my mind is already intense, so I try to live a less intense, I try to make my surroundings less intense than the inside of my mind in general. You know, like gotcha. I don't want things to be as dark and serious as the way I tend to take them, so I try to project something more positive than like what I think is happening inside. And if somebody's like even darker and more intense than me, then I kind of am like, just like, can't you chill? You know, like, is there something I can do that will help you chill? And with Mr. Girl, there's just like an overwhelming sense of like, we could not be chill to like in the same space, you know? Yeah. Like it would be, we have had interesting conversation before. It wasn't relaxed. It was intense, you know? It is I, Lord Laputia, with Australian 15 says, Sawi. What are you apologizing for? Wait, why are you a different account also? It is I, Lord Laputia. Did you get banned or something?
Was Laputia the one who...
What is the lore?
Was Laputia the one who like asked me to react to Mr. Girl, or was that
no? Laputia is the one who got us to watch Amelia.
Yeah.
Joked about having us listen to Amelia Perez.
The cow and chicken shit, yeah.
Yeah, the cow and chicken.
Yeah, you better be Sawi.
She's also paid for me to watch Ruby and a lot of and Amazing Digital Circus and. Lots of independent animations.
I just want you all to know, every time you give Trixie a super chat, but like don't subscribe to my channel GigaDonk, you are failing the universe.
You're cursing yourself. Yeah, you're gonna.
I'm not asking you to send me money though. My cash tag is GigaDonk. All the money goes to Trixie because she needs it more than I do right now.
That is true. Sadly.
With a capital G and a capital D, but yeah, she needs the money more than I do. I've got a good nest egg for the time being, but I will be functionally unemployed in the near future, and I would love to do YouTube as a career path. And to get monetized, I do need more views and more watch hours, more subscribers.
3,000 watch hours is a lot of watch hours.
So if you like this stream,
go to Krona's channel and leave it on.
Be kind. Please rewind. Please return to my channel. I'm going to take you back to the past.
To hear your shitty thoughts that suck.
To suck the girl dick and eat ass.
Oh no!
How broke are you, Trixie? Broke enough that I paid
very
for the
broke.
Beer today.
Yeah, quite broke.
I'm the one who bought the beers this time.
It's Sunday, so like I have some money coming in tomorrow, but like until then I have like $50, and then I'll have like $100 once I have that money.
Hoshino says, "I'm already subscribed though. I love you. I'm going to give you kisses and hugs."
Aside from the fact that I tend to spend my money pretty quickly, going on that trip to pick up the truck was you know, it was probably costed like $1,000 all told, like to do. So, you know, that was pretty much what we had at the time. What is it called? Living hand to mouth, I think. There's a new Brandon Rogers video. Oh.
Focusing on Kraid for the time being.
Yeah.
Did you notice I got a lot more talkative when you switched to Super Metroid?
Yes, I did. You're obviously way more comfortable with this game.
So in the zone right now. I am feeling myself.
Gary always at $5 says,
that sounds dirty.
So many of Aaron's improv songs on the show are about how much he wants to suck a dick, like Tiny Rick singing Let Me Out for Real, save Aaron. I'm having a waking nightmare. I'm seeing colors in sky. Everyone wants to know about me, but they don't know about my Big old penis flopping around. It's 3 big feet of pleasure. Put it in your mouth and put it in your vagina. Everyone's having a real good time when they're hanging around my big floppy penis. Can't quite stroke it really fast.
I should probably focus.
Fuck, I'm trying to remember the next line. Here's how fast I can jack my whole dick. Ha 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 ha. That includes the back and forth motion. Let's do it again. Ha ha. That's how fast I can jack my peen. Everyone thinks that they have seen my penis, but they haven't. 'Cause if they had, they'd kill themselves. Everyone today believes in me. They believe in you. And that's true, yeah. I think that's how that ends.
Trixie, I love you. Remembering that entire song.
And I haven't even heard it in like 8 years.
I was gonna say, like, did you listen to that this morning while I was asleep? I like woke up and I was like, oh, it's Mother's Day. I better call my mom. And you were just like upstairs listening to Igor. I'm gonna jerk my big floppy penis.
No, but I did at one point like listen to it till I memorized it.
You like woke up today and Bird was like, oh yeah, I just talked to my mom because it's Mother's Day. And then you came downstairs and I was like, hey, I'm on the phone with my mom because it's Mother's Day. And you're like, okay, let me get back to Igor after singing about his big floppy penis. This is more important right now.
Lapusha with Australian 299 said, "Did I kill one of the live streams before? That's why you were apologizing. I forgot. It was the witch show.
You should be apologizing because that was boring, not because it killed the stream.
It was kind of.
It's
boring.
actually good that it killed the stream because
it was interesting to know it existed.
All fucking night.
Yeah, no,
so
that
tired.
was legitimately like the stream went down with good timing because like we needed sleep. It was like getting bad, and
otherwise we were just gonna talk each other to death.
Yeah. Well, and like it was getting ready to where Bird was about to wake up for work, but then when he actually woke up, he was like sick, and it was like,
so
let's
shitty.
just not even. Let's all go to bed and fucking calm down. And then we did. And then yesterday we recorded a cool ass vlog for the GigaDonk channel.
It was great, and it took so much. It took.
Do you know what the name is? Do you want to like announce the name of it?
The title is "The Trans Debate is Over."
Okay, yeah.
So when you see the trans debate is fucking over, but I want to get monetized.
The monetization. When you see the trans debate is over, that is the one that I did the camera work.
Yeah.
And some interjection.
Trixie is going to be in the video, so you better subscribe.
I know there's a part where I have you film me because I just went on like a rant about how mad I am that people felt the need to tell me about 4chan going down, and I was just like, why are you self-reporting that you're still checking in on 4chan? Like, this is not. Do
you mind if I use the footage of you before we started like talking?
Oh yeah, you can use all of it if you want.
That was fucking beautiful, and I want to use that.
Yeah, we have like 10 or so minutes of just the two of us aura farming. Also.
Did I get anything? I got the Varia suit. That's right. I'm supposed to. Barrier suits. Samus is canonically trans, by the way. Send a super chat if you want me to elaborate on that.
Hell yeah. I
probably did on another stream. No, I don't think I did. No, that was in private.
Stream.
That was in private. Yeah. Give Trixie money if you want to hear me explain that. Otherwise, fuck you.
I hope Hideaki Anno is happy now. Aliens are now real? And since when? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Remember when the Romans and Greeks were all gay? Can we please go back to those days? Yes. Although they were also pedophiles, so let's leave that part out. He talked her out of considering it a violation of her boundaries for him to continue to use her dead name and pronouns. Who did that? What?
You did elaborate on.
Are you talking about Mr. Girl?
No, I didn't. Nope. Totally didn't. That's all anyone that.
The trans debate is over as a fire title.
That's why it's called that.
Because, I found the Metroid manga and shared it to the server to prove Samus was trans. I remember Conan and some others hearted it. Hell yeah. Hideaki Anno is real? I don't know. Maybe.
So I wanted to elaborate real quick on.
It's definitely a creature.
Calling my video "The Trans Debate is Over" is like that is how the idea was born. I was just trying to think like what are good ideas for vlogs, and that sentence came into my mind. And I was like, I don't know what exactly that video is gonna be. I just know it's gonna be fucking awesome.
That's literally most of my vlogs. Yeah. Like they start with like a thing that I know is true, and then it's me trying to explain why it's true.
Yeah. something that is true and also sounds really fucking interesting
Yeah.
when summarized like that.
I'm a ridiculously big fan of aphorisms. Do you know that word?
No.
Like an aphorism is basically just like a saying, like any
Teach
kind of
me,
like
sensei.
pithy little like wives saying, you know, like a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush type thing. Like
Okay.
that would be an aphorism.
I usually call those boomer cliches.
A lot of them are that too. Oscar Wilde was like the master of aphorisms and the gayest man of his time, so much so that he lost everything he had and died penniless because he was a homosexual. But and messing around with somebody who was a little underage when they first got together. But you know, that wasn't the part he was punished for. It was the homosexuality part.
Brody says, "Gotta bounce. Have fun, ladies. Talk to you cuties later. Love you
Love
too,
you, Brody.
Brody. Love you so much."
Oh my God, Caesar! Oh wait, that was Brody. You were reading a super chat. I didn't realize
That's
she had
correct.
left $50 with that.
that
Thank
was
you.
50
Also,
bucks.
yeah,
Holy
that's a
shit.
massive super chat.
Incredible.
I just thought you were reading like a cutie chat. I didn't realize it was like a super cutie chat.
And now that I actually read my cash
Now I
tag
double
aloud-
love you, bro.
read my
I
cash
love you
tag out
and
loud,
love you.
I feel like I probably should turn my phone back on in case someone does send me something.
Oh yeah, true.
I'm not expecting it though.
All right, here's some miscellaneous
They would-
Oscar Wilde aphorisms. The mystery of love is greater than the mystery of death. Women are made to be loved, not to be understood. It is absurd to have a hard and fast rule about what one should read and what one shouldn't. More than half of modern culture depends on what one shouldn't read. Women, as someone says, love with their ears just as men love with their eyes, if they ever love at all. It is better to be beautiful than to be good, but it is better to be good than to be ugly. Nothing looks so like innocence as an indiscretion. Misfortunes one can endure, they come from outside, they are accidents. But to suffer for one's faults, there is the sting of life. Anyway, yeah, he just said a lot of, fruity shit. My favorite aphorism I've come up with is written right here. Romance is finding a billion ways to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I also wrote, the rice when cooked is double how it looked.
Haley says Krona's liberal. Haley, I'm going to fart on you. I'm going to open up my anus and I'm going to release the big toot and you're going to fall down and I'm going to look down at you and I'm going to laugh. Haley, you're a liberal.
Whoa, Trixie's $50 less broke, yay. Well, I will be next month anyway.
Hell yeah. Yeah, having
Yeah.
me around is actually very lucrative. It's a good thing I got so good at this game. I guess that wasn't a waste of time after all.
I tend to become less broke around the 21st of each month when YouTube sends me all the super chat money. But they send me the money for the previous month. So, like, on the 21st, I'll get all the money I made last month. And then on the 21st of next month, I'll actually get that $50, or, what would it be, $35.
Neolib, you voted for Amy Klobuchar. I don't know who that is.
Klobuchar. She was one of the candidates for to be, instead of Joe Biden, when they were trying to pick who would be the guy to go against Trump. Amy Klobuchar was one of the choices.
Well, I sure as shit didn't vote for Biden. So.
No, voting is racist.
Oh god.
A boy in a bush is worth two in a hand. I can't spell and you can't read. We are perfect. You gotta tell us about Trans Samus now.
Well, did I get paid yet?
I think Gary's trying to say that Caesar's super chat would therefore.
Oh, because of the
But
$50.
she did not indicate
Well, she
that
didn't
she cared
yeah.
about that at all.
Yeah.
Which horror game has the most blatant furry bait? Is it Indigo Park? That's the name. That's the fucking game I was trying to remember earlier when you were telling me about that other game with the blue guy, the evil blue monster that kills you at the
Poppy
end.
Playtime, yeah.
Yes, when you were telling me about Poppy Playtime, I was thinking of Indigo Park, and the wires crossed between that caused Bird to get very confused and try to be like. I don't know, he was trying to make a meme about the game, not realizing I was talking about a different game than the one he was talking about. It was very confusing.
Turlozap,
We
why
had
do
a
you hate?
moment.
Why do you hate me having money so bad? Why are you so mean to me?
Could have talked about the Trans Samus in the last stream. Oh yeah, So you can check the VOD. No, you can't.
Is Trixie dating Krona? No, Krona is just visiting. Not dating. It's more of like a student-mentor relationship with lots of cuddling involved.
Krona has a partner who is also in chat. And I have a partner who is also in the house.
Yeah. And my partner is monogamous, so...
That said, I kind of treat everybody as though I were dating them because the things I like doing are things that other people, like, only do as, like, a date. Like, I don't know, going out and, like...
I've cuddled with friends before. It doesn't have to be,
like
a committed relationship or whatever the fuck is that.
Yeah.
We're not getting married just because we watched anime together in bed.
I'm not even, I don't know, me and Bird claim to be married, but there's no government involvement in that partnership.
I may as well be married. I should just do that. I'm living with
Yeah.
my partner as if we were, you know.
It just keeps questions shorter. Like,
exactly.
even Dick Masterson was doing. He is actually
my boyfriend
married
who
now,
I'm living with. It's annoying.
It's very. And then they always, because when you say boyfriend, people always ask how long. Whereas if you say husband, they just assume it's been a while.
That's why I say partner. But then when I say partner, they assume that he's non-binary or transgender.
Exactly.
And that's actually not the case, surprisingly. I mean, I am bisexual. Like, I've dated people of every fucking gender under the sun. I'm just saying.
Same. I'm omnisexual.
Omnisexual.
That means I'll fuck anything Ben 10 can turn into.
So when you realized you were... Jesus Christ. When you realized you were omnisexual, was it like in the Digimon movie when Wargreymon and Metal Garurumon fused together to form Omnimon and start playing Let's Kick It Out! Show them all the things that we can do. Let's kick it out together.
It does not mean that I would have sex with Omni-Man, because he seems like a bad guy.
Not Omni-Man. Omnimon, though. You would.
Omnimon, yes.
You would
Omni-Man,
fuck a
no.
Kamui is going to be very happy that you said that you would fuck a Digimon.
Wouldn't
we all Renamon?
I'm sorry, like stuff like internet stuff like that where people are like, "Oh my god, you would?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course." What do you mean? Like,
you wouldn't?
You've never thought about who hasn't? Anyway, what is the girl version of a bromance?
Who wouldn't fuck a friend? Never mind.
The girl version of a bromance is whatever. They have a word for it in Japan, like
Yuri?
But no, even beyond that, because there's kind of an expectation in Japan that girls, before they have a husband, will have another girl they're like ultra affectionate with and have like that kind of like pseudo lesbian relationship with, but they have like a name for it. It's like your prepare boyfriend type thing, like I don't know, your pre-husband or whatever.
Sorry, whoever said the lolly to trans pipeline is real, stop. Please stop. That is not the narrative we need to be pushing.
No, that is not the narrative.
That is not even true.
The anime or like, I don't know, the otaku to trans pipeline is definitely real.
Yeah,
but...
I think I saw a YouTube video that went into that. I mean, I have definitely seen lots of videos by trans women discussing why lolicon is bad.
Yeah.
So I think
no, trans people do. The trans community is very anti-lolicon, like incredibly so, and I am also like anti that. I think it's a.
Yeah.
I just don't think.
As someone who like has spent much time around real life children and also being very close to my inner child, I find the concept of lolicon quite repulsive.
Being close to your inner child—that's a big part of it. Is like like actually.
Why are we talking about Israel all of a sudden?
Regarding
Haley, what did you do to the chat? Why?
Why are you talking about Israel? Wait, when did that happen?
I have no idea. I think Haley asked me earlier if I had voted in the last election. She's like, I did vote, but I live in Pennsylvania, so it meant nothing. Sorry, guys.
VVV71 is doing the whole. I am a huge fan of illustrations of quote. No, like. And that quote was literally because like my ex at the time, I was like really trying to help her with her thing, but like I feel like I was about to make a point and then I saw them type like 8, like literally a space between every single word anymore. And I had to like take a second to pause. I swear the amount of otaku cis girl lolicons are astronomical. I haven't met any trans lolicons, if any. Yeah,
there are none.
No, the trans community is very against that, but like
Pennsylvania isn't a hard red yet, is it? I mean, a lot of states went red this past election, and Pennsylvania was one of them.
America went red. It's a tough country right now.
I gotta say, I do not love Pennsylvania, but I do love being closer to Trixie, so whatever.
Eee.
Plenty of people on the East Coast who I fucking love to hang out with, and that is much easier when I live on the East Coast. Said
Trixie was outspokenly pro lolly not even a few years ago. So this is what I'm trying to say though. It's not about. You have to understand these are two different conversations. There is what should be legal and what should be socially acceptable. I don't believe that illustrations should ever be illegal because they cannot hurt somebody.
Yes,
but however,
yeah.
I think you can hurt yourself by consuming media that changes your mind in a bad way.
Hard agree.
And a lot of people want to say media doesn't affect people. No, it does. You just can have an effect on how it affects you. You can decide, oh, this isn't real, or you can decide, oh, this reflects reality, you know? And I think that if you really take the media you consume seriously, you'll reach a point where you'll start questioning, why am I looking at this, you know? And, like, if you find yourself, you know, like, for me, I've made it very clear that, like, my interest in that stuff was because I had, like, a lost childhood, you know? Like, I spent my whole childhood wondering why I'm not having the experience I think I'm supposed to, and eventually it was clear to me that it's because if I had been raised a girl and hung out around girls, it would have made more sense given my interests and my personality and everything about me, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, rejecting that notion for so long created this need to, like you said, I developed a stronger relationship with my own inner child, and, like, at some point I realized, like, my inner child should not be sexualized because that's terrible, you know? Like, I would not want that for myself as a child. It would have been bad, you know? It would have made my life a horrible thing if anything like that had ever happened to me. So, like, I look at that media now and I just see it as irresponsible and, like, kind of weird to even, you know, like, I get why some of these things can help you emotionally through certain parts of your life, but you really should interrogate it. You know, you really should think about it and think about, like, do I need this? Is this actually part of my identity? Like, no, it should not be that,
That's
you know?
You are fundamentally different from people who, I think most people who identify as, like, lolicon. Obviously you aren't.
It's a similar case.
Like,
I was telling you about how, like the same, because another thing I've taken back is, like, I don't use the N-word, and it's because of the fact that I realized how many racists are using it ironically and then seriously at the same time, you know? And, like, it's similar with when I was being defensive about the legal right for lolly to exist. That's when I got Amos Yee, famous pedophile, like, literal convicted pedophile, like, trying to patron me to defend pedophilia, and I had to, like, come out and be like, God. I don't like you, I don't like what you stand for, I don't think any of this is healthy, you know, like. And that was when I realized, like, oh, I actually do have to have, like, an anti, like, stance on this, or else people like this guy are going to feel empowered by me, you know, and I do not want that. Like, that guy's a real piece of shit.
I feel like we should get off the lolicon topic, because it's
For
starting
sure.
to get, starting to get to a point of, I think we're enabling people to believe that we can talk about literally anything, no holds barred on this.
That's
on this
true,
show,
and that's not the goal. Yeah, no. Well,
I'm just gonna say my piece on it and say if I believe Trixie was a lolicon, I would not be here right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I have some integrity.
Trixie, have you been to Pittsburgh? I have, and it was pretty. Well, specifically, I've been to the mountain, like, next to Pittsburgh. Because that was where Dima Foxpaws lived for a time when I guess, was it the first time we hung? No, it was like the second time we hung out, but this is a pretty interesting little town, just a bunch of bars basically. What cracked my egg was stronger girls like Pris Asagiri or Lightning Farron. I actually don't know either of those characters. Oh, I've heard of Pris Asagiri, I feel like. I can't remember who that is. I'm a non-trans who likes Cardcaptor Sakura. Well, you know, you are also, like, the world's foremost expert on Moe. Why is Chrono so good at this game? I would not have the coordination for this.
I have played it dozens of times.
Yeah.
It just takes practice.
Just ban the lolly word from your comment and chat section. Well, I want people to understand why I am not, like, you know, I do. The fact that I said something as dramatic as what I've said in the past makes me feel like I do kind of have to re-clarify myself a few times.
But now you've said your piece on it, and no
I
one better ever come at you with these accusations.
I have
again,
never worn.
We can just link them to this video.
True that. Or the like 3-part stream I did about anti-lolly, called what was it, ruining the joke or something like that. Ruining a joke part 1, 2, and 3.
Sick.
And then, did Trixie ever wear a Sonichu medallion on or off camera? No, I literally refused to touch it because my cousin, when he killed himself, had owned a Sonichu medallion, and it it came into our house, and I looked at it, and I literally was like, I'm not touching that. Like, that is a cursed object.
Talking about your cousin who lit himself on fire?
Yes, Evan, rest in peace.
Jesus, yeah, rest in peace, Jesus Christ.
But he had been a Kiwi farmer, and, you know.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, well.
I'm joking. That's morbid.
Evan was also,
sorry.
like, Evan
really
was a very, I will say, like, a tormented, like, trans egg / non-binary, just like very autistic. Evan's way more autistic than anybody I've ever met. I've never met a more autistic person than my cousin who killed himself. And his mom was a malignant narcissist who's like, literally when he killed himself, everyone's reaction was like, if I had to live with his mom, I would have done that too, which is sad as fuck, but it's too true.
I feel bad for even joking about that. Now it's fucked up.
But it's fine. Lapusha with $7.99 said, "I'm scared. Can we watch the Brandon Rogers instead?" Do you want to real quick pop over and watch the new Brandon Rogers video for Lapusha?
How long is it gonna
He
take?
was that funny guy we watched. The dude, the really gay man. You remember we watched that really the Choose Your Own Adventure video?
Oh,
yeah, that was Brandon.
That
Rogers.
was great.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I guess he has a new video Lapusha wants us to watch.
Okay,
this isn't really a request stream. It's more of a gaming stream.
You could request anything you want next time Trixie streams, because I'm going home tomorrow. But
or next time it says request. I do want, like, specifically there are streams that are for requests. Yeah. The other streams are for what the streams are for. Like,
tell you what, if I either get sick of this game or I finish it's a short game. If I finish it and we're still streaming, then yeah, I'm down for whatever. Can do requests.
Oh, that guy's just dead.
I'm just, yeah.
You are making quick work of this game. I think you're already a fourth of the way through.
Yeah, pretty good. Open that. I'm gonna do a quick sequence break here because I'm smart.
This is not a request show.
The cursed Sonichu medallion story scared me. It should. I mean, if you watch the Dick Show, he literally keeps one behind his head all times just because he, like, because of the fact that anybody believes in the curse, he's like, well, if it's real, I have to be cursed, or else I have to prove to you all that it's not real. You know, it's like, all right, Dick, you're having a kid. I don't know if I would invoke that kind of bad juju on myself, but, you know, whatever.
Only became anti-lolly because Vito came out as a PDF file. I feel like, okay, I didn't even know who Vito was until you told me about him.
What do you mean by came out as a PDF file? Did he, wait, what? What do you mean by that? Hold on. Do I need to know something that Vito said?
I didn't know who he was till you told me about him. I googled him and looked at his picture, and like I felt like I could kick his ass. I've never been in a fight before. I am stick thin, but I feel like I could beat him up.
Oh, I could easily beat Vito up. Like, he has no strength in his body whatsoever.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
He can barely, like, stay awake while sitting. Like, he's like.
I actually want to answer that super chat, so save that for me. Save that for me.
Oh yeah, Gary really wanted to know the Trans Samus thing.
Finally. I got money, I can finally do that.
Oh man. Is Don Vito from Viva La... As in Don Vito from Viva La Bam? No, not that Vito. Vito Gesualdi. He's a bad man. Am I actually going to do the teaching thought thing eventually? I'm glad that you reminded me of that, because I totally forgot. But keep asking, and it will probably happen, because I tend to have that thing where, like, if I get reminded of something 3 or 4 times, eventually I'll be like, oh yeah, like, I should probably keep that in mind. It's hard for me to do things that I'm not, like, totally convinced someone really wants to happen. Masterson had a kid? Not yet. He's having a kid, but I think it's gonna be soon. Like, she's got to be at least like 4 or 5 months along. And yeah, they just got married recently because of the fact that they're having a kid. I mean, he'd been with her for like, Dick's been with 80s Girl for like going on 15 years now. So they were functionally like married already, but Caribou-kun, wait, Super Metroid? Yeah, we were doing Prime for a couple hours, but then Krona realized that it's too hard for her to concentrate and play it at the same time because she hasn't done it as many times as Super Metroid. And now that she's not playing, I finally can try to fix this Golden Butterflies logo to look a little bit more centered because it's been bothering me that it's like not quite right. That looks, yeah, there we go. I think I fixed it.
Alright, what did I miss? Are we talking about lollies again, or have we moved on as a society?
Hopefully never for the rest of my life will I ever have to have this conversation
mine
again.
Too.
Make a joke once 8 years ago, and you never hear the end of it for the rest of your fucking life. I'm just
glad I'm getting that out of the way now, because I'm still very early in my YouTube career, and
Yeah.
I knew by associating with you publicly
that it was going to come up.
This is going to come up.
Yeah. I love the Shine Spark. This game is so good. Nobody is assigned non-binary at birth, so testament.
Yep. Oh, the super chat.
Oh yeah, Gary said Samus is trans. What other video game characters are trans?
Yes.
Well, Bridget
Move
from
the cursor,
Guilty
please.
Gear is probably the most famous.
Bridget is a very good one. To elaborate on Samus being trans, that is actually a little factoid from an art book, where the artist said it was like a Japan-only art book where the fucking artist made a transphobic joke referring to Samus as a new half, which is an old-school Japanese slur for trans women who have had bottom surgery, because you have a new half of your body. And I don't care if it was a joke or not. It's just factual to me now. That's just canon.
If it's in the canon,
you can't take it back.
Take it back.
I don't care if it was just a concept artist. It's fucking real now. You can't take that back.
It also just makes so much sense. Like, Samus is as transcoded as, like, she could be. Actually, I would even say Samus comes off to me as possibly a trans man, but, like, it's got to be one or the other.
My favorite fan art of Samus is all the ones that make her look, like, ripped and, like, covered in scars and, like, I don't know. Like, smaller tits, bigger biceps, you know? Yeah. That's the way it should be. Not like the petite doll body they gave her in Zero Mission, which, much as I love that game.
Yes, the main character from Celeste is trans.
Yes,
the
Madeline,
main character.
love her.
Actually, I don't know if the main character from Caravan Sandwich is trans, but there are trans characters in it, particularly the character Yucca, which is Vera's avatar on her channel. And there's that one Paper Mario, Vivian.
Yes,
from
oh my god.
Mario.
Yeah, Thousand Year Door. I bought that game on my Switch not too long ago. It's so fucking good. I love Vivian. My favorite thing about her, she has this ability. So her ability is every like companion you get has a special thing you can do in the overworld. Mm-hmm. Hers is that she hugs you and pulls you underground to like hide you in her shadow, and it's adorable because when if you look really closely at the animation, it's really quick because she just like grabs you and goes whoop, and then pops back out like whoop. When she hugs you, she has a cute little smiley face, and then when she has to let go of you, she has a little sad face because she doesn't want to stop the hugs.
That's so cute.
She's a sad little touch-star trans girl. Also, props to whoever it was at Nintendo that bullied the staff into allowing you to make her like canonically trans in the remake. Yeah. It wasn't like that on the GameCube. They made it very, very blatant that she is trans. That's fucking awesome.
No thank you, says Pyro from TF2 is trans, not elaborating. I've heard that a number of times, actually. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some others. There's a number of them. There are some videos about, like, there's some YouTube videos you can find that are just, like, lists of trans video game characters, too. There's a channel called Moon Channel that had a video about why Japanese games have featured trans characters, whereas American ones really haven't as much. Even Caravan Sandwich is a French game that is like made by trans people, so that's obviously why. There's a lot of trans game devs in the indie scene, and I wish I could name more names for you, but this is something you should take up with Vera, and I'm not Vera because this is the Trixie channel, but if you ever find my other personality walking around, ask her about French trans game development, and she'll probably have something to tell you.
I like how you said that, like, walking around, like, Vera is gonna, like, form her own body separate from the Beatrice collective and go out and, like...
I feel like you've probably hung out with Vera this weekend without really, like, you know... when I switch, I don't, like, announce it or anything. Yeah, like, I'm just, like, a bunch of different
I've been wondering
similar
like,
personalities.
How many times have I interacted with Pluto and Vera? And, like,
Pluto you can always tell, because she's got a very different voice, you know? But, like, Vera is just, like, a more motherly version of myself, basically. But definitely has more of a sweet voice. I have more of an authoritative voice because I'm the president.
You always sound the same when talk to you on Discord, because when you're in the chat with like 13 people, you sound exactly the same as you do on podcasts.
I default to like my more official, like, because I feel like I'm doing a show if it's people who only know me from a show. You know, it's a little different if it was like just you and Nisa, it would be a different kind of call. You know, like then if lots of other people are there, but there's only so many people I have like that level of trust with.
Gotta say, it is a different vibe being here with you in your house. That's why like I've been. Like, when we're not on YouTube, I just call you by your actual, like, name. Like...
Localization, it was the case in the original, but not localized originally, I thought. I'm not sure which game, actually, Caribou-kun's talking about. This
talking
one?
About Thousand Year Door?
Oh, yeah. It was originally the case, and then the localization left it out. But now the new localization has kept it in.
Yeah, the chuds will lie to you and try to tell you that, she was never trans in the Japanese one. They are literally fucking lying to you.
They're totally wrong.
They make shit up all the time. I'm going to go on a whole rant about how the chuds invaded the Dragon Quest fandom when we do the Dragon Quest video later.
Have you read Love Me for Who I Am? It's a pretty good trans/non-binary manga. If that's the one I think it is, I actually have a video about it.
Don't know that one, but I did read a manga called Until I Love Myself, which was an autobiographical manga by a non-binary mangaka, which was really fucking good. It does have intense themes. It's like a story about how they were like sexually harassed in the workplace, so it's not for everybody, but it was really fucking good.
I'll definitely read it.
If you can handle the content. It's only 2 volumes. Very cheap.
Love Me for Who I Am. I have a video about it called The Kindest trans/non-binary manga, I think. And it is like it's basically just like any other cute girls doing cute things, except the characters happen to be trans, and it's heavily themed around them being trans. So like, it's fantastic, actually. It's very sweet. Canonically, no one knows Pyro's gender, and there are many random things from the game and comics and stuff implying that they're a girl or queer. That makes sense. Sybil from Pseudo Regalia is trans. Alma from Unsighted is trans. I need to play Unsighted.
I just started playing Pseudo Regalia because I saw Z-Cypher playing it in the Discord, and it looked super fun. And Z-Cypher also drew some beautiful artwork of it. Go follow Z-Cypher on Blue Sky.
Z-Cypher has, I think, more than one like really great.
I really want to promote him more. Not just because
we need to send Unsighted to Chrono and Trixie spin the Brazilian trans girl dev power. Oh, they're Brazilian too? I didn't even know that.
Who?
Whoever made Unsighted. I guess it's a trans Brazilian game. That means I'm obligated to play it at this point. Even though I've never been to Brazil, but you know, I have a lot of Brazilian fans. Shout out
for sure.
Ellen, Amy, the rest of Brazil. I know there's like
shout out Brazil.
I know there's several other people whose names I should mention, but they're just my captains. So I always
Brazil mention.
Moon Channel is not good. In fact, what did they do wrong? I don't know. I could believe you. I just don't know why. I can't believe chud became a word that is widely used. It's great though. It's such an evocative word.
We always needed a slur for stupid people who try to be bigoted, but also try to like moralize it and try to disguise it as like some kind of, I don't know, like positive movement. I don't know, like because those people always do that shit, like the fucking anti-woke mob. Like, oh no, it's because we're protecting like the culture of Japanese whatever. It's like we have to protect it from American woke culture. That's like degeneracy. It's like,
what about Japanese woke culture? Like these people literally think that culture war doesn't exist in every culture, and it's like it literally is always a thing. There's always the regressive and progressive sides.
Pathetic fucking weeb chuds who think that Japan is like their conservative safe haven. That they want
the funniest part about that shit to me is that like real Japanese conservatives hate white people.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, a Japanese conservative is not gonna love white people. Like, they're not fucking pro-America. They are, like, they think that Japan was right for everything they did in World War II. Like, that's a Japanese conservative. Like, they're on a totally different level, totally different mode of thought from an American conservative.
Fucking embarrassing people.
They made a particularly bad video promoting the Cool Japan conspiracy theory video where they got many objective facts wrong. Well, that's unfortunate, especially for like a lawyer.
Who got objective facts wrong?
This Moon Channel
okay.
channel I was talking about. No Thank You is like the ultimate anime YouTuber, and therefore must make sure I know that everyone else is in fact trash by comparison, and that's fair. If you don't follow No Thank You, I don't know how you can really call yourself like an otaku, because No Thank You is the most otaku AniTuber, maybe. Besides Shaves, obviously. Caribou-kun. And Komugi, our girl. But she's young, so she hasn't had the time to watch as much anime as some of those other people. I think Komugi thinks I've seen more anime than I have, but she will pass me, like, quickly. Like, I don't think it's going to take long before she has seen more anime than me, because I've known plenty of people who've seen like tremendously more than myself.
She hasn't seen that much anime, but she knows more about anime than I do.
For sure,
It's crazy.
But she could describe to you the plots of shows that like she hasn't even seen.
That's why it's so much fun doing like that podcast with her, where it's just her and I. It's on the channel Luna Pretty Cure. It's just her and I going through my anime list, like everything on my personal anime list, and just kind of giving our thoughts on each show. And it's kind of great because I supply the opinions and she supplies the crazy encyclopedic knowledge about all the behind the scenes information about it.
Caribou-kun said, I'm flattered but nowhere near as otaku as Hayden or KYDB. I don't know Hayden's content like that, but KYDB is definitely like the most underrated like hardcore otaku channel where like lately he's been doing all these videos about like obscure not anime characters, but like moe girls that are like famous on the internet but are all of like really obscure origin, you know, like, and those are super interesting. Highly recommend. KYDB has been underrated for like more than a decade, so he definitely deserves all the shout outs.
Don't like that door being locked in. Oh, is this the room with the ohms? Yeah, it's the ohms from Nausicaa.
Oh, No Thank You said, I'm not the ultimate otaku now. Artificial Night Sky might be. I've never heard of them either. I'll have to look into them.
Trixie-san, look at the omu.
Oh my god, it is an omu.
It's the omu.
Omu.
Ah!
They're good. Komu says, thank you. Yes, I'm a prideful otaku because it gives me cute furry characters who are treated positively by the narrative. I wish that other AniTubers acknowledged me more in my magical girl analysis.
That's true.
AniTubers are kind of like assholes though. Like
Kinda
they're not even that like just like I feel like every AniTuber thinks that they know anime better than anybody else, and like everyone is secretly wrong, and that's why they have to make videos about it. And you know, fair enough, I get it, but there needs to be more. Not even collaborate. Like I think when we talk about collaboration as artists, there tends to get to be too much ego in it. Like everybody's going to be in the video, and like it doesn't have to be on that level. You can collaborate as in like I asked them questions about it, and I think more of that's happening now. And like I think a lot of people underestimate how much like the bigger YouTube channels have like teams behind them. Like Nino used to be like a GigaDonk guy that like he would go to for information about anime, because GigaDonk doesn't know that much, you know, like he's not like a super deep tier otaku, and Nino is like will go out of his way to find the info. So like if GigaDonk needed that kind of info, he'd come to Nino for it. And like, you know, it's the kind of thing that a lot of people won't do that without getting credited, or they'll get like really in their head about not getting credited. And it's like, yeah, but what about the connection aspect? The fact that like you're building community and inroads, and like this person can get you back later, you know. I don't know. There's a lot of pride that gets wrapped up in YouTubing that I think damages a lot of people's careers, where like they're so obsessed with proving themselves that it's like, yeah, but it's not just about you, it's about the community, you know. So what's going to be the best for the community. That's what I love about like a Super Eye Patch Wolf. I feel like that guy is he's very concerned about the responsibility of his content, and he makes jokes about it where he'll make fun of the people who are holding him to too high of a standard, but it's only because he is legitimately holding himself to the highest standard he can, you know, and like he is actually hurt by realizing that he didn't like live up to that, you know.
Yeah.
And he like makes a joke out of it so that it, you know, to cope, but like that is the joke, is like, no, actually I am super affected, I'm really sorry I got information wrong, you know, like I've never been quite that like that level of responsible about it until more recently.
Don't you know, you're a YouTuber, you're an authority.
Yeah.
You're
oh god, I hate that so fucking much. When people call me an authority, is like I lose my mind. I'm like, no one on YouTube is an authority. Go to college if you care about that.
Except
like,
me.
Jesus Christ.
I'm an authority on being cool and awesome. Only I can determine that.
Komu says, Hayden has definitely been nice to me before. They're a good one, and Caribou-kun is as well. However, all the other ones just said I was annoying when I tried interacting, like I tried to befriend Mercury Falcon, but he just responded by sharing fun facts, saying, are you the person who sent me that stuff in the mail, or some joke about me being weird like that, and it made me go, aw. Like, oh, I tried so hard to make good anime content, and I really do my research, and yet this one time I tried to become friends with Mercury Falcon, he just acted like I was a weirdo. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a very friendly person, just in general. Which also, a lot of anime fans are just not friendly. Like, they do have a chip on their shoulder, they do feel like society has wronged them, and like normies are bad people, and like they're just like angry, you know?
Yeah, Kamugi, do not take that in any way as like that's a problem with you. I just assume that like anyone with the slightest bit of like money and fame makes you a shittier person. Like I really do think
Mercury Falcon's not even that big of a YouTuber. I think it's more of a like,
well, for some people that get even the smallest tiniest bit of power over someone and then they become a fucking villain. Like that's why Discord moderators are so stereotypically awful, because they're fucking losers with nothing in their lives, and then they get, that's
why it's like the nicest people in the Discord who moderate my Discord.
You know, I won't turn into a fucking internet cop. But yeah, Kamugi, we fucking love you because we're good people. And you are a good person. That's why.
Big agree.
Anyone who's like, man, you're too weird to hang out with me, I'm just like, well, you're a fascist.
You
probably.
think iPatch Wolf mentioned me in a negative light in a recent video? I thought he mentioned me in a positive light in a recent video. What do you mean by I think?
Well,
did you watch it? Because I heard about it on Kiwi Farms, but they were saying it was a positive light. Like they were mad at him for being positive about me, so I'm not sure exactly what he said.
Maybe he said something like, oh, I was really inspired by this old video by Trixie the Golden Witch, but I don't endorse her because she's actually fucking evil or something. And I don't know. Kiwi Farms people are stupid.
Yeah.
They could have interpreted it
he
wrong.
Is very influenced by me, so it would be wild of him to like turn on that. Chigabong Buttfuck says I think it was positive. Yeah, that was the impression I got. Is that he was saying that my video shit talking other AniTubers was like a positive influence on AniTube, and it helped him to. Lapush said all he said was that one of her videos put a target on him for a while. Yeah. Probably it lit a fire under his ass to take himself more seriously. He was tremendously influenced by my Cowboy Bebop video. Like, the reason he does that super slow, like, cadence and everything is because he thought that Bebop video was, like, really emotionally gripping, and so he wanted his videos to feel like that.
I do really love the way Super Eye Patch Wolf does his videos. Like, the Chainsaw Man video or the Berserk video, like, I fucking, like, I hope to one day be good enough that I can make videos like that, like, where I can talk about art that I care about in a way that makes you feel it and not just be like, oh, wow, what an interesting analysis on this. I want you to feel it. I am a very, very feely person. Never mind. No, I just had to get good.
I see. I see. That FD Signifier shout out was awesome. I know. And Signifier really has my back in a way that has made me feel like I can keep doing this. Like, if it wasn't for that guy, like, backing me so hard. And more recently, like guys like the Company Man and Professor Sky have reached out to me, and like the Company Man just literally started off a video after his shout outs to all his patrons, just said, and also shout out Trixie the Golden Witch, no reason, just really good content. And I was like, that's the greatest endorsement I've ever gotten. Like, literally my favorite YouTuber, just like apropos of nothing, like Trixie's great. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be insecure anymore about like the fact that like I have a bad reputation or whatever, because he's a journalist, so I know he would find out.
I would be so ecstatic if my favorite YouTuber acknowledged me. Like, if I don't think Mother's Basement knows that I exist yet. I'm very hopeful that one day I will get his attention. It's always been my dream to be his protege. Like, cuddle with Mother's Basement Jeff Thu in his little bed and watch Free Ren with him.
All 6'7" of him. He is the tallest person I've like ever met in my life.
Wow.
He is unbelievably tall.
This is the part that I had to like actually watch speedruns to figure out. You're invincible when you're jumping with a charge beam.
Weird. I did not know that.
Yeah, this I always hated Fantoon, but once I learned this trick, this boss fight got a lot more tolerable. Also, they bring this motherfucker back in Other M. What was up with that? All the fan service bosses you could have picked. Why Fantoon?
Kino says, Kamugi, you are awesome. Highly agree. I think our Discord generally loves Kamugi. I think you're like one of the more beloved people around.
I mean, you called me the server idol. I think Kamugi's a server mascot. Like, she loves
definitely.
She loves mascot characters because
we have an idol and a mascot.
Yeah,
yep, for sure.
Exactly. It's like someone called me the server mascot. I'm like, no. There's a difference. I'm the idol. She's the mascot.
You feel that way when I do that for you? Oh, Shaves, that's so nice. I do think you're legitimately I want to call you like the best AniTuber in the sense that you care about anime legitimately more than anybody else in the right way, not in like the like.
I care very
like you don't care about your
someone.
Opinions about anime as much as you care about like being correct about it, you know, like and representing it well and like sharing it to the world in like a positive light and embracing everything about like what it is. I don't know. You just seem to respect anime more than any other anime YouTuber is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Gotta respect the art form.
I should say the creators too, like that's what I mean by that, like actually understanding that it's like a thing made by people and not just like magically coming into existence. I have to go to the bathroom.
Hell yeah. Going to not read that super chat till she gets back because I don't know who you're talking about. One day I will have a role in the server and I feel like it's going to be something ominous like server hitman. Z Cypher, I don't know if there's a particular role I would ascribe to you. I just know that you are very active in the server and I really fucking love hanging out with you. Need to come up with a good like role for you because I think you definitely have earned one. Maybe it would be like the server dude, just because the server feels like it's predominantly like women and non-binary people, and like we don't have as many dudes, and the dudes that are in there usually aren't as active as you. So get the honorary bro or something. Server dude. Unfiltered thoughts about Trixie, go. Unfiltered. I mean, I haven't really been filtering my thoughts about her either way. I mean, I fucking just gonna completely go mask off, I guess. I think Trixie is really cute and really fucking smart, and she's incredibly fucking weird. But like, I'm as weird as she is. Like, what they say in Deadpool, her crazy matches my crazy. I love saying, kind of like the Yui Hirasawa flavor of stuff, where like this seems kind of like weird and a little like too like crazy, a little too eccentric, a little too stupid, but you can feel the like the genius seeping through it. Just boldly saying shit that polite society would deeply frown upon, but like deep down, you know, there's like some fucking like wisdom in this. I really aspire to be like her. I'm glad that she approves of like the way I view her as a sort of like friend slash mentor slash like big sister kind of deal, because makes me incredibly fucking happy. She was like an artist that I respected the hell out of for years, and now she is a permanent recurring character in my life, and I'm deeply happy about that. Someone paid me to give my unfiltered thoughts about you. Now that you're back, you want to scroll up a little bit and read the super chat that I ignored because I don't know what they're talking about.
Lapusha, streaking of YouTubers, have you heard of I Love Kimpossible a Lot drama? I have not. What drama?
I haven't heard that name before. Who is Kimpossible a Lot?
She was a brony YouTuber from way back. I assume she probably does something else. Probably like a cartoon YouTuber if I had to guess.
Oh,
but
my favorite.
I'm not surprised to hear that she would have drama because like KP was always an interesting kind of character because she came into the like Brony and Alice's scene with the attitude of somebody who's like, I'm a celebrity, and like she had a bunch of guys who were like editing for her who, in my opinion, were very obviously like in love with her and hoping that doing her some favors was like going to get them in. But they literally came to BronyCon in t-shirts that said, I edit for Kim Possible a lot and all I got is this t-shirt. And we were just like, she's literally not paying her editors. Like, they're literally simps who are just doing stuff for her because
What
she's a girl. And it was like, oh no. It was wild.
This is why it sucks being trans, because like you get all of the like misogyny from being a female YouTuber, but you get none of the perks. Like, I wish someone would buy me cool shit. Like, fuck, dude. If someone would edit my videos for free.
It's funny too because
KP
KP was, in my opinion, not particularly attractive, but something about the way she carries herself. Nate and Jesse were both like determined to smash. They were like, I so want to sleep with like Kim Possible a lot. And I was just like, stop it.
Sounds like something that those two would say.
Yeah.
Having listened to copious amounts of the PCP.
Yeah, I haven't heard about any drama around her. Jinxie has played Cave Story, indeed. I did not beat the final boss, though. And it was a long time ago. And I tried to replay it, and I kind of got frustrated. But that was on the 3DS, and I don't like that version, actually. I don't like the way the graphics
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It. Cave Story?
Oh, yeah, no, I talked about Cave Story not long ago in the Discord, and I was told by, I think it was Tetsuko and Z-Cypher who informed me that you want to play like the original version of that game.
Yeah, well, I have played the original version, but the
haven't.
3DS version...
I tried it on Nintendo Switch, and I didn't care for it, which I did not realize that was, like, the inferior way to play it. So, because, like, the physics are different. Like, it just feels worse to play, according to them.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why it didn't click with me, because I fucking care a lot about physics if you couldn't tell from what game I'm playing.
And the physics are, like, an integral part of Cave Story, which is itself heavily influenced by this game, so...
There you go. I probably would fucking love Cave Story, but I was cheated out of one of my favorite potential games.
Oops, sorry. No, I didn't mean to do that. No. What's happening? No. Why won't it open? There we go.
Okay.
Oh, you're not dying. You saved yourself through your superior skills and senses.
I just have
pure raw gamer instinct.
Such an inverse opposite to my performance at Metroid Prime. My God, this just has shown me that I really need to lock in and play Metroid Prime like 13 more times because I have not played it enough. I gotta prepare for Prime 4.
Not streaking of, yes. I figured that might be what you meant. Thought streaking of seemed a little strange.
I mean, I'm down for streaking, but I don't think YouTube would like that very much. I am an exhibitionist.
One of the worst parts of every other Magical Girl show besides Precure is that they only have mascots there because it's a necessity of genre or to have mascot be evil. So overdone. Agree. Although the mascots were amazing in Precure, I feel represented. Thank you says... oh shit, I passed it. No, Precure wasn't even the first magical show to have mascots, though. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's what she was saying, but... No, in my message did I say any of that? I said I agree with Caribou disliking modern magical girl shows because they always have evil mascots now due to ripping off Madoka. Oh, you were talking about modern shows. My bad, I missed that. Please
shout out to Twice for sending me a link to where to play Cave Story.
Very clean. Oh yeah, it was originally free, so...
Hell yeah.
It was like the most famous freeware game for like a long time.
Gravity Suit, bitches. I think I'm at least halfway through the game by now, surely.
Probably.
I have just turned purple. That normally happens when you're halfway through a game.
No problem. You seem nice. I'm sorry if I sounded defensive. Trixie spoke very positively of you, so I wanted to be sure you didn't misunderstand me. Indeed.
And we were talking earlier about how like Kamugi tried befriending some anime YouTuber who was like, you're weird. Man.
Yeah, Mercury Falcon.
I wanted to ask Trixie, if Kamugi tried being friends with you back when you were presenting yourself as Digibro, how do you think that would have gone?
I think probably
I don't think you would be friends with me if I tried being friends with you back then.
If you had tried being friends with me back then, maybe not, but that doesn't mean you wouldn't still be friends with me now anyways, because, like, I don't know, everyone was around back then, so it's not like, you know...
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever prevented you from contacting me is why we were not friends already. You know, like, you sensed that it was not gonna happen, and that's why it, you know, you were correct at the time, but you know, you were also correct when you realized it wasn't like that anymore, if that makes sense.
Hell yeah.
So, like, I don't think I ever would have been like, oh, you're annoying, stop talking to me, because that's just not the way I communicate at all, you know.
I did try to communicate with you one time and never got a response, so I just assumed that I either made you uncomfortable or you didn't care.
9 times out of 10, I literally think of a response and forget to type it. Like I literally read everything, and I'm just so, like, if I can't figure out exactly what the words are right then and there, there's a chance it never gets said, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I don't know, you've been around me enough this weekend to see that I can just, like, get nonverbal and then, like not realize I'm not talking.
Yeah.
I think there was a moment earlier where I said, like, sorry I didn't say anything just now. I was, like, having a big
You're
thought.
Like contemplating. Yeah. Very deep in thought. That's cool, though, that you, like, recognized that.
Well, I've recognized that I need to explain it now, because people will see me just standing there and think, like, your assumption is you must not be thinking, you know? And it's like, well, actually, I'm thinking a whole lot, and it's too much to, like, put into words yet.
My assumption is usually that you've been distracted by something else that just popped into your mind.
That also,
it's just like, okay, well, like, because I have other friends that happens sometimes. I have tons of friends who are ADHD or autistic or both. Yeah. So I'm just used to people just zoning out and being like, I can't pay attention right now. Because I do that shit sometimes.
I'm not really as ADHD as I am dissociative. So it's more like I will forget that I was doing something just now, you know?
Not diagnosed with ADHD, but I am ADHD as fuck, like, in my behaviors sometimes. The inattentive type, not the, like, hyperactive type. But again, not officially diagnosed, but I've read stuff about ADHD, and it has been helpful to me, so fuck you.
Z-Cypher said, I almost reached out to you when we both lived in Boston, but I really did not like May, so I did not. That was the right decision.
Yeah.
Because she would have tried to turn me against you, and it would not have been... I don't want to, like, go into it, but that is exactly what would have happened.
Things that I have heard about Mace in the time I've spent here, I don't think I would want to be around her either.
No. Neither would I, frankly. Like, the person I am, that I have become, would not be able to be around her, because I would just simply be like, you need to start being honest or we can't be friends, you know, like... Yeah. You either need to be as woke as you act like you are, or, you know, or as not woke as you actually are. One or the other. You have to pick one. I can't stand that in the middle shit, which is kind of what gets people killed from our Discord, pretty much, is like when they show up and they try to act like they're
you're just a little too woke. Die.
Yep. It's like, you can't be in my Discord and say things like you're too woke. It's the wokest place that there is.
You come into a server that's like full of trans women, and you're like, I think you're reading...
And trans men now. Like, it's just a very trans server.
Yeah, more trans men.
We used to be almost only trans women, but we do have, like, I think, like, 3 or 4 trans men now,
a server where the mod staff is all trans women, and there are tons of other, like, trans and queer people in there, and you come in here being like, I think you guys are just reading into this bigotry thing too much. Like, literally, fuck you. I told that guy, fuck you, right before I banned him.
It was so funny.
I don't debate people like that anymore. When I was like early trans, I felt like I had to justify myself to everybody, and I did all the research. I was like, no, see, I know better. I know all the things. You don't know this. If I just show you this information, you'll understand that you were wrong. And like, they don't do that. They just fucking hate you. So, no, I'm not going to debate them. I will just fucking kill them. Just fucking blast them out of the stratosphere, because they are not worth your time or energy. Horrible fucking people.
Kino said, so real, most of my days I feel like dissociating and hallucinating stuff to the point that I forget, so I need refreshers for anything that hasn't happened recently or had a really strong impression. Yeah, no, dissociation is it's a lot. I mean, the more you understand that you're doing it, the easier it is to kind of work around it, but that doesn't mean you're not gonna do it, you know, like, and it helps to have people around who can understand, like, obviously there's good reason, like, Krona and I like each other so much, so we both understand, like, what another is going through in stuff like that, where I'm not gonna get, like, asked, like, why are you not talking, or whatever, you know?
You talked earlier about how, like, I seem incredibly patient with you and, like, things you do that are usually, like, inconvenient to people. Like, I have not felt inconvenienced by you or annoyed by you a single time since I've been here.
That is so nice.
Like, I am so used to everything you do already.
You do make things easy for me though. I haven't felt like you're not a strain to be around or anything. I haven't felt the need to like run away or retreat from you or anything like that. You know?
I'm very non-judgmental. I mean, part of it is that I already kind of get what you're about, but also I don't know. I just am graceful and patient with neurodivergent people and queer people.
All mod staff is trans women everywhere. You know what? I kind of believe that could be true.
Hell yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, it's finish what I was saying. What the fuck was I saying? I'm patient with queer and neurodivergent people, but I don't know. Also, just some of the ways in which you are strange are like kind of beautiful to me. Like that's why I'm such a big fan.
You complimented my dancing yesterday, and I'm never going to forget it.
It was like that's why I want to put it.
You complimented me on video, and I literally collapsed holding the camera. like I did a whole bit out of like dying from the compliment.
Like I told you before, how like music is like incomprehensible to me because I don't know how it's made. So to me, it feels like a more worthy like art form than anything I do because the things I do are easy for me. Yeah. Is a similar with you dancing, where like it was kind of like okay, I wasn't expecting it. You just kind of started doing it, and I was like, holy shit, this feels like transcendent right now. Like I'm like, it was kind of like the emotional climax of me like meeting you and getting to be friends with you and getting to learn from you and then seeing you in person and being like, just the way she lives her life is so fucking incredible. I want to like do the things you do.
It's so sweet. I felt great, yeah. I love dancing.
That energy will be present in the video too. Sorry.
It's hard for me to get to like that level of comfort to be like, oh, I can just like, because I don't think I'm like a great dancer, so it's not something where I could do it and feel like, oh, you're gonna watch me dance because you think I'm so good at it. It's like
you were just so I could tell you weren't doing it for me. It just felt like I was watching you do something kind of like personal, and that kind of made it more beautiful to me because I was just like, I don't know, it was like I was witnessing like it was like, oh, you just are art, like your body, your mind, like you just are performing art all the fucking time.
Even just to myself. Which
like if you watch my videos, my third vlog, authenticity and creativity, you'll know those two character traits are like the thing that I like value above like most other character traits.
You are your first audience.
Incredible.
So, you know, if you can entertain yourself, you can probably entertain somebody else.
Hell yeah.
I believe I was dancing to Smile For Me by Ravina.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful fucking song.
Can't wait for the copyright ID to
Lapucia with Australian 1499 says, basically KP went after Saberspark with zero evidence on behalf of some anonymous because KP doesn't like him and she tried to get someone else fired. It's a complicated, dumb story, lol. That sounds fucking hilarious. Yes. I can't imagine, like, okay, I don't like Saberspark that much in terms of, like, I don't think his content's very good and he is not interesting. I've met Saberspark. He was not interesting to me. But, like...
I kind of wrote him off in the early days for seeing him as, like, okay, so he has a cartoon avatar, but it's just a generic white guy with glasses and brown hair.
Yeah.
Like, why do you have a cartoon avatar when you're just a white guy with glasses and brown hair? That is the worst character design. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're going to have, like, an avatar like that, please either make it non-human or just make it look cool. Don't. Yeah. If you're just like a generic-looking human, don't base it off of yourself.
Yeah, I highly agree with that.
Especially if you're like the mysterious Mr. Enter, where he looks like shit and his avatar looks like shit on purpose because of it. He looks like someone who would like follow me into the bathroom.
I thought you weren't trying to start random beefs and you just brought mysterious Mr. Enter in. You're like, yeah, he looks like.
Does anyone respect him? Like, I'm sorry.
God. He did have fans back in the day. But...
I thought it was okay to make fun of him.
Oh, it is, obviously. It's okay to make fun of anybody, but...
It's like every fucking video he does. Like, there's like all those old SpongeBob reviews where he's like, I swear to God, if they make another stinky episode of SpongeBob, I'm going to freaking bomb. And I can't say that on YouTube. I'm not going to finish that sentence. He did threaten to kill the writers of SpongeBob one time. Oh my God. Come maybe send me that clip. It was fucking hilarious. Oh, finally, I got the spring ball. This is totally missable, by the way. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention how fucking good I am.
Gary always is saying that we are Scootaloo and Rainbow Dash coded. That's...
Who's who? I don't know Scootaloo. Scootaloo!
Scootaloo is, she's a Pegasus, but I believe she can't fly or struggles to fly because she has some kind of disability, but she, super looks up to Rainbow Dash, and eventually they end up having, a mentor-student type relationship.
Oh, that's cute.
We have a Free-Run-Fern relationship.
Yeah,
Forget about all that Scootaloo shit. We even watched the show together just to confirm it, okay?
Yeah, and then,
it's super official.
But then also I am Naruto and shitty kickflips as Sasuke. But I'm like the hot chick version of Naruto. I'm the sexy jutsu. That was exactly how I became.
Naruto is so trans.
That was how I became
transcoded.
The person I am today. Is I used to be like Naruto. I used to be like, me, I'm annoying. Nobody likes me. Fuck. And then one day I just did sexy jutsu, and I've just been having a good time ever since.
I guess Saber has a saber-toothed tiger persona that C-Cypher says looks better. I believe it.
I believe that. I haven't even seen anything.
And Saber
better.
has a girl Sona? That's interesting.
Hot.
Saber definitely, when at the time that I met Saber, I don't know if Saber's out queer now, but at the time I don't think he was, and my impression was you are a clear gay, because all he wanted to do was hang out with his buddy AC Race Best and vlog constantly. It's the same vibe as when me and Mumkey hung out, of obviously Mumkey is just gay, but he can't hang out with men without recording videos about it,
Oh yeah,
because then it would be obvious that he's gay. Yeah, the whole time we hung out, he just
that.
recorded nonstop, and I get the impression he's still doing that because he hung out with Rusty Cage and Eggy recently, and made a whole video about the sweet time he had with his homies, making content, and I was like, you're the same guy.
You and I just chilling, getting lunch or something. You're like, I could never do this with Mumkey, by the way,
because we'd be filming, we would have to be filming the whole time, you know.
It's so fucking exhausting.
It's gay to hang out with your buddies, you know.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I said, fellas. Is it gay to just hang out and not film your
Turns out involving a camera doesn't make it less gay, also.
Just makes it gay porn.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not like Mumkey Jones at all. I never fucking liked him.
I'm not surprised.
I can admit to having liked Ben Saint at one point in time before I knew he was a cunt. So he was just kind of funny, and he drew cool comics. And then I realized that he was a horrible fucking person. Now he's a bald, ugly fuckhead. No shade to any bald people who are cool. I'm friends with lots of wonderful bald people. I just want to say that about Ben Saint because
hamburgers or cheeseburgers?
Sucks.
Cheeseburgers. I think we both agree. Cheeseburgers, right? We like cheese on our burgers.
Of course.
Yeah.
A burger without cheese is like a trans girl without wings.
It's true. Shitty kickflips? Yeah, we're big fans of. Actually, I literally just did a live stream with her a week ago. Unless you were asking someone else.
I've never spoken to Shitty Kickflips. I have.
Oh yeah, he's probably asking because you were bringing her up as being your Sasuke.
Yeah. Well, I literally. It's just because
You're both young fans of mine who have recently taken to doing a vlogging style very similar to After Dark, but as trans girls with dye. Well, she doesn't dye her hair actually; she's just naturally blonde. But
beautiful hair, by the way.
Yeah, unbelievable. Laura Les literally ripped her off.
Well, it's I bring her up a lot not just because she seems like another person who, is obviously influenced by you, but it's also because. She is part of the reason why I'm doing YouTube now. It was because you made Practical Creativity in response to her reaching out to you. And then I watched Practical Creativity and I was like, this is fucking amazing. And that inspired me a lot. And then I was like, I gotta investigate the Shitty Kickflips person. And then I fucking loved her videos and immediately subscribed. And,
so she also influenced you to start actually creating vlogs and stuff?
Yeah, there's a bit of I was thinking about her videos while thinking about how I wanted to make mine.
Yeah.
So
Also, the video we filmed together inevitably is going to draw comparisons to her videos because the way I filmed you is very much like how her friends film her, just naturally. It occurred to me right after filming it, I was like, everybody's going to say I was ripping off Shitty Kickflips with how I filmed this.
I mean, if I had a crew, if I had a bunch of friends to make my videos with me, that I would have been ripping her off the whole goddamn time.
It was kind of how I felt too.
Yeah.
Gary always at $2 said, Free Ren Shmiren anime doesn't exist. GigaDonk Fuck Weed says Bees Churgers.
Beast.
I always wanted to punch Econ and Mumkey. It would be pretty funny to watch happen.
Hard agree. Finally, you're speaking my language.
Caribou says, "Please no shade to me, who has multiple vids with Ben at Nate's big lecture thing. That's fine. I don't care about who you work with, and like also like
I just
me
think
being
if you
upset.
think Ben Saint is cool, I would question your character.
Like it's different when I don't know. That was like a thing. Also, you didn't organize it. It's not like you invited Ben. You know,
I'm not gonna be like the Twitter wokeness where it's like, man, you associated with someone who said something shitty like 12 years ago. It's more about like, what do you think though? Like, what do you believe?
Yeah. In the case of Hippo, it was like me being mad at Hippo for continuing the show with Ben. It was more like, I can't believe you're not talking to me about like, why aren't you reaching out to me about this conflict that I'm having with Ben? And instead you're still doing this podcast with him. You know, it felt very like, do you really care about me? Or
like,
like
I didn't even
you know,
like really like, you didn't know me back then, but like I still did my due diligence of like, I checked out your channel and Ben's channel to like figure out, I wanted to know what both of you were saying about each other to figure out what the fuck was happening. It was weird.
It was weird for me. That was
extremely
like, people kept
fucking
asking
weird.
me, like, trying to understand it through me, and I'm like, I can't make this make sense for you. Like,
it doesn't
other
matter.
than like, I really shouldn't have been friends with a guy who I knew had this like in him, you know, like, but I just never thought he would just, you know, turn on me like that.
Yeah.
Especially over something so dumb.
Crazy
like,
shit.
But you know,
If you don't release this fucking brony lecture, everyone is going to die.
Like a saw trap.
Louis said I told them about Trixie kickflips, no thank you trio possibility, and Trixie was interested. I mean, oh, you also know shitty kickflips. Oh, okay, then yeah, that could definitely happen. If you are also
What are we talking about? Sorry.
no thank you. Somebody in chat, Lewis had been saying that you and I and shitty clip flips and no thank you should all be in a video together because I assume they're a fan of all four of us.
I don't know anything about No Thank You, but
No Thank You
sure.
is an English dude who has been a very long time fan. He is a master of moe anime,
Gotcha.
a master of anarchy and what's the word I'm looking for? Communism.
Okay.
Anarcho-communism, perhaps even.
Cat girl, communism. Baby.
Yeah. No thank you has personally held me to task politically for most of my career in a way that I respect.
I hate this room so fucking bad.
We've done some podcasts and stuff together. We've done some music together. Incredibly talented musician also. No Thank You is on the 100 Gex remix album and was not paid for it, which we're still trying to get resolved. Every time No Thank You comes on my podcast, I have to call out 100 Gex for not having paid No Thank You yet for that remix.
Feeling the struggle right now. So I'm talking about where it's like, this game is frustrating at first, but if you get good at it, like I'm not, you can do
I
really
assume
cool
Brody's
shit.
listing what she likes on a burger: mayo, ketchup, mustard, pickles, lettuce, tomatoes.
Ow,
Perfect
my ear.
burger. That's how it's written. Grilled pineapple too on
Oh,
a
it is
burger.
written like that.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, I thought you were just being yourself. I didn't realize that she actually typed mustard out in all caps.
Yeah, no, it's a Kendrick Lamar reference.
Oh, okay.
It was a big meme last year.
I understand. Okay, this is just the shortcut that leads back to the rest of the map.
Lewis with a heart says Mumkey, Ben Saint, Hippo, May. Well, Hippo is a lot better
Yeah.
of a person than those other three.
I was
Like,
gonna say, I don't want to like beat the shit out of Hippo.
no,
Like,
literally the worst thing Hippo ever did was keep working with Ben for too long,
Yeah.
and that's it. Which is like, again, I don't really believe in guilt by association. It was more like, why aren't you on my side about this?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very confused. Like,
or like, why are you encouraging this at all? Or
Yeah.
like facilitating it? Like,
exactly.
Because if I was like friends with you back then,
Especially after we
I'd probably
kicked out Mumkey for these very reasons, like for those kinds of association, which I don't know if
Yeah.
Hippo didn't like that about that we had done that with Mumkey, because Ben did not. Ben really hated that we had kicked Mumkey out for the reasons that we did, but
I mean, obviously I don't know any of these people, but like I feel like my gut instinct would have been to like just to not get involved.
Yeah.
But that said, I still take lots of influence from the Hypocrite videos, and I do plan on doing my own Kirby month one day to event, because I feel like Kirby month was a really fucking good idea, and the failure of it makes me so sad. that I want to like do it justice.
Real
I want
quick.
to avenge Kirby Month one day.
Jacob said, "What did Ben say or do to you before you made that tweet about him?" I have no idea what tweet you're talking about. I'm like, that tweet? Did I make like a really important tweet about Ben at some point? I have no idea. That's not. If that's part of my lore, I don't know it. I don't know my own lore.
Was there like a tweet where you were just like "fuck Ben Saint"?
I don't know. I legit have no idea.
I don't know. Either.
I have literally over 30,000 tweets, so.
I am fairly familiar with your lore, but I don't know your tweets.
Is no thank you Nino? No. Nino is Nino. No thank you is a white British guy. Nino is a
Really?
Nigerian British guy.
Interesting.
I see.
I can't think of mustard without it being intense, indeed.
Mustard just is intense. That's why I don't get it on my burgers. I usually prefer to get like lettuce, onions, mayonnaise.
Lewis says, Laura Les stole Shitty Quick Flip's hair and Dylan Brady stole No Thank You song. It's unfortunately true. I love the 100 Gex more than I love lots of other people, but nonetheless, they are true thieves.
It's going to be a hard part of maintaining my brand is that I am not going to stick to any one hair color for like too long of a time. Like I change hair colors like seasonally.
And that can be a brand in and of itself.
The hair I have currently is actually my least favorite color I've tried so far. It was supposed to be black, and the black dye was actually just really, really dark blue, and it mixed with the old like red that used to be there, and now it's like a weird greenish blue, and I've like let it fade for so long. But yeah, I am changing it again soon.
I called him an incorrigible cunt. I'm sure he had done something. I mean,
I have referred to myself as an incorrigible doofus on many times.
Like,
occasions.
My war with Ben was very weird because it started with I wouldn't release the Brony lecture and he got really mad. And then he started talking all this shit about me on social media, but he kept trying to make it about my politics. And then we did this podcast together where, like, I made it very clear to him that we literally did not disagree about anything politically. And then once he realized
Was it just because you were hanging out with Riley or something?
I don't even think so, because he didn't know
like,
anything about Riley, so he didn't know his politics or anything like that. It was just like, he was just mad about me not releasing the Brony lecture, and he thought if he bullied me enough, I would do it. Like, he literally just thought that, like, enough pressure would cause me to release it, and, like, he tried for, like, a solid 6 months. And,
bizarre.
You know, like, it got to a point where I remember the last PCP I was on, like, we were already kind of in the thick of it, but I was still trying to treat it like, well, you're my friend and I don't know why you're acting this way, you know? And then once I said I wouldn't go on the PCP anymore, that was when he looked at it like, oh, well, I'm not going to make money off of you unless I make you now a target, you know? So for him, it was about making money. He was literally doing weird, like, he was paying my patrons to unpatron me. He was constantly
that was it. That was what did it for me. I saw him paying people to stop paying you, and I was like, this is just, like,
nuts.
It goes beyond petty. Like, this is just fucking dumb. Like, what a weird.
It was wild. It was wild. But yeah, he was trying to make it like I think he just thought it would be a quick way to make a buck would be to make me like the enemy of his audience for a while, and like he would be able to steal some of my fans who were dissatisfied with me, you know, like basically whoever was a Trixie fan that didn't like, you know, that I had done this or that, which in fairness there's plenty of times I like didn't deliver rewards and stuff, so there's legitimate reasons to be upset with me, and he was kind of playing all those up and like literally getting into contact with people who like were upset with me about stuff so he could signal boost them and shit like that.
Funny,
like,
I've been a fan of yours for over a decade, and I have learned like time and time again to not depend on you for a specific piece of content ever,
because that's insane. Also, like if you're depending on a YouTuber that way, that is like, and if you're depending on someone emotionally at that level but you can't reciprocate their need from you, then that is literally like you are a leech, and I do not suffer leeches on me, you know. Like, so
there's like a part in this room where it's like, this is like where everybody always gets stuck in this fucking game because there's a path that's like impossible to find, and I think it's maybe over here.
I needed my tweets for my auto bio, indeed.
Sure.
Had a published auto bio when I printed out my Twitter. Well, I've got Blue Sky now.
This one? No. Where was I thinking?
Manny Meskits is my favorite British black guy. He is pretty fucking funny.
God, I got like a knot in my shoulder. How the fuck do you do this all day?
Was it the Bernie versus Yang debate? I don't even think.
God.
I remembered like the last couple times Ben and I talked was literally me like reminding him that we agree about things and that he was like making shit up to be mad at me about, and then like he just continued doing that.
Trixie. This entire time, have I been playing the game like this?
I don't think so.
I feel like it has.
Oh,
It
no.
hurts. I'm gonna feel this tomorrow.
Do you want to trade chairs with me?
Sure.
Yeah, that'll probably help because that chair's not very comfortable. And then I'll just sit here until I'm sick of it, and that'll be when the stream is over.
Do you want to like
We have been going for,
move
like,
the chairs around?
4 hours. Do you
Or
want to
just-
take a break? Do you want to just stop streaming?
I'm fine. I can keep going.
Okay. No, we're fine. We can keep them that way.
Yeah.
Unless you'd rather sit on this side.
Um,
Okay, you pick your position, and then I'll pick mine.
so if I can
Okay.
Okay.
I have the piece.
Okay.
Tell them things.
Of course. Okay. Ben was trying to get leftist clout at the time. That was always the weirdest shit to me, is that he was like kind of weakly trying to tell people not to be transphobic while leading a harassment campaign against a trans woman. It's like it just came across so fucking fake to me. Like fuck, so fucking stupid. Like people do things like that and not considering the optics of it at all, or like what. Like, you can say, hey guys, I don't believe X as much as you want, but if you're supporting X, like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's like the developers of, like, Helldivers, where they're like, our game is a parody of fascism. And then, like, it's still a video game about, like, doing fascism, and they're, like, act all surprised when real fascists love their games. Like, what the fuck did you think would happen? That's not smart. Also, if anyone in the chat happens to remember where the wall that I have to walk through is in this part. Oh wait, maybe there's like a really deep hole I'm supposed to jump down. Okay, I think it's down here. It's like, is this one? It's not that one? What the fuck? Die. Okay, this guy does not want to die. You just made me able to see it less.
Sorry, trying to fix the camera.
No, that's cool. You just gotta get more intimate. This is so much worse. What the fuck?
How's that?
Let's move our chairs around.
Okay. sorry, I just stepped on the Everything's exploding and dying in fire. We're all gonna perish, and it's gonna be just fine because everyone loves dying.
Get in here. Get closer.
Okay.
Holy shit, I'm dying. I didn't even say I was dying. Oh my god.
You saved yourself.
I might have a reserve.
It's all gonna be okay.
I might have a reserve.
Your
tank.
skills will pull through.
Okay, but Krona for HD2, literally it could have been solved for with the Pride flag capes day one. What? I'm sorry, can you try that again? Because I don't know what you're trying to say. Helldivers is more specifically a pastiche of Starship Troopers. Well, yeah, but like... it's different when it's interactive, because you're actively getting the catharsis out of doing the fascism in-game. And like, sure, it's like a big meme, it's a fun joke. I mean, me and my friends do it. Like, we all say the funny, like, ha ha ha, liberty, ha ha, like when we play it. But like, I just feel like it feels disingenuous to me. Like, I don't know. It just takes like a severe lack of foresight to not expect real fascists to love that game in the wrong way.
Where the fuck? I'm so mad.
Did I already find that hidden pathway and just forget about it? Is that what's happening right now?
Have a good D&D, Keto.
I do not want to look up a goddamn walkthrough during the stream.
Whatever happened to Cider from the pub crawl, he's still around, you know, living his life. Not really doing internet stuff, I don't think.
Where the fuck am I going? I'm so mad. trying to remember how I get from down here to up there. Community for Helldivers 1 was way different, which is when we got into it. It was more cartoony and hand up as well. Well, wasn't it like a much smaller success? Like Helldivers 2 seemed to be much more mainstream.
I will say I love Helldivers 2.
Yeah, it's
it is
super
like,
fun.
It's like it was. I mean, we only played it for a couple of weeks, but it was like the most fun I'd had playing a video game in like forever. Me and Bird played it together.
It was, yeah.
It reminded me a lot of Phantasy Star Online. I think is the main reason I got so into it.
I want to play that game.
Oh my god, we should. We should definitely do that sometime.
Yeah.
We got to get into a server. Although fucking Amy has been making me want to play Ragnarok Online because I guess she's in some kind of private server, and like that was my first ever MMO. And the first time I the first time I played a game online and had a really good experience with the people in the game. Because it was like I created a character and somebody just immediately helped me out and like told me everything I needed to do type thing. And I was like, wow, this is just like some random person and they're being like super helpful to me. And it was like the first time I ever really experienced that on the internet.
Oh yeah, I experienced that with first time. Okay, I tried playing Dark Souls 2 many times before I finally like it clicked with me. But the first time it clicked with me, I was playing it online and some like stranger helped me all the way through I forget what it's called. I think it's No Man's Wharf. There's the boat. And yeah, he like showed me all the cool like little tricks, like how you could use torches to scare off the big like little creepy guys with the long arms, and it was just like leading me through the level, showing me like, hey, there's hidden treasure over here, like without actually talking. And at one point I actually fell off of a roof and had to like work my way back up all the way, like we had to backtrack all the way back up to where we were. And he was totally cool about it, just like jumped off the roof like down to where I was and led me all the way back up. Super fucking cool, dude.
Very nice.
Yeah, best feeling in the world. Cause I normally don't play Souls games online because I fucking hate PvP. But
yeah,
super cool. Dark Souls 2 is also the only Dark Souls game where I could win in PvP because the game is so fucking slow that I feel like it's a totally different skill set from the other ones, the way it moves. I was able to succeed in ways that I could not in the other ones, which was interesting.
Lewis said, give everyone another chance, especially Ben Saint. No one has ever done anything wrong. No, he did plenty wrong. I'll beat his ass if I see him. It's on site. I mean, I've been told if it's really on site, say less, so I'm going to say less about Ben from now on.
That's a good idea. I feel bad. I'm the one that brought it up.
No, you're fine.
I mean, really, you are much more willing to talk about people you used to associate with than I had expected.
I mean, those people are all still real and they still exist, so it's not like they,
well, it's just like they're not like actively in your circle right now, so it's like...
I also kind of like putting it out there that like if I say this kind of stuff and then it gets back to those people, then it's kind of on them to either like confirm or deny that they are really like what I said, and if nobody denies it, then it kind of makes me think, well, okay, maybe they really are like that then, like if I'm out here talking shit and they're not saying anything about it, then I'm inclined to think it's because it's true.
Nuxtaku makes me angry, so glad you agree. Also, his talk sprite was literally stolen Undertale fan art of Sans. The only thing of Nuxtaku I've ever seen... Oh, fuck, I'm supposed to go down! God! This happened to me before, like 8 times! I always forget I'm supposed to go down in that fucking... Sorry, I've seen one thing of Nuxtaku ever in my entire life, and it was this incredibly cringy clip taken out of context, where, it was just him doing a parody of a Billie Eilish song, where he changed the lyrics to be about Twitch thoughts. Going, you're a Twitch dot, icky Twitch dot. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was
I
the
never
most
got past the voice.
Most embarrassing fucking thing. His voice is terrible.
I've never made it like more than 30 seconds into a Nuxtaku video because the voice is just fucking intolerable.
And like, I don't know. He seems to like portray himself as someone who's like, wait, hentai porn. I'm such a degenerate. But then he also like shits on people who make porn all the time, which known lots of guys like that, and I don't fucking respect them because they don't fucking respect women. So. No. Why can I hear the game suddenly? Did something happen with the audio?
No, I think that was just a particularly loud sound effect. You have been able to hear it the whole time. It's just been quiet.
That sound effect? I don't think I've heard it before, but I will take your word for it. Fucking shine spark. Ugh. That was perfect timing. I farted right when I did that move.
art can't be stolen because art is not property. That's true. But also, this is how you don't get paid for your 100 gex song ever. No, thank you. By saying things like that.
Digit says average Krona moment. It's true. I am a fartist. I create much fart work. I am somewhat fartistic.
Taking a teenager's Undertale humanoid fan art and literally MS Paint recoloring it to make videos about how horny you are is just gross. I agree. Also, it's so fucking easy to get original art. Like, just ask. Like, if you have... Motherfucker has 500,000 subs. He could literally just, like, make a tweet like, hey, guys, can someone draw me a character? And it would happen in, like, 10 minutes. Where do these commenters crawl out of? I know, Z. I know. But that's how it is on YouTube, you know? Everyone's always there forever. So, you just gotta...
Yeah.
You can make fun of them. You can ban them. They're still gonna be there, you know?
Yeah. I should probably take that into consideration that I'm, like, saying all the things I'm saying on the internet in public and not just at my gay friends in private. Like, so I always think... The way I always think when I'm out in public is that I'm okay with acting like a freak in front of other people because I'm like, I don't know these people. I'm never going to see most of them again. Like, and if I do see them again, I'm not going to remember them, and they're probably not going to remember me unless they're, like, they got a weirdly good memory. On the internet, though, everyone on Earth is not on the internet all the time. So the people who are on the internet all the time, I should probably be more wary of them now that I'm thinking about it.
Wary is an interesting word, but it's fun because, like, well, for me it's fun because a lot of those people, they act as though no one will ever know anything about them, but meanwhile reveal everything about themselves all the time. And like, even people whose name is literally anonymous, like, I can tell which anonymous you are. You know, like, everyone's writing style is like a fingerprint. Like, it's indelible. I can definitely tell it's you, you know.
Can't wait to see what Kiwi Farms has to say about me.
Yeah, they haven't yet. I'm a little... Hold on, let's see if...
Oh, God.
Let's see if they're up to anything yet. It was so funny the other day. I just, like, casually opened up my thread in front of Krona, and she was like, oh my God. And literally, it was just people complaining about Super Eye Patch Wolf being nice to me. It was all that had happened this week. And I was like, well, I feel really good about myself right now.
Yeah, you said it's not often I check Kiwi Farms and feel better about myself. I do not check Kiwi Farms. I'm too feeble.
It's hard to even find at this point, I think. Well, actually, I think they're back up, but...
I thought it was gone for a while.
They were gone for a while.
I wish it would stay gone. Same with 4chan. Humanity's better off without those things.
We don't need
Kiwi
them.
Farms says you're cool. We love this person. I don't know if that's a good thing. Wow, that's embarrassing, actually.
No, there's no way that's real.
Well, that's like one of my actual, like, friends from outside of your circle saying that. So I think they may have actually just checked.
No way. For real? I thought they were being funny because they're your friend, but if this is true, then that would be wild.
Well, they could just be being funny. It's not above Digit to just say silly things sometimes, but I don't know. I kind of trust Digit. Also, worth noting, normally, like, in private spaces, I refer to them as Digi for short, but I'm not doing that on this stream for obvious reasons.
Confusing reasons.
Yeah. Same reason why, like, my ears perk up every time someone talks about GigaDonk, and I'm like, this is why I'm not going to be an Annie-tuber, because I think you're saying Giga.
Okay, it is
insane.
here. You've been mentioned.
Holy
Small
shit.
update. Seems like Digi is streaming with another trans artist. They did one recently and seem to have opened a new channel. Is Bird finally gay and dead? What does that mean?
Christ.
Also, the spoiler says, imagine the smell. And it's just a picture of us looking cute and nice and normal.
Imagine the
smell. Not looking smelly in any way.
I did have fairly greasy hair in that fucking first stream we did, but
Oh my God! No, in response to that, somebody said, "Oh God, did the Canepa effect true out? Can someone confirm if that's him? Are you the Canepa effect?" Holy fucking shit, that's funny. This is the kind of shit they make up on Kiwi Farms. You're now a totally other YouTuber you have nothing to do with.
I'm sorry. I need to, like, pull up a picture of the Canepa effect.
Somebody responded, Canepa is Australian and he has a tweet that implies he's a dad. I find it very unlikely that he trued out. And also, yeah, has a new accent and nothing to do with his old personality, and is suddenly my friend now. All of a sudden, like, what the level of like logical leap to that is fucking astounding. Holy shit, that's funny.
People of Kiwi Farms.
They don't know he's married with a kid.
You have actual. That is actual brain damage. They call us mentally ill, and they're not wrong. But it's projection, right? Like, there is something deeply fucking wrong.
I was not at all expecting them to call you the canapa.
Trooned out canapa.
Holy shit.
I feel like if you actually watch my videos, there are so many like better things you could be making fun of me for.
They never. That's the thing. Kiwi Farms, they never investigate anything. That's why they're the worst. It's basically a website full of the world's worst journalists.
I thought Kiwi Farms was like the whole deal is they were so investigative that they could be mean in like really targeted ways. I thought that
was supposed to be the point, but they don't actually look into anything. They just make assumptions.
That is so.
I just heard the game for a second again, and
then
it disappeared.
And it lagged for a second. I heard it and it lagged
it's
for a
like
second.
You only hear it between rooms or something.
You know what it might be? It might be? It might be that my controller cable is loose and it thinks these are headphones or something.
Could be.
So when the cable wiggles. Because I've definitely had issues with this cable before. Should have thought of that when I brought this with me.
Did you said I can't believe people actually use that word and expect it to be taken serious. I think Krona told me about that one, but I've never heard proof it was real about. Yeah, no, they use it constantly on that website.
Troon? Yeah. Troon is like the worst slur. Like we were talking about this.
4chan and Kiwi Farms love it, but it's not offensive to anybody.
That would make a great topic for a video. You need to make better slurs because the slurs you're using are not working. If your goal is to like say something that's really dehumanizing and like hurtful and mean.
If you use the word Troon, my thought is, you are a 4chaner or Kiwi Farms user. Like, that's the only places that word means anything. So. Yeah,
it's like using the word Troon just immediately like calls yourself out as the most pathetic, dumb fuck. Like, it's like you're a fuck. Like you're literally telling me like I eat poop. I love eating shit all the time. I'm a fucking mutant. I'm a freak. Like you're like
mutant.
You cannot say Troon and expect anyone on Earth to take you seriously. Like in terms of like social like privilege or whatever, I am like pretty close to like I'm pretty low on the totem pole in terms of like privilege being a trans woman. I am white obviously, but like I'm just saying. I feel like I am like immeasurably above you. I am immeasurably higher than Kiwi Farms people in terms of like functionality.
Caribou-kun said, "Did you notice Jeff, Miles, and Arcata started a podcast together? That is the most nightmare blunt rotation I've ever heard of in my life."
What the fuck are we talking about?
So Jeff do Mother's Basement.
I know that one.
Miles is the guy. Miles used
savior.
to be the. I don't know how to describe his position. He worked for Crunchyroll as like the leader of their marketing department, I think.
Okay.
Basically, he's the only actual anime fan who works for Crunchyroll, and he was the one who invited me and Giga to Crunchyroll Expo and organized all that. And like,
I'm gonna electrocute this motherfucker.
Basically, the guy who poached half of AniTube to come work for Crunchyroll instead of being small-time AniTubers.
Okay.
Talking about including Canapa, including. I just played her video the other day and was trying to remember her name. God damn it. I can't remember.
Get zapped, motherfucker. There we go.
But yeah, like Miles was the guy who when I met him was like, I'm going to be running this company in 10 years. And like the most Silicon
babies.
Valley, like guy who had watched the IT Crowd like way too many times. Not the IT Crowd. What's the other one? The HBO show about IT guys. I can't remember what it's called.
Yes, Digidead is a great boss fight. Dragon is sick. Very underrated.
And then Arcata is the charisma vacuum who made that Bakemonogatari video we made fun of the other day, and so that is literally like the least charisma I've ever heard of being involved in one show. But, like between three guys, they have like one guy's worth of charisma. Yeah.
Are there like YouTubers that you like who you know for a fact have no charisma?
That I like, but they have no charisma.
Yeah. I would say that about Quentin Reviews.
Sorry,
Quentin.
Say quite a few of the analytical channels I follow. Like some of them have a very unique charisma that is just very like of their own. But there are some guys who are just like, yeah, you seem really boring and like, but you're cool.
Yeah.
This is not a call out at all. This guy is old enough that I think he could take this and not take it like offense to it. But there's a guy called Jeremy Parrish, and his thing is like categorically going through every NES and Game Boy game and like telling their history and just like every fact about them. And it's like he's been doing it for a long time, and it's literally just like the most like deliberately boring videos, like very just here's the facts and here's the information, and this is the thing, and it's like. He seems like boring but a good guy. Like I always respect somebody who just doesn't seem like a piece of shit. Like I don't care if you're boring if you're just not at all a piece of shit. You know.
That's why I say that about Quentin Reviews. Like I feel bad. Like I respect him, but he
just has no charisma. Not everybody needs to be charismatic.
Yeah, he just talks so slow in his videos. Like I have a hard time paying attention. But they're great background noise, which. I feel like it's not offensive to say because lots of people say that
Valley,
about his
is
shit.
The show I was talking about.
Holy fuck! Trying to do a spin jump and fucking spikes would not let me.
The whitest podcast. The whitest podcast about something that's not white, which is to say anime, that has ever existed for sure. Canadian Turtle, Canadian $2. Thanks to Lucario and Taper for recommending me this. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
And shout out to Lucario and Taper for their podcast, the Scooter Pitch Podcast.
Fuck yeah. I feel so much love in my heart for all of you.
Sneedhun is the funniest slur ever. You have to be supremely brainwormed to say. I don't even know what it means.
I have read like charts that explain all of like the like Twinkun, Gigahun, Passoid, like all those ridiculous fucking. But like I never saw Sneedhun.
I mean, it's Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's, is the joke. But I don't know what a Sneedhun is. Like I don't know how those two things get combined.
It makes me furious knowing these words. Like they're like, it's like knowing like I don't know. It's like, do you know? Have you ever read Tails Gets Trolled?
No, I've only seen Ben's lecture about it.
Okay, yeah. There's like a bit in Tails Gets Trolled where there's like these words of power and they're just slurs, and like if you say these slurs out loud, they like fucking decimate everything within like a 50-mile. And like so when like the Troll King says like the N-word for instance, it just obliterates everything. Like that's how I feel about these like 4chan like Twitter fucking Twitter slurs, is that I'm like, these are like words I should not know. Like these are actually it causes me brain damage every time I read them.
Canadian Turtle wrote those long ass comments I read on that. Yes, I did actually read your comments like out loud on a previous live stream. They were good. You did great. I love good comments. People who leave good, thoughtful comments are always cool in my book.
Yeah, that's another thing I want to advocate for. Don't just subscribe to my channel, watch my videos, and please leave a comment. I fucking love reading
Giga reads them all. And not only does Giga read all her comments, but like I suspect a lot of us in the Discord also read Giga's comments.
Yeah.
Like we're all interested in watching the growth of your show, so we're kind of like...
Even if it's a negative comment, because then I get to have fun shitting on it with all my friends.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Yeah, it's not like be sure to like, comment, subscribe because I'm trying to promote myself, which I am. Like, no, I just really fucking love the comments. Like, they make me happy. I guess
we missed a Landon super chat.
No.
What did he say? Doesn't Null live in the fucking Middle East? Apparently he moved to America recently. Now, we've all suspected he just lived in Florida the whole time and was lying about being out of the country, but apparently he has come back to America.
Oh, baby. Here we go, fucking Plasma.
But nobody knows what he looks like, or else it would be obviously on site with Null. But I couldn't beat up Null because he's too pathetic. Like, even compared to Ben or Vito, Null is like just on another level of a pathetic human. That's the guy who runs Kiwi Farms.
Okay. That's right, you did tell me about that.
Yeah. He's a sad case of a man.
I want to use... The thing with Kiwi Farms people is I want to use words to describe them that would get us, like, banned off of YouTube. Like, I can't be as harsh as they deserve. It's sad.
I will also say I have, like, legitimate, good, close friends who, like, listen to Null's podcast because they have been for years because his voice, like, helps them get to sleep. So, like, they don't even, like, listen to the content. They're like, yeah, he's, like, an idiot, but I feel I've been passing out to his voice for 10 years, so I'm just going to keep doing it. I'm like, all right,
I kind of understand that because I listen to Donald Trump ASMR, you know. Helps get...
The Chinese virus.
People listen to me talk and they get
it's like undead, like beyond the grave Trump.
I wish
he sounded like the Return the Slab guy from Curse the Cowardly Dog.
I wish I could do ASMR, but I just give people the coronavirus. Donald Trump
man.
ASMR with thunder in the background is how I fall asleep too. Yeah, thunder and raindrops hitting a tin roof and ocean waves and the wind. China.
Brainwormed is a false positive. I don't know what that means. I'm
I don't know
shading a TGT page right now. I don't know what that means either.
I never know what anyone is talking about.
The people who say those words aren't worse than anyone else. People just hate on them because their hateable qualities clearly... I don't know what you're talking about, Lewis.
I just hate hearing those words because they are like brain damaging words. Like they make me
Oh,
feel
yeah.
dumber after hearing that. Like
For sure.
I don't know if passoid is a slur. Like I just know that when I read it, I judge you incredibly fucking
Yeah.
hard for saying it. Like you should judge me for knowing it.
Yeah.
Because the fact that I even know what that word is means I have been in some like I've
Yeah.
been in degenerate spaces. I shouldn't say degenerate. That's like not the
No,
right word
yeah.
for it. I've been on Twitter
Chud
before.
space. We'll just
That's
keep
what you
saying
should
chud.
say.
Chud's a
Yeah.
fun word, and it seems to be catching on in our chat, so
Yeah.
we'll just keep saying it.
Where does this go?
Idea.
Oh, no,
Remember
that's
that
right.
animation you made? You're talking to Combe was talking to someone else in chat,
Okay.
talking to Canadian Turtle. Donald Trump ASMR with thunder in the background is how I fall asleep too.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
yeah.
he has a podcast. That's hilarious.
Chud, chud, chud,
Uh,
chud.
who would listen to a null? Well, yeah, he's like that's what he's known for is having a podcast. His podcast is Mad at the Internet, and or as Riley said, mad at the internet, more like bad at the internet. Who would listen to a null podcast? I'm amazed that I'm not gonna out who does it because they'll probably be embarrassed to even have that admitted publicly. But like, his voice is the whiniest, most bitch-made voice I've ever heard. It's always like, well, and this troon said that that they were gonna go to this
Like the way you said that.
You sounded like you were blowing into like a empty bottle just
Yeah, that fucking resonance. I used to be able to do a really good impression of a recorder. Like I could just do the noises that a recorder makes, which is why it's the worst fucking instrument in the world.
Lewis
I
said
can just
null
go,
is cute. Would null right now.
Would null right now?
Like he's saying he'd fuck null, I think, which is wild.
Would null nut right now?
Chibi reviews and null, two whiniest fucking voices. Yeah.
I'm really glad that we've covered such a broad, like, spectrum of topics in this stream. We talked about Lolicon, we talked about Kiwi Farms, talked about incels, talked about Chads, talked about so
Nobody
many
ever wants to
wonderful
talk about anything normal or good on my stream. It's always like, what do you think about the worst humans alive?
I
I'm like,
find that
okay,
I
well.
have a tendency to bring this quality to other people's streams as well, so I can't be too harsh about it. It's like I joined some fem cat boys stream one time, and he was just talking to us in the chat for a bit, and then his partner came back and they were like, "Hey, what are we talking about?" Slurs. That sounds about right. I'm not going to say who, because I don't know if that person would want to be associated with me or you.
It's true, we could just talk to you about fun things the whole time, Kamugi. What are you up to right now, Kamu? What is the coolest thing in the world at this exact moment? Besides this live stream.
Yeah.
What outside of this is hot? Tell me about your first cartoon crush instead. Crush.
First cartoon crush? I can think of cartoon crushes, but
Yeah,
not
I can't think
not
of
the
a
first one.
definitive first.
That's kind of tricky.
What was I actually in love with or attracted to? I don't know. I can't really think of one. That's not really what I came to cartoons for.
Yeah.
If anything, it was an escape from that. A new cool manga started in Jump about a Viking named Otter, and he uses fire powers to fight ice demons for the glory of Valhalla. That sounds cute.
I have lost the fucking plot
Shampoo
so
and
hard.
Ukyo from Ranma 1/2. They're cute.
I should
Coolest
be
thing in the
going
world at this moment are my 10-year relationship with Tirami, which I've been cultivating ever since I first saw Tirami in Asterisk War Sucks. Oh yeah, I forgot that you discovered Tirami through randomly he just shows up in the Asterisk War Sucks for like a second, and you like
Excuse me?
investigated the whole thing and became obsessed.
What the fuck?
I totally forgot about that. Yeah, Komu's life was entirely defined by seeing a character in the background of an unrelated video.
That's the coolest origin story I've ever heard.
It also reminds, I think Sparky's World, who did that 7-hour Sonic CD analysis,
Damn.
got into anime because of seeing the Lucky Star poster in the background on one of my videos and just going to check out that show and then becoming a diehard fan.
I went totally the opposite direction I was supposed to go. I feel like such a goonie.
Call me Icarus.
It doesn't seem like the people watching this stream really care that much about the gameplay, which is good.
And I saw Kingdom Come. I think they're just surprised by how smooth it's going because they're used to watching me play absolute dog shit, and you're just crushing this game that a lot of people consider hard.
Really? I feel like
if you don't know what you're doing, this game can be pretty difficult, I think, especially because you can get lost so
It's easy
easily.
to get lost, especially if you're not used to games like this, but I feel like by Metroid-like standards, this one is not that complicated. There's the one part in Meridia where everyone gets lost, like I did just now, where I was just kind of meandering because I forgot you can go down in that one shaft, but besides that, I don't know if this game has that many hard road. Oh, no, there's the tube. There's the tube you're supposed to explode. I only knew about that because of Game Grumps. Yeah. This game's a little hard.
Gary says not even watching it. It's an audio podcast for me.
That's how I treated most of Trixie's content for
I remember
years.
Bird dying on the inside was Trixie was playing Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I don't think he was prepared for me to be as bad as I am at it. I'm judging you very hard on the gameplay, Chrono. Mostly good. I'm so bad at saying wall jumping.
Cool. Well, it's also I personally, to toot my own horn, I feel like it's impressive that I can hold conversations like this while playing a game this complicated. It's only because I've gotten so much practice.
Lewis,
But yeah,
I'm going to tell you right now, you have been skirting with saying something that would get you banned for a while, but saying at Tirami dump that hoe about Luca is maybe a bridge too far. I almost instinct banned you for saying that just now.
No,
you can't say that.
You put respect on Komugi or I will beat the fuck out of you.
Yeah, especially Komu's relationship with Tirami is more pure than anything you've ever heard of in your life. I mean, if I got lost in the game, I'm too used to modern Metroidvanias. I think Chrono would be good at Unsighted, probably.
Don't know what Unsighted is. If you send me a link, I'll investigate it later.
It's that Brazilian trans game.
Gotta DM me about it now, or I'll forget forever. But yeah, Lewis, if you're genuinely sorry, I think you should apologize to us and to Komugi.
Real quick, I'm seeing if I own this game. I don't. I do not have Unsighted. It's on my wish list.
Love you, Kamu. Okay, I'm in Norfair. Where the fuck am I going?
Isn't that the blind girl from Hunter x Hunter? I don't know who you're talking about.
Komugi is the blind girl from Hunter x Hunter. That's true.
Oh yeah, that's
We're
true.
talking about that one Lucario fan.
Yeah, that one Lucario fan got the name Komugi from Nurse Witch Komugi.
Yes. I just felt my phone go off. Thank you, Z-Cypher. I'm assuming that's you sending me the link to that game.
Hell yeah.
My phone's at 3%, and I'm playing a game, so I'm not going to pull it out. But I get a little silly with it. Fuck around a bit. Nope, it's me. Nah, it's Twice. Okay, thank you, Twice.
Shout out Twice, who is also really cool, obviously.
Yeah, Twice Bites is the coolest.
I haven't gotten to talk to Twice that much, but being as cool as you are with Z-Cypher is obviously cool.
I've talked to them enough to know they're cool.
I trust Z's
Not as active as
taste
Z,
in
but that's
humans.
okay. So I feel like Z-Cypher is one of the most active people in your server.
I feel like Z would be a hard person to impress if you were a bad person. It's hard for me to imagine him having patience for people who suck, you know?
I don't have patience for people who suck.
That's true. You don't really either.
As you have seen today on this stream. I am not sorry. I feel everything I say very strongly, and if I only say morally good things, but I don't want to chase someone with a different morality pain, so I'll leave.
Interesting.
I mean,
That is, I mean, yeah, I guess you have to leave if you really feel that way.
that's how it be sometimes.
How strongly
you're
can
just-
you possibly feel Tirami break up with that hoe? What are you talking about? Are you all right?
Just that
Are you okay?
Just
Hold
that
on.
diametrically opposed to
Wait.
this relationship, I guess.
Wait, hold on.
Lewis, are you drunk? It's okay, we don't do sobriety here. I'll drink to that.
I think Luca is banning Lewis for that one. That was a wild thing to say.
Yeah. Krona, don't forget to pick up that thing before you come home tomorrow. Just text me, Josh. I don't know what you're talking about. Pick up that thing?
That
What the fuck am I-
thing, that thing,
No memory of what you're
that
talking about.
thing.
I was promised I get to ban him. Hee hee. I will be mean girly for one time in my night. You gotta be mean girly once in a while when it's
Yep.
earned. I got to be mean girly today when I banned that fucking sexist loser from the server.
That chud.
I put it in such simple terms for him too. I'm just like, well, because sexism is bad, and he's like, why? It's like, this is
alright.
normally I want to try really hard to get to understand someone before I ban them, but in that case, that was pretty fucking easy.
You notice that the ism at the end? That's usually a good... Luke, I would not have taken you as a Lauryn Hill fan, but yes, that was Lauryn Hill I was quoting there. Absolute queen. I'm glad you know her.
Trixie, you are now a mod for kickflips. Will you abuse that power? I would certainly hope not.
I literally already kind of forgot that I became a mod for kickflips. That's how loose I am. I literally will just go check her comments and be like, oh, someone said transphobic, ban,
Yeah.
Or if they're, it's mainly that she was getting comments sexualizing her that was really bothering her. So I'm
Yeah.
mostly on the lookout for that because
That's creepy, yeah.
I had not realized she did not already have a mod staff. So I was kind of like, well, I would offer you some of my mods, but I don't think you're gonna innately trust them just because they're my mods. So I'll just do it myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect her to.
But yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually looked at her comments yet to scan them for shit I gotta ban.
It's just a regular missile. It's no big deal.
Call me Icarus.
Chozo.
I got too
Yeah.
close to the
Oh, fuck.
sun, but a
Catches your
song
super
kingdom
missiles.
come. I personally, I realized from so there's a YouTuber who I'm a big fan of called Abso-fucking-lutely. And
Yes.
she has a very militant approach to the way she runs her fan base, where it's like if somebody says some sus shit, they are getting called out,
Yeah.
And everybody that she knows and trusts is
Gotta be like
a
that.
moderator. And so when I saw that she had this team of mods, it's very foreboding. Like when you join a chat and you see that there's 7 or 8 mods,
Yeah.
you're like, I'm not gonna fuck around here,
Yeah.
And so I kind of wanted to copy that and be like, okay, if I trust somebody, I'm gonna mod them.
Yeah.
Particularly if they're trans, that's who I'm worried about being offended in my
Just
chat.
the way you should live your
so
life. Just trust trans women.
I've got a couple of people in mind who could be mods, but I don't know if they want to.
I feel like I should clarify that with the statement that don't actually trust everyone just for being trans. Is one of the hardest lessons to learn, is that there are
Yeah,
people in the
no,
trans community
it's
who
true.
fucking suck.
Yeah.
There's people in any group of people you can label. There's gonna be terrible people.
If you don't absolutely
somewhere.
know every single person in the group, there's a good
Yeah.
chance that you would hate one of them. And that's why
Yeah.
we do kind of try to suss it out. Like that Lelaine guy, you were kind of like,
I was sussing.
if I say the right combination of words, are you going to reveal yourself
Yep.
to be the chud you are? And that's exactly what happened.
what that conversation was about. Started out talking about potential misogyny in Dragon Ball, and then quickly spiraled into okay, why the fuck do you actually think these things? Yes, screw attack, baby.
I think he says, way I run my board, I'm I'll make Stalin look like an anarchist. So you're saying that you are hyper authoritarian in your board.
You don't want Blair White as a moderator, that's for sure. I wouldn't want Blair White
As a human around me, I don't know. She's a racist, right?
Yeah, don't racist people smell like shit, like literal fecal matter?
Probably, yeah. I haven't been that much around them, but I would bet.
I just feel like if I was in a room with Blair White, it would give me the shits by proxy. I would just start aggressively shitting my pants uncontrollably by being near her. I think you gain incontinence by being in a room with Blair White. I've been told that somewhere. Just got really quiet.
Sorry, I was reading Komugi talking to Caribou-kun. It was about unrelated subjects. I was like, Infinite Revias, I like that OST, but the conversation was too complicated to bring up.
I'm pretty chill as a mod, but I also hair trigger immediate ban for some things. I don't do much modding anymore, though I've had some bad experiences. Same, hard same digit. That's the way it should be. Some things do deserve a hair trigger ban, and that's not just in Discord, like, moderation ship. That's, like, in life. Like, some people, even. Like, I don't care how much investment I have in someone as a human being, like, emotionally. There are certain lines you cannot cross. Yeah. There are lines that Trixie, if she crossed right now, I would punch her in the face and never talk to her again. You gotta know. You just gotta...
And I'm not stupid enough to try to speculate about what those are, or try to... There's some people who will hear that and be like...
It would have to be, like, the most
and
extreme...
they just start saying stuff, and it's like, that's the kind of person I can't stand the most.
Exactly.
It's like the person who's like...
They start trying to come up with the right thing to say, and it's like, you can't come up with the right thing to say because you're not that kind of person. If you knew the right words to say, I wouldn't be here anyway. Right.
I also can't get this fucking song out of my head.
Which song?
The song Icarus by Iniko. I've played it a couple times, but it's the one that's like, call me Icarus, I got too close to the sun, but I saw kingdom come, now I know what must be done. It's really good.
Nice.
Everybody listen to The Awakening by Iniko.
Hell yeah. I just saw a chat that said, I'm not homophobic, but I do love using the F word. I think that's okay if you are, like, gay yourself. Yeah. If you're not gay and you're using the F slur, I think you need to do some self-reflection, because that is not your word. That is our word. We can say it.
I think they were joking, because Turlozap said, I'm not homophobic, but banned.
Hermophobic. Okay.
I misread
you said hermophobic. I thought, like, Hermit Coon, the incel that I banned from your Discord.
Who was in chat earlier also.
I am hermophobic. Hermit Coon, if you're still watching,
get good.
Please get good at life. Stop listening to that incel shit.
Yes.
Don't believe it. I don't care if it's just 15% of Manosphere stuff. Don't listen to any of it. Don't believe any of it. It will just make you, like, worse at everything. Concern trolls also need to get out. I keep forgetting. What is concern trolling?
That's the people who will say, like, I'm just so worried about the way that you're living your life and that kind of shit. I get a lot of concern trolling.
I know exactly what you mean.
A lot of concern trolling. Like, especially since I started smoking weed. Like, the concern trolling about the drugs is always like, I think you're just ruining your life with drugs. And I'm like, I smoke weed. Like,
this is why every time you bring up weed, I go, whoa, hard drugs. It's a former Digibro fan. I'm like, oh god. I really should just start calling myself a reformed Digibro fan. It's like, I did transition. I think I won.
Yeah. I mean, this is like the final level, right? Or
yeah, it's Norfair. We're in Ridley's lair. Getting close to the Ridley fight.
So you just have to beat Ridley, then Mother Brain, and then that's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty
close. Because I had gotten a text from Bird saying that he was hungry and also going to bed and also would just eat whatever simple thing. Mad hungry now, trying to force sleep. Okay. I should probably... this was like a while ago.
I also got a text, but this one's from my mother. It says, today turned out to be a pretty good day. Just wanted to let you know. I hope it was wonderful for you, too. I love you, Mom. I know you're not watching this, but I love you so fucking much.
Shout out and love with the Ghost in the chat, who is also a great music producer. Metroid Prime looking really retro. Yeah, we started on Metroid Prime and then realized Chrona's way more experienced with Super Metroid and could more easily play and talk at the same time.
Yeah, I so badly wanted to join some of the like talks that were happening, but couldn't because I was so focused on the game. I was like, I need a game that I can just kind of fucking riz my way through it, you know?
Yeah. Riz my way through it is such a phrase.
I like to use that phrase.
I'm gonna go check on Bird because he keeps texting me about the so
everybody checking out my sweet gameplay. You love me? Do you love it? Do you love me? Fucking. I'm just gonna pause because I can't read and play this at the same time. Lot smoother than Prime. Yeah, no, I was like just stone-faced through most of Prime, and then as also because I was so focused on the game, I could barely pay attention to what Trixie was saying. Like, I remember walking to school listening to Flowers back in the day. That's wild. It's beautiful. In Love with a Ghost is a frequent commenter of Trixie. I see her from time to time. When Trixie retired that time, I remember they left such a polite comment about Trixie. I also left a comment on that retirement video, and I'm pretty sure I said something to the affect of, like, I'll still stay subscribed in case you return. Well, that comment just got retracted, so disregard what I just read. Might have been inaccurate. I don't know the reason for why that was retracted.
He did fall asleep, so as soon as we're done with the stream, we'll just go like get McDonald's or something and bring it to him, and he'll be very happy.
Digit says, "Okay, I give up on this stupid ass Black Knight. I'm gonna go fight the boss in Undead Burger and move on." You've been fighting that Black Knight since before the stream started? Digit. Fuck. I maybe fought that thing once on my first playthrough, and I was like, okay, clearly I'm supposed to fight this thing after I've beaten the game 3 times and gotten good at it. So, and yeah, on like my 3rd or 4th playthrough, I did kill that Black Knight by just like walking behind him and backstabbing him over and over again, and like rolling through his attacks, and I got a Black Knight sword, and that was like the easiest run of the game ever. Use the same tactic against Havel when you find him at the bottom of the tower. Havel drops a ring that boosts your equip load. Wear heavier armor, and it's fucking great. Also, don't forget to upgrade your weapons and armor. People always forget to do that shit on their first run of Dark Souls.
In Love with a Ghost said, "Oh, I'm girl now, and I had never known you not to. I just had always assumed as much. I guess I assumed your gender female the whole time and never knew that you were trans." But
whose gender?
In Love with a Ghost.
Oh. Cool.
They're actually like one of the subscribers to this channel with the most subscribers, like in the top 5. So big shout out. Always been a supporter on Patreon and everything. So.
I mean, we all know the more subscribers you have, the better a human being you are.
Obviously, no. I'm just saying that's why people in the chat are like, "Oh my god, I know who you are." It's like she's a fairly known musician.
Oh, that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
I'm such a puny YouTuber. I need to get bigger. I need to get Big Chungus YouTube.
Well, that's why everybody who's watching right now should be subscribed to GigaDonk's channel, which is the first link in the description, because...
Also disregard the fact that I just used the words Big Chungus. So I get a little silly with it. I call my cat Big Chungus all the time because he's so tremendously fat. I call him the Chungus cat. He is Kitty Chungo. I think it's acceptable in that sense, that context. I really should have got more super missiles. God damn it.
Mr. Beast is the kindest man in the universe based on his views in some counts. That's funny.
It's true.
I subscribe to Big Chungus 99.
Hell yeah.
Chungai like fungi.
I dropped the 99.
Or chungle like fungal, rather.
I dropped the 99 from my channel name, by the way. It's just GigaDonk.
That is probably for the best, branding-wise.
Not to be confused with the other account called GigaDonk that has a fucking Ahiga face as the profile picture. Mine is Krona from Soul Eater.
Yes. Who is literally you.
Much more recognizable.
You did it. Oh, wait. No, you didn't. Never mind. Look.
I'm blowing shit up. For real. I'm getting farted on really hard here.
Do you use a Core 2 Duo? I don't know what that is. Wait, you're not from 99. That's true. Why did you have 99 in your name?
Don't fucking tell people that.
Okay, fine.
It's this thing called lying, so you don't get fucking doxxed at every opportunity. That's not your real social security number. Why'd you put that there? Your real social.
I never even thought about hiding my birthday, but like then I realized
that's
it probably
like
is
one
a
of the
good idea.
things you need to like open a bank account, right? Like fucking.
Huh. I don't know. I never thought about it.
It's also like lots of like security questions that are like that, like when were you born?
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. I figured that's the main reason people wouldn't want to reveal it. Is like it could be a security question.
By the way, Trixie, what's your mother's maiden name? Totally apropos of nothing, of course.
That's not the security question I use. But the funny thing is, if people did know what security question I picked, they would know the answer to it because I've talked about what the answer is before.
You said you're like 27, so the math wasn't adding up. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, fair,
really should.
fair, yeah. What's the name of your first 2 pets? Yeah. And also tell me the digits from your card. The elementary school you went to. No, it's got to be your first teacher's name also. That's what I see a lot. That's the only one I know nobody would guess. Because it's one of those I've never brought up.
Do most people actually remember their first teacher's name? Because it takes me like
I
forget most of them.
Only because it was a unique name. And obviously I'm not going to say it because I've obviously used that as my security question before.
I think I remember my first teacher's name just because I had her more than 1 year. Like she was promoted from teaching one class teaching another. So it was weird.
By the way, Trixie, what are your pronouns? She and her.
I use she and her and also they and them, but no one ever fucking bothers using they them except when they're
not sure.
Well, it's either they're not sure or they don't want to be sure. People do this weird thing where they see you're a trans woman.
And then they just start saying they, and it's I literally told you my pronouns are she, her.
Yeah, that's just as disrespectful. They'd be like, well, I'm using the most neutral thing possible. And it's
I'm not neutral.
I'm not fucking neutral. It's fucking lib shit for real.
Trixie, you heard about this anime and manga called Shadow Star Naruto? I haven't seen it, but I heard it was fucked. I read some of the manga and did not finish it, but I have also heard it is fucked. The same guy created Bokurano, which was fucked and was very good. But I use you, they, them as a fellow they, non-binary pronoun user. I understand the pain. Well, no, yeah, for indeed.
Yeah, I don't even have pronouns.
Gary said, let me she, them titties.
I don't have pronouns. I have pronouns.
Pronouns. Get them. Get those space pirates.
These fuckers.
You really are almost done with Super Metroid in the span of under 3 hours.
I would be done
good.
10 minutes sooner if I didn't just die to Ridley. That's it's because I forgot you're supposed to use the fucking screw attack to grind
Ridley.
Right here.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah.
I thought you had just beaten.
I didn't have enough super missiles. I got to refill them by doing this shit.
I see.
It's like the end of Mega Man X. You remember the sequelitis video where he's like, they put this fucking thing before the final boss so you can go and recharge all your fucking tanks.
This is infuriating. Z-Cypher said, I've been heed nonstop, then people find out I'm trans and they start saying they, them. And all I can imagine is that I passed before they knew, and now they're just thinking about my genitals like a weirdo. That is exactly...
That's what they're doing.
That is exactly what's happening, which is fucking strange.
Yeah. A lot of straight people are
If they had your pronouns right, and then they switched to they, them, that's fucked.
Yeah. That's why I try to tell people, because some people will get all nervous when they accidentally misgender you, and they'll be like, oh my god, oh no, I'm so sorry. They're walking on eggshells, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean, please fuck off. They act like the world is ending. It's I can always tell. I need you guys to know, I can pretty much always tell when it's intentional and when it's not. People think that we can't tell. That's why, transphobes will do it casually, thinking they can get away with it. If you're, overly apologetic or whatever, it's almost like too much. Okay, you're so worried about yourself. You're so worried about getting canceled or whatever that you're, overcompensating. Just stop, chill out. I can read you. I get it.
Love it. What the ghost said, whenever trans women make a funny tweet that makes everyone mad, everyone starts using they, them pronouns. Yeah.
Trans girls get dogpiled by other trans girls on social media a lot, and it makes me furious.
I get a lot of
get away from fucking Twitter.
In the more shitlord side of the audience, there's a lot of guys who are trying to act sly, but they're doing it in the same generic way that everyone else tries to act sly. And it's we all know this, right? We all see what you're doing.
I have interacted with so many fucking transphobes over the years. If you think I don't know all your tricks by now, you're a fucking moron.
For sure. You literally do not see Zessie's comment. Try doing live chat, because sometimes stuff doesn't show up in full chat.
This is exciting content right here. After I refill my tanks, can you make a save state real quick? Just in case I don't have to do this again. This is going to be boring to watch. I have beaten this game a billion times without save states, for the record. I have a physical copy and a Super Nintendo at home. It's my favorite console.
Yeah, okay. I would bet the word genitals is why that had been...
Be very careful to not load states.
Yes.
Wait. Settings? Maybe?
Save state. There we go.
Slot 1.
Beautiful.
Hell yeah. Okay, thank you. Move that fucking...
No cursors allowed.
make a video, the 101 guide to recognizing trans folks. I don't have to. If you're trans, you just develop a radar for it pretty quickly. Like,
yeah. If you're not trans, just ask a trans person.
A trans person who has been like actively out and about with like while presenting trans. It's very easy to tell. It's another reason why trans Twitter is insufferable, because you get people who don't actually have like the experience of going out like while being fully out, and then they'll talk about things that like they haven't actually experienced with like such conviction. And it's like people on the internet are just lying all the fucking time.
Gary said, "I've never once thought about your genitals until you said that, Trixie. Thank you for that." And then a mood face. Well,
you're not allowed to.
I'm a little disappointed if you've never thought about my genitals and you've been watching all this time. Like, you're not a little curious? I don't know.
I don't want people to think about my genitals at all until like you have to get pretty fucking deep in my circles to get
I was gonna
far.
say I'm surprised it doesn't come up more, because like I literally did describe my genitals on the Dick Show before, and like it was actually the first way Bird ever heard of me was hearing that call.
Love at first sight.
He had no idea who I was. It was just like when he was introduced, like,
whoa, this is the best
I think
penis
Riley
I've
was
ever
like,
described. It's incredible. It's like describing my grundle in detail and getting everyone in stream to fall in love with me. What's better than grundle? Taint, gooch?
I've never heard that one.
Never heard grundle?
I don't think so.
Trans grundle?
I'm still weirded out by the fact that Elon Cucks bought Twitter. Like, what is this reality? Get on Blue Sky, dog.
Yeah.
I don't miss Twitter. Like, Blue Sky is perfectly fine.
It's a little boring because there's like, I don't know. Blue Sky has a different culture.
You just gotta follow more people.
Yeah.
I follow more people on Blue Sky than I did on Twitter, so I think to me it's like even more active than it had been.
Well, now I gotta do some networking shit on Blue Sky. Now I'm actually doing YouTube shit. Like, I have a reason to use it.
True.
Aside from just like doom scrolling, which is ass. Part of why I joined your Discord was so I would feel less inclined to doom scroll.
Whenever Bird is like, I see Bird on Twitter sometimes, and literally within like seconds I always see something that I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why are people saying this stuff, you know? Because like it's gotten alien to me. Like, I'm not used to being around like that constant edgelord culture anymore. So like when I see it, I'm just like, wow, people really say stuff like this, you know?
Yeah.
I'm on YouTube and Blue Sky where it's very clean in PC.
Very clean.
Very clean.
Very clean.
Get that dragon bastard.
I hate this. This is going so poorly.
No.
Okay. Let it state.
Alright.
Telling people I got the surgery, a second penis. Someone said, unsubscribe said, don't die. I'm glad someone's actually paying attention. Yes, finally someone else who uses the word grundle.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad you're so happy about that. Victor approves this very clean message. That is why I'm going to take another sip of my Victor flavored Coke.
I missed the kinky shit on Twitter, but ain't with being on Twitter. LMAO Tumblr allows kinky shit again, so that's fine. Blue Sky has all the kinky shit. Like, I get all of my weird furry porn from Blue Sky. Like, I don't know. Literally go to Blue Sky and go to my page and just scroll down my post, like because I retweet literally everything I like. So, like, basically the way that I use Blue Sky is I retweet everything, and then I go back through everything I retweeted and follow everybody I retweeted, and then I reload, and then I go back through and do the same thing again, like, you know, with whatever those people retweeted. So, like, I'm just in a constant state of finding new artists and reposting their work. So, like, yeah, there's just so because all the liberals and furries went to Blue Sky, so, like, you know, all the best art has made the move.
A lot of the like trans thought leaders on Twitter have not migrated, and I think that's kind of funny.
Which is really strange to me.
It's because there's in their audiences there's so much fucking overlap with like the 4chan types, and they don't vibe with the Blue Sky types at all because they're more like Tumblr-ish, but like not like what Tumblr used to be, but they're like the Tumblr kids grew up and are all like horny millennials now, and they don't vibe at all. But you know, all the Harry Potter cucks stayed on Twitter too.
Oh,
so
fuck them. I hate Harry Potter so much. I cannot fucking wait till J.K. Rowling dies.
Same.
I'm literally gonna throw a party like you know how people celebrated Osama bin Laden Death Day? Like that's gonna be me when J.K. Rowling dies. I'm gonna like invite everyone I know over. We're gonna have like a cake and like fucking themed muffins and shit.
Said take another sip of the Victor Coke. I have not actually met Victor yet, so I don't know.
That would be, yeah.
I don't know how disturbing that joke would be.
Little weird. Talking about a married man.
Yeah, we're the gay ones.
Yeah.
leave the poor boy out. Poor boy eats. Poor boy doesn't eat cock. My goal is to just be so fucking entertaining on your streams, Trixie, that eventually Victor catches wind that I exist and wants to meet me.
Yeah, he's just like, you know what, Krona seems cooler than you, Trixie. Actually, introduce me to your cool
She's
friend.
just like you, but like younger and cooler. I want people to like unironically say that. Like that would make me so. That would be so goddamn funny. Like I get like some new fans in my audience who are just like, "Wow, you're just like Trixie the Golden Witch, but better." That'd be so fucking funny.
It would be fucking hilarious. No, thank you. Said I replaced Twitter with blogs, and it was the best decision of my life. Yeah, blogs are cool. I think a lot of people link to their blog on Blue Sky as well, so I do read blogs sometimes that way.
Yeah.
But I mostly use it for art. And I repost shit in the Discord constantly as well.
I feel like Ridley isn't taking damage unless he's on screen when the blast goes off.
Seems right.
Bothers me. Oh, it's a waste. It's a waste of a bomb. I also wasted like 6 super missiles because his stupid tail got in the way. This fight is so much harder than it normally is. I must have like missed a few missile tanks I usually pick up. Stop. Oh, he's dead.
I did it.
Oh!
Fuck.
Oh, baby.
Hell yeah,
Oh, baby.
motherfucker.
I
It's
can't
all-
win to giant ball. You're gonna have to suck them all. Don't wanna get too technical. All I wanted to do is suck me.
I've never heard that version, but that's amazing.
That was what Dan Avidan was singing when they played Super
I had
Metroid
a
on the Game
feeling
Grumps.
that was a Game Grumps reference.
Well, you sang the big floppy penis,
Yeah.
so I figured this was appropriate, and it's the same game.
That's
Eat booty,
fucking
Ridley. Can you make
Trixie,
another
do you
save
have
state
beef
real
with
quick? Just in
Substack?
case,
I remember they
just 'cause
made you
died.
angry, but I can't remember why. It's because they were like dick writing Elon Musk for no fucking reason.
Yeah, saw too. Okay, that's fine.
Like they felt a need to clarify that they were pro Musk at a time when everyone hated him, and I was like, why? What is this?
You seen those like bumper stickers where they're like, "We bought this car before we knew Musk was crazy." It's
Yeah.
like he's been crazy for
The
a while.
whole
You did
time,
not do
yeah.
your research.
No.
If you got a Cybertruck and you're still putting that sticker, like
Yeah.
that is not going to save you.
No.
The Cybertruck is too new and too fucking stupid. Like every time I see like someone in a Cybertruck, I try to get their attention so I can do this. It's better than flipping them off. If you just flip them off, they're just gonna be like, whatever, you're a dick. But if you give them that, like, they will get so fucking mad. It's beautiful. My brother did that one time because
We're about to hit 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds in one now. There you go. 44444.
Okay. I'm happy for you.
I should have crashed the live stream right then.
Happy for
just to
you.
get that number, but I actually got to pee.
Now we gotta keep streaming till we get to 666. That's not possible because there's 60 seconds in a minute, but you know, in spirit, it'll be true. Baby, 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 oh. Why are you typing that in the chat? Why are you making me think of that? I haven't thought of that song in like 15 years. Oh god. There's a Cybertruck that lives on my street. Well, you know what you have to do. We all know what we have to do. Oh yeah, I was gonna say a moment ago that on the top, like, instead of flipping people off when they're being dicks on the road, do what my brother did. He looked at this like fucking trucker and just did this little like, and the guy was like cursing and screaming. He was so fucking livid. It was great. Like, the more immature you are about it, the more furious they will be. It has the best effect possible. Come in the gas tank. That's actually better than what I was thinking. And that's probably less illegal. I was visiting Toronto last month, and I kept seeing Cybertrucks, and it was taking me all my might to spit on them or kick them by reflex. Yeah, when I if you go to my channel, one of my videos, Midwest Melodies, I was covering a road trip to Illinois I took a few weeks ago. Josh and I made a bet to bet on how many Cybertrucks we would see during that road trip, and I bet 4, he bet 6. We saw exactly 1, and it was after we got to our destination, and it was in the parking lot of a fucking diner. We're pretty sure that was the manager's Cybertruck, 'cause it was there all day. We drove past it a couple times, and it was a matte black Cybertruck too. It was bizarre. Yeah, everyone who has a Cybertruck has no fucking taste. The stickers and decals they put on them, goddamn. They're the most embarrassing.
What really
fucking
blows
people.
my mind is it has one giant windshield wiper that cannot physically move as fast as it needs to block how much rain comes down sometimes. And
Jesus.
every time I look at it, I'm just how is that real? How did that get past inspection? That windshield wiper cannot prevent rain. I don't get it.
No!
It also bends, yeah.
Well, I saved, so it's no big deal. Don't need to use the save state this time.
I'll be right back. Grab it.
Remembered after I typed that they don't have gas tanks, lol. That's true. Did that once and the guy threw something at my car. I get so fucking mad at drivers in my area. I think I live in the single worst part of the country for driving culture. Everyone is so goddamn stupid. It's so I've been in a lot of places. I've been all over the country. Not as much traveling as Trixie has done, but I've done a considerable amount given that I used to be a truck driver. And I gotta say, oh boy, some people I have it's not just the degree of how dumb they are, it's how selfish and how incredibly dangerous and thoughtless and just pure the pure fucking contempt I have for them is I have seriously contemplated smashing their headlights with a tire iron because they would deserve it. Okay, yeah, I need to fucking, this is terrible. I need to get more health somehow. Fill up me E-tanks. Cybertruck don't crumple. The driver not gonna make it in a crash. That's true. On top of it being ugly as sin, it is also a screaming metal death trap, and no one should have one for their own safety. Electric cars seem kind of scammy. Where the hell do you charge them when out and about? Well, the real scam is that there never will be the infrastructure to support electric cars because Big Car does not want you to do that. It's the fucking oil and capitalism. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to go on a rant about that. That's fucking boring. Because everyone who already agrees with me on that topic is going to know, and I don't want to spend the 45 minutes it takes to explain it. That's fucking boring. You should hear about trains. What?
Good job.
Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm dying over and over again because I can't get through this lava pool. I need to get more HP.
I do think you are a natural streamer, by the way.
Thank you.
Because I realize this is not something you do, but you've just naturally been doing it as though it were something you do, which is
well, it's
pretty amazing, actually.
It's pretty fucking easy when I have you to talk to. You're very stimulating, the conversationalist, and we have an endless chat of friends and cool people feeding me conversational topics. I'm not just.
I think that's why why I think you could do it though is that you have a good rapport with chat already, and I think if you started streaming, you just your audience would turn up for it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The people who like you would be oh, I want to see this, It's
the power of being addicted to Discord and talking to Discord friends. Is I communicate so well in a text chat. It's a skill for sure. Okay, that was the worst attempt yet. What the fuck? Maybe if I just run past it. C-Cypher says, yeah, I streamed to no one and it sucked, lol. Yeah. If I start streaming regularly, y'all have to come over and watch my streams because I will be bored as fuck if there's not enough of you. Because I'm streaming I'm with Trixie, I'm with you guys. This is fucking great. If I try to stream on my channel and nobody watches except for 5 of my friends, I'm gonna cry.
I mean, even with my streams, like, I know there always will be an audience for the stream, but I try not to do it if I don't know at least a couple of specific people that will be there that, like, I'm interested in talking to, you know? Like, like, there have been days where, like, I was supposed to stream on Discord, but I was supposed to stream, but I was having too much fun talking to everyone on Discord, and I'm like, I don't want to interrupt this vibe by, like, okay, now everybody has to come watch my stream, where I'm going to talk about something totally different, you know? It's like, that's not really how you know, keep the vibe going with you and your friends. But, like, I also appreciate that, you know, some people, like, everybody has certain things that they do legit want. Like, you know, if you're my friends because you also like my content, or, like, you met me through my content, it suggests there is a type of stream you would want to see, you know? So, like, I know if I stream Umineko, like, it's for Ellen and Zydias, you know, like, they really care about it, and Amy, who, you know, is learning about the game through my playthrough, but, like, if I don't think Ellen's gonna be there, I'm not gonna stream Umineko, you know, like, I don't want to, who is it for if not for the person who it's for, you know?
Oh, yeah, apologies to Ellen Horai, by the way, for
the lack of Umineko this week.
The lack of Umineko Friday. Yeah, that's entirely my fault.
It's not. It's not.
Entirely my fault.
There should have been an Umineko between last Friday and this Friday, because last Friday I had a good excuse, and this Friday
I am a demon.
I had a good excuse, but there were 5 days in between those that I could have played Umineko. And I did promise I'd play it twice the week I got back from my trip, and I played it 0 times the week I got back from my trip.
See, Cypher says it was especially discouraging because I had so many friends who said they would watch, but they did not, lol, and I streamed like 4 times a week. That's rough.
Yeah,
Yeah, when, like, that actually does kind of suck when your friends are like, oh yeah, totally, I'll watch it, and they don't. You're like, okay, so you didn't.
Yeah.
So I thought we were friends.
I simply wouldn't make that kind of promise because I know myself to, like, you know, I'm not the person you count on to definitely be there at the time I said I was going to be there. But
I'm not the type of person to definitely take recommendations on anything. I'm very much the type like, I'll put on my watch list and then never check the watch list. I only ever watch things when I am inspired to watch a specific thing.
I won't count on anybody to do something if I'm not, like, literally kind of, like, making, like, if I'm not putting you in a position where it's going to be fun for you, you know, like, if I tell somebody go watch this anime, and then, like, I'm not really considering, like, do they do that? Is go watch this anime a thing that even occurs in their life, you know, like, for me, usually not. I watch anime with people, you know, so, like, I'm 1,000 times more likely to watch a show because somebody said, let's watch this together, you know?
Yeah.
We literally got farther in Free Ren than I had been. Free Ren's, like, my favorite manga maybe ever, and I'd only seen 4 episodes of the show, and...
Actually, can you go ahead and load that save state from the one we made? Because I'm sorry, it'll put me closer to a spot where I can grind for more HP, and I am not making it through this fucking lava pool. Thank you.
Yeah. I do want you to finish this game, but I'm also want to go get, like, food sometime soon, so I'm gonna rush you. Now you have to beat it as soon as possible. How close are you? I'm so close. I just gotta go back to where Mother Brain is. I just need to, like... Okay, I have to get through this room full of lava, and it's pissing me off because I need to, like, refill my health bar a bit. I forgot to do that after fighting Ridley. I'm just gonna do a quick bit of grinding, and then I will bomb rush the game design.
The younger, better Trixie thing is true about game streams because lots of times Trixie dissociates and forgets to talk while playing.
True.
Trixie keeps about 5% of her stream promises. I mean, if you like what's happening right now, I mean, I would fucking love to just partner with Trixie and work on stuff all the goddamn time. But you have to make that possible by supporting me as well. I mean, I cannot quit my day job.
And now that, like, because now that we've met in person, it will be easier for us also to collaborate not in person because we know, like, that we do gel. Because for me, it's always kind of like, okay, so I have had people who I worked with them online, and then I met them in person and realized, oh, we don't really vibe like that, you know? Like, and it's not even that I dislike those people, it's just that I would not want to spend continual time with them for the rest of my life, you know? Like, because... when I think about, like, okay, if it's an artistic partnership, this art exists forever, you know, like, unless we made it, I don't know, somebody's going to save it. Like, it's hard for us to even erase it if we wanted to, you know, like, so once it exists, it's like, this will always we will always have said those things in that place, you know.
You know, it's like you once said, you can't unsuck that dick.
Exactly.
That's why it's too bad. You will never be fully divorced from Jeff through Mother's Basement.
Yes.
I can never unsuck his dick.
I mean, algorithmically, I am like very closely tied to
Yeah.
Mother's Basement, like shockingly still.
Yeah. How's that for I was about to say something really stupid. We do need to. I was gonna say anime incest, which doesn't make sense. It's like a joke about Annie Tubers, like.
No, that
like,
makes kind of sense. I get it. I get where you're going with it. I'm picking up.
You
what you're
get it. I don't
down.
think anyone else on Earth gets it.
That's okay. They don't have to. I don't know if you're still doing that art thing on Monday, but I'll be interested in seeing what you think of specifically my third Magical Girl vid. Should be out Thursday, or if Sally hits 10K somehow. Absolutely, hell yeah. Thank you for it's supposed to be a Sunday show, not a Monday show, but I guess I get the information on Monday. We would have done it this Sunday, but I didn't like properly block out time for that before Corona got here. I feel really bad because I've made like several collab plans with Komugi that I have not been able to follow through on yet because of my own incompetence, and Komugi has been like super available and like ready to go.
She was like poking at me before I came over, being like, "Hey, you think we could do a podcast today?" And I'm like, I didn't finish packing for like this weekend. I
always underestimate how much is going to go into whatever I'm planning to do.
Yeah.
So
I try to like overestimate because I have dealt with the exact same flaw through most of my life. Be like, okay, so doing X should only take 15 minutes and it takes 30 because I'm an idiot. But yeah, now you mentioned like food a couple times, I've become extremely aware of the fact I've not eaten in like over 5 hours.
Since I made them burgers,
and that's what's really making me worse at the game now is I need energy. So definitely take a break from streaming after I beat this game. I'm just so
losing my internet personality, like slowly draining out of me.
Slowly slipping back into what we were doing before.
Comfy mode.
Yeah.
Well, and also we are planning to record a non-live thing of us playing Dragon Quest, which will probably be a lot cozier and
much
less
more
like
chill, much more easygoing.
Yeah. Well, we won't have randos coming to ask about our feelings about fucking ancient anime topics and shit. Like, I won't have to decry every old opinion I've had for the 35th time. Just because...
we haven't gotten a super chat in a minute. Can one of y'all like pay me to give my opinions on like Trixie's old content or something? Really, like,
cool.
If you want me to really rip into her, just like
let's go. Somebody pay like $10-$20 or something like
real touch grass hours.
Be sure to save at least that vid for that. Yes. I will make sure. I'm sure Komugi will definitely remember because Komugi's like your biggest fan, and she's going to be doing the voice for it. I also haven't gotten like what I should do this week after Corona's gone is try to get together somebody to help me design, maybe even just Komu, if she's interested, a character named Sunday Redial who will like be a little like JPEG tuber or PNG tuber rather, not like a moving mouth one, but just like, you know, like a Digibrony, like the style I started with, but except that it's just like a little character,
hey,
little non-binary like fairy thing. Maybe it'll even just be a mascot. That actually makes sense too. I'll just get Komu to design like a mascot character. Or if Z-Cypher's interested, I would really love to have a Z-Cypher original because again, I think they're like worth something. I can't really pay you, but you know.
I can pay you, Z. I will pay you for things.
But yeah, I want Sunday Redial to be like a character and a show. Like the show and the character are both just called Sunday Redial, and the theme song of the show is Redial from Bobber Band, and it comes out on Sunday. I want it to be as like incredibly on the nose obvious what is going on as possible, like the easiest, most marketable, easy to understand thing, and it just recommends like independent queer content pretty much. That's you know, if it's art and it was made independently by a queer person with no fucking copyright restrictions on my ability to show it, that's pretty much the only judgment I'm making about whether or not it can, like, whether it's worthy of my show is like, did a queer person make it and do they care if I put it on screen, you know?
Haley says cheese. Thank you.
Cheese.
Jeez.
Digi and Friends Do the Mountains too when? Was that ever like a publicly released video?
I don't even know what that is.
It's like a video where me and my friends hung out in a cabin in the mountains, and I think it was unlisted on my old channel, and I probably linked it somewhere way back. No Thank You's been around forever, so he would know obscure shit.
Haley, I requested the day off tomorrow so I could drive home, and yeah. Also, Digit says, it seems there's another Digi in this community. Can I be cool, Digi? Digit, to clarify for you, since you don't know, one of my friends, in my friend circle, Trixie, the Golden Witch here, used to be a somewhat famous anime YouTuber.
Yeah.
Who went by Digibro. He was a male fronting character that I played on the internet who died of a weed overdose. Literally smoked too much weed and died. Trixie was born from the ashes.
So you are cool Digi because the other Digi's dead and doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, we don't have to clarify that you're the cool one. The other Digi is far gone. You need to get to bed and brush your teeth, young cornlet. I will literally rip ass all over your entire face and hiney. I will unleash the Giga Shard, and I will not hold back.
At some point, you somehow got added to whatever Patreon thing. I had put it on Google Drive with links to a bunch of unlisted videos. I see. I didn't realize that was one of those.
Butt plug. Haley, are you requesting that I ban you? Is that what you're asking for?
How do you do this thing? I think you have to freeze that guy so that he's like a platform.
Surely I gotta like. Is there a way I can shine spark here? It doesn't seem like.
Do you keep your momentum across?
I cannot possibly shine spark that. You must have to do it from like the other side of the wall.
That makes sense.
I cannot do it.
1001 years of anal beads. Poor Trixie just wants some McDonald's. Bird fainted from the hunger. He did, actually. I get the impression he was trying to get to sleep, but was too hungry to sleep, but was like, I might fall asleep first, or I might be too hungry to sleep, but then he did fall asleep, but he's still going to be hungry, so... I mean, this is how he phrased it. I have the hunger, but I am going to sleep. Will accept any easily eatable foods when y'all are done streaming. And then later, mad hungry now, trying to force sleep.
Damn.
By the time I saw that one, he was asleep. But I assume he still wants food. So he likes being woken up with food and then going back to sleep. So
every now and then you say something about your relationship that I'm like, that's just my relationship. And that was one of those moments. Sorry, I got distracted playing Pokemon. Is Sunday Redial the one that's supposed to be inspired by Bomberman? Bird sounds just like me for him.
Yeah, I guess Sunday Redial as a character could be a Bomberman type. All I care about is that they're non-binary and probably should be like a mascot that like Lucario fan would be like really excited to play the voice of.
Well, weren't you planning to use music from Bomberman 64?
Yes, yeah, the music will be Redial from Bomberman Hero.
I think that's what.
Because Redial is like the most endlessly listenable song that exists.
Yeah.
You could just have it on loop forever and it never gets tiring.
They make a McDirt? What? Playing through Pokemon Platinum. Hell yeah.
I was talking to Krona about this earlier. I have not played that gen like at all. Because that was the gen where I decided it was time for Shade to have the other game instead of me. And Shade loves that generation and loves like all the legendaries, and like Giratina was his favorite Pokemon for like ever.
Yeah, I forgot the fucking platforms.
But I think even though he was so in love with that game, when Black and White came out, it ended up being me and Victor who got them again, because I was super interested in Black and White because of the fact that they like reset the Pokédex. Like it didn't have any old Pokemon in it, which I was really happy about. Because I had just always kind of been feeling gypped that the old Pokemon kept showing up in each new game, and I was like, I already saw these guys, you know, like I just want to see the new shit. Although in X and Y, when they finally just like cracked it open to like, okay, now every game's gonna have like fucking 400 guys, it's like, okay, I guess that's acceptable too. But I really hated in Sun and Moon. It was super hard to find a lot of the, like, there was only like 80 new Pokemon, and a lot of them only showed up under weird specific circumstances, so it felt like I was only ever finding old Pokemon, and like it was really frustrating.
That's how I felt when I played Fire Red and Heart Gold back to back, which it was super fun, but like just playing, Fire Red, it was like, I'm going to try to catch every new Pokemon I find. I want to catch all the Pokemon, and then I start Heart Gold, and it's like mostly Gen 1 guys showing up over and over again. I'm like, I'm sick of these guys. Where are the Johto Pokemon? I fucking love the Johto guys. Show me more Johto guys. But that's okay.
Even in that case, I think
Still a great game.
Johto had like, definitely did not add another 150 Pokemon. It was like
not that many,
significantly
but
fewer.
The ones they did add were fucking awesome.
And that was when they started to have like, baby Pokemon that are just like pre-evolutions of ones that already existed. So it was like, it was more like an expansion pack, than like a full new set.
But,
and then Gen 3 was like a full new set, but too many of them were too similar to Gen 1 in my at the time. Whereas, I don't know, Black and White was the first time I felt like, oh, this is like a new Pokemon game. Like, it feels like this is the proper sequel. Like, if you remade if you remade Red and Blue but didn't literally remake Red and Blue, just like rebuilt the idea of Pokemon with modern sensibilities, that was what we got out of Black and White.
But like, I really want to encourage other people who like Pokemon, like, do play the remakes back to back. Like, Fire Red and Heart Gold, when played in tandem, is such a fucking incredibly fun and gratifying experience. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Especially when you use if you have like the actual hardware. Like, I have a Game Boy Advance SP and a DS Lite, so I was able to then transfer all of my Pokemon from Fire Red into Heart Gold.
Nice.
Which was incredible.
Oh no, did you not break far enough? Oh, okay, it's just
I got it. Yeah.
Z asked, did you play Black 2, White 2? I did not, because I did not finish Black and White at the time. And I still actually have not finished it, because... I
think Black and White 2 is like... Black 2, White 2 is like the aesthetic pinnacle of the series. It's the coolest fucking looking game.
That is... I don't know if still, but it was at the time Victor's favorite. And he always insisted that they had the best story as well.
Yeah. Incredible game.
But yeah, at the time that... So... I have a curse that I have fallen for many times where I will start writing about a game while I'm playing it, and then get too detailed in the writing, and then get too far ahead of myself in the game and not want to have to write the like 3 hours worth of writing that I have to say about the part of the game I just played, and then I end up quitting both. And that happened to me with Pokemon Soul Silver and with Pokemon White, where like I was trying to blog my experience, and then that ended up just killing it. But then like 2 or 3 years ago, I played through most of Pokemon White. Like, I got to the Elite Four, and I thought it was pretty solid. I don't think it's as impressive now as it was at the time, but I think, like, to me, you were talking about the aesthetic peak of the series. I think I really love the aesthetics of Sun and Moon, and like I feel like
Sun and Moon looks pretty cool.
X and Y had like really shitty level design because they just took the levels from the 2D games and did the exact same thing in 3D, and it just didn't look right.
Yeah.
And then like Sun and Moon fixed that.
I think it was worse in the Diamond and Pearl remakes, where everything was just on a grid but 3D. That was just, I did not play those games.
Not very aesthetically interesting. Yeah.
My biggest issue with X and Y, I do love those games. People bitch about them being too easy. It's Pokemon. I'm glad it's easy because I can use all my favorite guys in rotation, not have to worry about leveling them up or grinding. But what sucks about it is that it doesn't want to, like, it's 3D, but they only meet you halfway with that, so all the environments are fucking puny. Mm-hmm. And it'll show you this like incredibly big, gaudy looking fucking palace structure that you're supposed to be impressed by because it's so austere, and you're just like, that looks like it's tiny. It looks like shit.
Yeah.
Why is it so ugly?
And particularly like in X and Y, that first town, like, it's like 4 buildings, and then you walk down a road and you're in a different town, and I'm like, that's not a different town. That is another road in the same town.
The point of the pixel art is that it's stylized to a point where it's abstractified. It doesn't represent reality. Making it three-dimensional makes it more real. That's why Sword and Shield, like, I don't love that game, but at least it feels more like, I don't want to say immersive. It's just like more coherence because the structures are bigger and more impressive.
For sure.
Taking another sip of my Victor flavored Coke because we are talking about Pokemon right now, and that's a really Digibros flavored thing to do.
I just finished playing Super Mario Mon, new ROM hack with all Mario enemies replacing Pokemon. It was so lit.
That sounds cool as hell.
Digimon is also utterly great as a series for this reason, because all the Digimon can just talk, and they can talk while being in a world that still has humans, which is very important to me, indeed.
Fuck yeah.
Caribou-kun just says, Econ! No, he said energy tank, but...
Kraid, Fantoon,
it's actually
Dragon,
funny that
Ridley.
Econ's name is not at all a reference to Econ, the concept of an energy tank. It's just actually his name. I like stories where it's a... Oh wait, Z-Cypher, I haven't finished Black 2, but it was really cool to tackle the same region in a new way. I'm literally at the Elite Four. Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Lucas says, I like stories where it's a society and a large number of non-human and anthro characters who can talk, but humans also still exist in the series too. Oftentimes I'm not interested in furry-only worlds. Digit says, my biggest issue with the modern games is how easy it is, and also the party-wide EXP share is no longer able to be turned off, which I hate. That is weird.
That is annoying, but all Pokemon games are literally made for babies, so I do not mind the difficulty thing at all. I think, I just never relate to people who got, like, heavily... Like, I have friends who got heavily into Pokemon, like, competitively, and I'm like, I have to wonder how that happened, because that shit just never really interested me. I'm like, did someone, like, get you into that? Like, who introduced you to the idea of competitive Pokemon?
Mumkey Jones is the person who is the best at Pokemon of anyone I've ever met, in that he understands, like, all these attack bonuses that I had never even heard of, like stab bonus and all that kind of shit that, like, you know, totally under the the hood mechanics that you have to do research to find out about. But as a result, he would do part of, like, one of my favorite things that Mumkey used to do, and why I had been a fan of him, is that he would do Nuzlockes where he always made it out like he was like, oh man, I have no idea how I'm gonna beat this boss, but he, like, was legit so good at the game there was no possible way he was gonna lose. So like, he'd always make, like, a big show out of how hard it's supposed to be, and then just, like, skate through effortlessly. And it's
he
like,
just wants to be the anime protagonist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotta go Kirito, baby.
But he would do stuff like, I can only use as many Pokemon as the gym leader, and I'm not allowed to use an item unless they use it first, and I'm not allowed to switch my Pokemon out, and they can only be up to, like, the same level as, or, like, they have to be 2 levels lower than the opponent's Pokemon. It's like, he'd have all those restrictions and still just beat them in, like, 2 moves, you know?
I tried doing a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon Black 2, and it's the only time I ever did a Nuzlocke, because I got to the 3rd gym and I made a stupid mistake and my Duat died, and I just got really sad and didn't want to play anymore. So I don't do challenge runs of Pokemon. It's too heartbreaking. So it's like, I know it's the point.
I'm looking forward to Z through A, since Arceus was a better spiritual remake for Sinnoh than BDSP Lamau.
Absolutely
as I've heard.
True.
Pokemon X is the only video game I ever bought full price. I have 1,000 hours in that hoe. I don't like that game. That's hilarious.
It's always the case with people like, I played this game for 9,000 hours and it sucks ass.
I have
I guess you would know if anyone would know.
I have an old video and an old blog post about X and Y, because I did, like, a write-up of it that was more of, like, a complete review, but I didn't want to have to edit it. And then I did a video called Analyzing Pokemon X by way of Fire Red, because I had been, like, replaying Fire Red right before playing X, and in both cases I was trying to catch every Pokemon. And Fire Red is perfectly designed around the idea that you would try to catch every Pokemon, and, like, if you, like, the game is built so that it just logically follows that, like, you will always be in the right place with the right Pokemon if you're doing that. And then X and Y is just chaos. It's like trying to catch every Pokemon is, like, maddening in that game, because there's so many random mechanics you have to engage with.
Yeah, with Nuzlocke in particular, it's just part of the point is you're supposed to name all of your Pokemon so you get emotionally attached to them, and I am a very emotional person, so that was not fun at all for me.
Baby Metroid grew big!
That is the Super Metroid.
Indeed.
It took me a long time to put that together.
That makes sense. I never really thought about it. But
Yeah, 'cause it's like, well, there's lots of Super Nintendo games that have like, I would not assume that Mario 64 has, like, a 64 thing in it. So, like, I just wouldn't think about the title that way. But no, this is the Super Metroid right here. It is canon.
Komu said, in media where it's entirely just furry characters and they just act like humans, I'm like, well, why do they need to be furries then? Human and furry world existing in one story is peak. By the way, someone just got recommended to me on TikTok where the post said, I was enjoying Heartcatch Precure so much until George came up. He's so creepy. For context, there is no such thing as a character called George in Heartcatch Precure. There is an infamously disliked character in Hugto Precure called George. The fandom just knows they're supposed to hate him without watching. That's fucking wild.
But,
Like, performatively hating a character that you think you're supposed to hate, but getting the show wrong because you don't actually know it. I didn't realize Precure fandom was, like, at that level of popularity that, like, people, that, like, that kind of person is involved in it, you know? But I guess it is, I guess Precure's fully arrived now.
DS was crazy for that. Every DS game has some kind of DS in its initials. Can
Yeah,
you give me
that's true.
examples?
Dust Strikers, Dawn of Souls.
Oh my god.
Never
thought about that.
Fucking fuck. There's I know there's a bunch. Dust Strikers was Guilty Gear and Dawn of Souls was a Castlevania.
Wow.
Shit. There's a bunch. There's like a ton of them actually. There's a lot of games that had a random ass. Well, on the GBA, everything just had Advance in the name. It was like Advance Wars, and then Advance Wars Dual Strike, and then, you know.
Gotcha.
Which makes sense in that case, because it was originally Famicom Wars. This is all the same series, but...
Yeah.
And with the Super Nintendo, there was Super in the title of most games also.
Yep,
so
and 64 and
they really were going for it.
They really should have done it with the GameCube. Like, if we had Mario Cube, that would be so fucking funny.
Yeah, I guess that's where they quit.
Well, they brought it back with the Wii.
True.
Super Mario Wii Sports.
And Wii U, everything was something U.
That was the worst one for
Yeah.
sure. We fit you. Why?
No.
Please don't.
We like to pray. You like to pray. That was the dumbest marketing decision maybe ever.
Was that real? I thought you were just
Yeah,
being
no,
racist
they
for
really
fun.
did that.
You're just doing a shitty meme.
In the Wii,
It's gonna be like, stop.
The original Wii commercial was you like to pray, and then the Wii U commercial, they literally did the same thing but went you like to pray, and I was like, no, you can't just say more emphasis on the U and then think people are gonna know that's a different thing. Like, it's absurd. It was terrible marketing. Which is very bizarre because I think it was like the Wii marketing was so good that they thought, oh, well, we have to rely on that because it's like, no, the opposite. That was a total fuck up.
Yeah, it was a terrible mentality to have. All the marketing was so confusing. They constantly failed to emphasize, like, they emphasized the controller itself and never the console. So every single person I knew thought it was just a controller add-on. And then when people saw I was playing with my Wii U, they would ask about it, and they always ask, like, oh, that's its own console. I'd be like, yeah. And they'd ask, like, so can you, like, leave the house with that controller and keep playing the game? And when I told them no, they're like, oh. It's just, like, the more they learn about it, the less they like it. So it's just a failure on every level. Yeah, I fucking felt that. I talked earlier about Geek Critique and how much I love that channel. One of the things I love about him is, like, he has this ongoing narrative where, like, he always had the fucking underdog console. Like, he would get bullied for having a Dreamcast when everyone else had Nintendo. He'd get, like, bullied for having a GameCube when everyone else had PlayStation. It's a very relatable feeling, 'cause the way he described it is exactly what it felt like for me having a Wii U, where it's just the, like, someone in class, like, sitting next to you, the, like, Call of Duty kid being like, hey, you play video games? Like, yeah. And he's like, PlayStation or Xbox? I'm like, Wii U. And he goes, oh. Stops talking to you.
Yeah.
Vita, Wii U, shaking hands. Yeah. Two of my I have two very good friends who each had a Vita, and one of my friends then took the other one's Vita and used both of them for watching anime in bed. because their internet was slow as fuck. So he would watch Full Metal Alchemist on one Vita while the next episode was loading on the other Vita, and he would like switch them out. And that was how we binged Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for the first time.
Very clean.
And their fucking his like dad would bring food up to him to eat. That was the true like otaku summer.
Digit K said the Wii U is actually a solid console IMO, good games. It's just the marketing was absolute bottom tier garbage. I also thought there was a controller. It was a controller until it released. Well, now that's hilarious. I loved that controller too, and I love the Wii U, and I own like every Wii U game because when the Switch came out, I was really pissed off at Nintendo for not supporting the Wii U. So I went and just used like every Wii U game.
Yeah, I want to say, in spite of everything, I do still love the Wii U. Like, there was a lot to love about it that no one really appreciated. And I loved too, like, during that era, it kind of felt like if you had a Wii U, you were like in this in-group that like was kind of smaller and more insulated. I mean, like, Miiverse sucked because it was all dumb babies, but like, you know, it was kind of fun in its own way. It's like all of the Nintendo adults at the time were kind of a united front of like hoping against hope that the Wii U would do better and succeed one day. Like Smash Bros came out, we're like, this is it, this is our year, and it was like that riding that hype wave. But no, it was never the Wii U's year, and everything that was good on the Wii U either got a sequel that's the same but better, or got like ported with more features. So no real reason to have a Wii U anymore. It had too many like little quirks about it that were just wrong. What really pissed me off was that if you turn the console on and your gamepad, like the battery's dead, you just can't use the console. Absolutely fucking moronic design.
It's about to happen. You're like about to kill Mother Brain.
I'm fucking annihilating
the game.
I forgot to say the thing when she was killing my baby Metroid. I should have said,
"Get away from him, you bitch!"
Fucking die, you piece of shit. I'm just copying Game Grumps now.
Die, piece of shit, fucking die, piece of shit, stupid piece of shit, fucking piece of shit, you die, piece of fucking shit.
Hell yes, hell yes.
The
Shout
final-
out Genki and Sienna, because we're both in it. And Luca said, call me Genki and Sienna, so people say, what's Genki and Sienna? And then we can go, it's an animation that we're both voice actors in.
Yeah, I'm voicing the protagonist, and Trixie is voicing my character's evil mother,
Yes.
which I think is very fitting. It's like what was it? You said you described Trixie the Golden Witch, the persona, as like technically evil one time.
Yeah.
And I kind of I can't put into words why, but I do feel the same way, and that's why I said in the Discord that I could feel every time you praise me, I feel you turning me into a dark Chow, like slowly. And then you replied, yeah. That was what you said, like yosh. Oh my god.
Z-Cypher says, I encourage everyone who wants a Vita to import a Japanese ones because they come in colors other than black.
Hell yeah.
Kendrick Corp says, I have fond memories of the Wii U. I never got around to playing Pikmin 3. I think I might have it, actually.
Actually, I've been...
I do have Pikmin 3.
What Z-Cypher said, I have been told before that if a console is not region locked, you should just buy one from Japan because they're cheaper. Like, significantly cheaper. I don't know if that's true anymore.
We got Scott the Woz, so it was worth it after all.
Hell yeah.
I guess I don't know that story, but that's...
I listened to Scott the Woz's Wii U videos while on like a long drive home one time, and it kept me awake, so thank you, Scott the Woz. Everybody say thank you, Scott the Woz, in the chat.
Sonic Adventure 2 is a game that makes me think video games were all worth it. I mean, the Chow Garden definitely is so deep in my brain that I can't like imagine life without it. You know, like I don't know what kind of person I would be if I had never known what a Chow was, but I can't fathom that type of person anymore. I can hear the music in my head already. Dun, click, click, 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 dun, dun. That was a terrible performance of that song, but you know, whatever. It's
I didn't actually have that game when I was a little kid. But I did have a shitty fucking PS2 game called Sega Superstars. No. And it had its own little terrible Chow Garden based minigame. So, hi Nisa. You made
Oh
it
my
just
god,
in
you got
time.
here literally at the very ending.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry that you got here right as we're like finally about to conclude and go buy McDonald's, but
Look how sick this fucking
Chrono
cutscene is.
absolutely slammed Super Metroid just now. Like
I can't wait to get to the end of
like
the
a
credits
shot.
and see how much time that took in game. I did die way more. I normally got through the whole game without dying, but I'd say about like 30% of my brain power is going towards talking.
Yeah.
So it's like expect me
I
to be a
mean,
little.
there's no chance I could have even beaten this game and talked through it at the same time. So we did Metroid Prime for probably like an hour to an hour and a half, right?
That was
and then,
such a disaster.
So, like under 4 hours at least. 229. Holy shit, that is fast.
That's a lot better than I usually do. I usually get like
That's
250.
crazy. That's so good.
That means we got to see her get naked after the credits are over.
Fuck yes.
Yay.
Makoto Kano. Good job, Makoto Kano and Yoshio Sakamoto. Y'all really killed it.
Digit said, I also thought I disliked those games more than I did when we were talking about it, and I realized how much I remembered from those games. What games are you talking about? Talking about Sonic Adventure?
Oh, probably, yeah.
I thought I disliked those games more than I did when we were talking about it. I do remember Digit telling me that, because I replayed the adventure games like several times in the past year. So they have almost certainly seen me playing Sonic Adventure 2 and been like, yeah, I don't like that one, but like, I'll fucking convert all of you to my Sonic ideology. Yeah.
So,
Nisa, I love you. You're cute.
highly agreed. I wish you were here. So we just had a 5.5 hour live stream.
I feel pretty good about it.
I feel great about it. We're gonna go get something to eat, and then I think we're probably going to like record a non-live Let's Play episode of Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's too distracting to do a live stream and play that game at the same time. But I've never played Dragon Quest like at all, and you know a lot about it.
It wouldn't be too distracting for me, but I also feel like doing a live stream will take energy that I do not have right now, because I just this was great, but this is like strenuous, and I think just recording it in the privacy of.
I also think, like, I mean, aside from it gives us more time to take breaks and, like, you know, like, leave it up to editing. But also, I feel like with...
less pressure.
Like, with Metroid Prime, or rather, with Super Metroid, this is a game that, like, I don't think there's any discussion that needs to be had, because we both know it, and also it's been played 700 million times, like, live on shows and stuff, you know, like...
Really fucking good analysis of Super Metroid. There's, like, an article, I forget who wrote it. It's called The Invisible Hand of Super Metroid.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody just read that if you're curious. Like,
it sounds great.
All of the things I ever thought about this game that made it so fucking like huge to me. The article puts it into words perfectly. The Victor Coke can only do so much heavy lifting.
Look at those fucking abs.
She's so hot. This is the best Samus.
This
is the best Samus.
God, the fucking ripped arms and everything. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. Fucking beautiful.
Yep.
I should probably mention, this is like one of my 3 favorite video games. Like, it's hard to pick one favorite, so I just have a 3-way tie between this game, Hollow Knight, and Bloodborne. Those are the 3 games that I could just keep playing forever. Rate for collecting items is 55%. I feel like I usually get more than that. That's probably why this only took 2.5 hours.
Kerbu-kun said, wow, I've never seen that. Loved her face. Pixel art human faces can often be so jank.
Giga chat at Samus.
Digit, I'd let the Samus peg me. I wouldn't be mega into it, but I'd allow it. I would definitely let her do anything she wanted.
I'd be giga into it.
I'd let her just kick my ass and I'd still get turned on. Controversial opinion, other M Samus turns me into the wolf from Tex Avery. I mean, she is hot, but she's just not my Samus. Like, she's just a different girl.
I wouldn't say she's hot just because of the voice acting.
That's true. The voice acting is pretty off-putting.
I could not finish that fucking game. You know what's infuriating?
If the unskippable cutscenes were too much.
That's what I was just gonna say. If you go to the Metroid subreddit, there's all these motherfuckers who are all like, "Man, I'm new to the franchise, and I don't think Other M is that bad." Like,
play through it 3 times and then see if you still feel that way when you can't skip the cutscene.
It's not just that you can't skip the cutscenes; it's that they're long and they're fucking cringe. Like
Yeah.
like the
And they
worst,
have like quick time events and shit.
the
like
worst fucking story in any game I've ever played. I think. Like I have such a strong fucking hate boner for Other M. I could go on a tirade about that, but I won't because we do have to eat and I'm dying.
Yep. All right, everybody. It's been great. This was an awesome play session.
Be
if you're
sure
not subscribed to
to-
GigaDonk, then you're an idiot.
Yes, everybody.
Subscribe now. All right. Bye.